I'm billionaire's son. But fell in love with the daughter of our maid. For her, I shared all my wealth without hesitation. But she told everyone that I was the son of her housekeeper, making me a laughingstock in front of everyone. When my parents found out, they were strongly opposed, but I was stubborn and refused to change. After my repeated pleas, they had no choice but to acquiesce in my downfall. Unexpectedly, she conspired with others to bankrupt my family, kill me and my parents, and enjoy our wealth. But my fate did not end there. When I woke up again, I was back in the university campus 6 years ago. When I woke up again, I was back at the university campus 6 years ago. In this life, I would personally make those who had betrayed and looked down upon me pay an unbearable price. Part 1. My name is Suzie. When I was dragged out of the trunk and fell heavily to the ground, covered in blood, the person in front of me was a familiar yet unfamiliar person, Payan, my most trusted friend and my wife, as cousin. I funded his study abroad and invested another 50 million in him after he returned. But now, he's the one who kidnapped me. My trust has become a weapon in his hands. I asked him why, but he just sneered. Suzie, you are too stupid, so stupid that I don't even bother to explain. The 4 bodyguards behind him were watching him covetously. I understood that this time, it might be really dangerous. Just as I was trying to figure out his purpose, a car drove up, the door opened, and out stepped my wife, Su Rui. The woman I had loved for 10 years was kissing Payan in public. My mind went blank. Didn't she say they were just cousins? We'd been married for 3 years. I'd given her everything, and she'd been lying to me all along. It turned out this had been an elaborate scam from the start. Payan taunted them recklessly, saying they were a golden couple back in college. He was so excited he even attributed Su Rui's virginity to him. And I was just a tool they carefully exploited. I roared, questioning their conscience. I had given them wealth and glory, raising the nanny's daughter to vice president and letting him start his own business from scratch. Yet they betrayed me, trampling on my feelings and trust. Facing my questioning, Su Rui just sneered. You did it voluntarily, did I beg you? At that moment, I truly understood what it meant to be so heartless. In order to survive, I endured the humiliation and tried to negotiate. You just want the Su family's property. I can leave the house and sign a divorce agreement. But they were just laughing at my naivety. Dr. Chung, go ahead, Payan said lightly. A figure approached, carrying a medical kit and a scalpel. I suddenly realized they weren't just trying to take my property. Payan smiled and said, I want to borrow your face. From now on, I will be the head of the Su family. Your 2 sons, don't worry, they were originally mine. That laugh pierced my bones. He leaned close to my ear again and whispered something devastating. I arranged your parents' car accident. With a bang, my world completely collapsed. I struggled desperately, but there was nothing I could do. For bodyguards held me down tightly, and the knife slashed from my forehead to my jaw. The pain was excruciating. My face was peeled off alive. Blood gushed out, and my screams were torn into the night wind. Before I lost consciousness, I heard them say, bury him. Then, a shovel of dirt covered my vision. As I lay dying, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared. Was it Suzie, a girl a year younger than me in college? Now covered in blood, she dug me out of the dirt. She cried heartbreakingly, hugged me, and murmured, I'm late, but I have avenged you. Her eyes were determined, and she slowly raised the dagger and stabbed herself in the heart. I wanted to shout, but no sound came out. I wanted to stop her, but I couldn't even move a finger. I could only watch her fall, the blood staining my frozen soul. She leaned over to my ear and said with her last breath, in the next life, you can only marry me. It would be great to die with you. That smile was like a plum blossom blooming in the snow, sad and desperate. My heart aches, yet I'm powerless to change. In this life, I've truly been foolish. If there's another life, I'll never trust the wrong person again. But do I still have a chance? My soul begins to dissipate. I opened my eyes and found myself at the gate of Jiangzhou University, a sea of welcome slogans. The most eye-catching one read, School starts in 2019, dreams begin again. My heart was struck. I had actually returned to 6 years ago. Not alive, but reborn. I was lost in thought when a familiar yet repulsive figure suddenly appeared before my eyes, Su Rui. She, still with her condescending demeanor, ordered me to order over 200 cups of milk tea, specifically emphasizing, order the most expensive one, all on ice. Seeing her, I subconsciously clenched my fists. This woman, in a past life, teamed up with Payan to peel my face off and bury me alive in the ground. I was so sincere to her, and she turned around and gave me hell. I'm your father? I sneered at her. Just because you talk to me, I have to pay attention to you? I cursed her, throwing all my pent-up hatred in her face. The whole place exploded. The classmates and her best friend were all stunned. I used to be so obedient and humble to her. Now she dared to scold me in public? Was she crazy? The word master also came out of her bestie's mouth, and I exposed her identity lie on the spot. The nanny's daughter dared to call herself the master. It was so disgusting. Payan jumped out to smooth things over for her. Suyi, you are so ungrateful for doing this. I responded with a sneer and slapped him directly. A dog is not worthy of barking in front of me. He harmed my whole family in the previous life, and this slap is just interest. Payan had barely regained his balance when I kicked him again, sending Su Rui scurrying over to help him, her face etched with panic. The students who had been bribed by them all gathered around me, indignantly questioning if I was crazy. Honor? Then come and enjoy this honor. I retorted coldly. Su Rui's face turned ugly, and she shouted angrily. You apologize to Brother Payan, otherwise I will ignore you. In the past, I would have admitted my mistake immediately. But now, I just found it funny. She raised her hand to hit me, but I slapped her back. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. I leaned close to Su Rui's ear and sneered. Su Rui, cherish the days when you can still be arrogant. The game between you and me has just begun. She shuddered violently, as if she felt an unprecedented chill. But the students watching were completely furious, staring at me in disbelief. Is he crazy? He hit Rui. Who does he think he is? Questions and curses surged up like a tide. You are a dog. Rui is your master. She gave you money for college, and your parents were raised by her family. How dare you hit her? You are like a mad dog biting people indiscriminately. A group of people were furious and were ready to surround and attack. Everyone was furious and surrounded me, ready to attack. But Su Rui suddenly jumped out and stopped them, saying I was just in a bad mood, and asked everyone to let it go. She was afraid of making a big deal out of it, afraid that my parents would find out her true identity. But I could tell she wasn't truly soft-hearted, but rather calculating a holdout for a while and reap the rewards later strategy. She had long since learned how to play the innocent in front of others while profiting from me. This woman's heart was more venomous than a knife. She offered to treat everyone to milk tea, but it was really just a way to distract attention and prevent the situation from escalating. I watched her drag everyone away, sneering inwardly. Go on, keep acting, we'll take it slow. I turned and headed straight for the law department's orientation center. This opportunity of rebirth couldn't be wasted. I wanted to see the girl who had died for me in my previous life, Suzie. I didn't know why she loved me so deeply, but in this life, I would never miss her again. I checked the registration list at the law department and found Suzie still wasn't there. I figured she'd show up sooner or later, so I might as well just wait. Unexpectedly, Su Rui popped out from the corner again and pulled me over. She questioned me aggressively, asking if I was crazy. I looked at her coldly. Are you questioning me? You're just my nanny's daughter. Who gave you the courage? Her face was pale, obviously frightened by my shouting. She tried to cry and used the "do you still love me" trick to trick me into softening my heart. I'm sorry, you deceived me so badly in my last life. I won't fall for your tricks again in this life. The more you act, the more disgusted I become. I shook her off, not wanting to waste any more time, and continued walking towards the orientation area. This kind of drama queen will sooner or later pay the price for every performance she puts on. She yelled at me from behind, saying I was going too far, that I was taking advantage of my position and bullying others. She even threatened not to let me take her car home that afternoon. I couldn't help laughing as I listened to her. Your car? I turned around and looked at her. That was my Suye's supercar. I just lent it to her to save face, but now it's become her gift? This world is really crazy, I said calmly. From now on, you can't even think about driving a car. Not only cars, but also every penny you spent on me, every piece of jewelry you wore, and every room you lived in. I want to take it back bit by bit. My words frightened her so much that she stood there, her face pale and blue, as if struck by a thunderbolt. She cursed, Suyi, what on earth do you want to do? Believe it or not, I really will ignore you. She repeated the word, really, to emphasize her seriousness. But in my eyes, such threats carried no weight. You've toyed with me with impunity before, and now it's your turn to be ignored. I told her in person, from now on, don't bother me anymore. If you dare come to me again, you'll be my son. She was furious and threatened that she would not forgive me even if I knelt down and cowed out. I smiled. I was finally not the same person I used to be. She left without me even glancing at her again. I turned and headed back to the law school's orientation center, waiting for Suzie's arrival. That was the white moonlight in my heart. I waited all afternoon, but she still didn't show up. I only received a WeChat message from my gaming friend QQZJ. Still with your white moonlight? Seeing him, my heart warmed. This brother, I lost in my previous life. I replied that Su Rui and I had just had a fight and were done with each other. QQZJ clearly didn't believe me. You would have a fight with her? He even sent a sneering emoji. I wanted to scold him, but I also knew I'd been so overly aggressive in the past that even my friends didn't believe I could turn things around. He asked if I wanted to play a few games tonight, and I said PUBG. He scoffed. Your hands are shaking, so just play. We exchanged a few pleasantries and decided to play tonight. I closed my phone, sighed, and headed for the parking lot. As soon as I got there, I saw Su Rui unlocking my convertible supercar, preparing to get in with Pan. She really didn't take me seriously. Several student union members surrounded her, flattering her and boasting about her Aston Martin and the 90 million Pagani Huayra she owned. She smiled shyly, but was incredibly proud. I stood before her, sneering and asking if the car was hers. Su Rui's face instantly fell when she saw me, and she threatened to ignore me for a month. I shrugged. Please leave me alone, or you'll be my son. This was the beginning of my new life. Before she could even react, Jiang Yang jumped out and called me a dog, threatening to make me kneel down and apologize. The people around me also followed suit, saying they were going to destroy me. They still thought I was the same dog who let others bully me, but they didn't know that I was no longer the Suzie I used to be. Payan pretended to mediate, but I didn't bother to respond and simply told him to shut up and not force me to lecture him again. The crowd erupted in outrage, all clamoring for Su Rui and demanding I get out of school. Wu Siyu even called me a gigolo and forced me to kneel. I looked at Su Rui coldly and asked, who should be grateful to? Her face froze instantly. The crowd began to defend her, saying I was the Su family's dog, entirely dependent on her family for support. I ignored them and just stared at her. She didn't even dare to hurt me. Su Rui quickly put on a pitiful look and tried to stop the fight. Everyone immediately softened their hearts, praising her kindness and calling me an ungrateful person. Jiang Yang let me go, and Payan took the opportunity to end the fight. But Su Rui said, you disappoint me, and acted judgmental, telling me to take a taxi home. I said nothing, pulling out my phone to access the back end. Wu Siyu had already climbed into her sports car, pulling everyone around to take selfies and post videos, as excited as if she'd won a prize. But the engine wouldn't start. She tried several times, but the car still wouldn't respond. Actually, I'd locked the access permissions long ago. The more panicked she became, the more she dared not admit it. I sneered and watched her continue her performance. Payan jumped out and scolded me for banning the car's permission and threatened to make me kneel down. I directly responded to him with a harsh remark, and the whole audience fell silent. They had not expected that I would turn against them so completely. I was too lazy to play along and walked forward. Jiang Yang rushed over and tried to attack me, counting down and threatening me to kneel down. But I looked at them like they were idiots. The next second, I grabbed Jiang Yang's wrist with my backhand and kicked him away. Payan didn't run away either. I slapped him across the face, leaving a frighteningly clear fingerprint. They were all dumbfounded. A bootlicker actually hitting someone? No, he could hit them so hard they couldn't get up. The martial arts I was once forced to learn have now become my trump card. Jiang Yang and Payan were unconvinced and stood up to continue their fight. I didn't bother to talk nonsense and knocked them to the ground with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. They lay there groaning like 2 pigs, and the whole place was silent. Su Rui finally broke down and threatened to have me fired. I walked over and simply said, get out of my car. She wanted to act, but I refused to play along. I wasn't her bootlicker, and I wasn't going to continue being a joke. Her best friend, Wu Siyu, also scolded me, calling me a servant and a dog. I simply opened the car door, dragged everyone out one by one, and threw them to the ground. They screamed and called me crazy, but I was too lazy to pay attention and said, next time, if you don't want to be thrown out, don't get in my car. Su Rui's eyes were red with anger, and she said she'd be really mad if I continued. I sneered, 10 seconds. If you don't get out of the car, you'll be just like them. She finally gave in and angrily got out, saying I'd regret it. I ignored her, turned on my phone, and the car engine roared to life. The whole place was silent. Was this car really mine? Jiang Yang and Payan's faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. They always thought I was a lapdog who relied on women for support, but I could control this $4 million sports car with just a word. Who was the master? Su Rui was quick to react, immediately putting on a face of grievance, saying that she had lent me the car and that I was repaying her kindness with enmity, trying desperately to play the victim. But I was too lazy to pay her any attention. I hurried back to the villa, my heart pounding. If I were to live again, the people I most wanted to see were my parents. But as soon as I entered the door, I was greeted by a violent cough and a shrill woman's voice. Madam, this man might have tuberculosis. Be careful not to infect him. Then, she discovered another watch. Isn't this the Patek Philippe that the master lost? It really is a thief. I was instantly furious. In my previous life, I had completely forgotten this scene. Wu Jinrong was the culprit who had framed the old housekeeper, Lu Fu. She had used the excuse of a theft to drive Lu Fu away, then quietly brought her eldest brother into the house. What's even more ridiculous is that I foolishly helped her at the time and replaced the entire family's bodyguards, nannies, drivers, and chefs with people from her mother's family. To call me a fool is to flatter me. Now I finally understand. This wasn't just asking for help. It was an organized, premeditated infiltration. This family is like vampires, waiting to devour our Su family's legacy step by step. Just as I was thinking about this, I heard Lu Fu coughing rapidly from upstairs. His face was filled with anxiety, and he was clutching the so-called stolen goods in his hands, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch worth 6 million yuan. But he was coughing so hard that he couldn't even breathe or speak clearly. It's not me. Madam, I didn't. He coughed up blood before he could finish his words. He collapsed to the ground with a pale face. Wu Jinrong, however, pretended to pull my mother and said, Madam, please leave quickly. He has contracted lung disease. She acted more and more convincingly, putting the blame on Lu Fu. But my mother, Liang Xiuxua, was no fool. As the mistress of the Su family and vice chairman of the Su Corporation, how could she be easily fooled by such a sham? Of course she knew that Lu Fu had been loyal for 20 years, but the watch was found in public, and tuberculosis did not seem like an act, so she hesitated for a moment. Just then, I emerged from the stairs. The moment I saw my mother, my eyes nearly welled up. The image of the car accident in my previous life flashed through my mind. My parents, trapped in the car, covered in blood. I'll never forget that scene. Mom, I'm back. My voice was hoarse, but I stepped forward firmly. I can't just ignore this. I looked at Lu Fu, who was about to faint from coughing, and took out my phone. I'll call 120 to send Uncle Fu to the hospital, and then call the police to check if he did it. My mother wanted me to stay out of it, but seeing my firm attitude, she didn't try to persuade me anymore. Wu Jinrong's eyes flashed with surprise, but she quickly regained her contempt. She was convinced I was still the same scoundrel who had licked her daughter's boots, and she assumed I would side with her without hesitation. She even deliberately asked, Xiaoyi, didn't Ruo Wei come back with you? In fact, Wu Jinrong was not afraid of my intervention at all, but was eager for me to speak. She believed that I was a dog trained by her daughter. She would never dare to stand up if she asked me to lie down, and she would smile and open her mouth even if she asked me to eat shit. In her eyes, I had no right to question her, let alone discuss the truth, a medical examination, or calling the police. All she had to do was stand by her and send Lu Fu away. If I dared to say no, she'd think I was crazy. In her eyes, I was just a dog trained by her daughter, and I had to listen to whatever she said. She thought I would definitely stand on her side and kick Lu Fu out. She had calculated it perfectly. Once Lu Fu left, her brother would be able to take over. Even the housekeeper belonged to her, so wouldn't this Su family then become hers? She almost couldn't help but laugh, as if she had won. But she didn't expect me to say coldly, Aunt Wu, call me master from now on. Don't cross the line. She froze on the spot, the smug look on her face instantly frozen. She even began to wonder if I was crazy. In the past, whenever she spoke, I acted like a grandson. Master, madam, you have to believe me. At this time, Lu Fu climbed out of the room, angrily defending himself, and before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt so wronged, so aggrieved, but the more anxious he was, the more violent his coughing became. Wu Jinrong took the opportunity to pretend to protect my mother and took out her phone, saying, Madam, let's call the police. I stared at her coldly. Wu Jinrong, if you want to drive Uncle Fu away, you should also consider whether you are worthy of it. Her face darkened, and she forced a smile, saying that it was for our health. However, she was still pushing the responsibility onto Uncle Fu in her words and deeds, and she did not forget to mention the 6 million watch, trying to cover up her conspiracy with justice. She said she was doing this for our own good, but in her heart, she was cursing me to death. She had already tampered with the surveillance footage and even tampered with some of the medication. Even if Lu Fu wasn't responsible, he would have to stay in the hospital for a few days so she could make room for a replacement. Call an ambulance. I ordered the nanny, then helped Uncle Fu up myself. I believe you're innocent. I knew perfectly well that this was all Wu Jinrong's trap. In my previous life, I had fallen into her trap without realizing it. Mom, you should call the police. I looked at my mother, but I believe Uncle Fu didn't steal anything. I was not stopping them from calling the police, but I was preventing Wu Jinrong from taking the initiative. It was not her turn to have the final say in this family. Liang Xiuxua frowned. clearly noticing a changed man in me. In the past, whenever Wu Jinrong said something, I'd never contradict her. But today, for the first time, I stood up and not only questioned her, but confronted her head-on. Mom, if Uncle Fu really wanted to steal, he could have just tampered with the accounts. Why steal a watch? And he even kept it in his pocket for 10 days without doing anything about it. I turned to look at Wu Jinrong. Do you think this is reasonable? She said she didn't know, but her eyes were evasive, and she was so flustered that she could barely speak. I emphasized again, Wu Jinrong, remember, you can't call me by my nickname. Call me young master. My voice grew colder and colder until I finally roared. The whole room was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to say a word in reply. Inside, she was furious and wanted to call Ruowei back to suppress me immediately. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. And Mom, the servants at home have monthly checkups. Uncle Fu's last checkup was just a few days ago. How could he suddenly get tuberculosis? I continued to ask. If we don't investigate this thoroughly, who knows if I will be the next one, or even you? Wu Jinrong was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she subconsciously defended herself. He must have been infected outside. It has nothing to do with my family. Her panicked look completely exposed her guilty conscience. She knew that the truth would be revealed as soon as the matter was investigated. She dared to frame Lu Fu because she was sure I would cooperate with her. But this time, she was wrong. The original plan was to get rid of Lu Fu no matter what, even if the worst-case scenario was to have him hospitalized for a few days. But things just didn't go the way they thought. Wu Jinrong was still dreaming I'd cooperate with her to deal with Lu Fu, but I exposed her scheme one sentence at a time, forcing her face to turn pale. At that moment, she realized that I, Suzie, was no longer a dog she could manipulate. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that they'll find out you were the one who poisoned me? Are you also responsible for the stolen watch? I stared at her coldly, my tone pressing. She panicked and kept trying to defend herself. How could I possibly have done this? What good would it do for me? Unfortunately, Ruowei didn't come today. She had no one to lean on, so she could only worry. Just as she was about to delay, I had already said, "Let's call the police, Mom. What do you think?" I thought my mother would support me, but she waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Let's just leave it at that." I was stunned, unable to understand. Mom? What? This was a perfect opportunity to reveal Wu Jinrong. Why would she let it go? She simply sighed and said, "Go back to your room. I'll explain this later." I refused to accept the news. No, this concerns our entire family's safety. We must investigate thoroughly. I ordered, Aunt Lu, call the police and contact the group's technical department to check the surveillance cameras at home to see who tampered with the information. I'm not afraid of making a big fuss. I want everyone to know that whoever dares to touch the Su family will never get away alive. Wu Jinrong was completely panicked. Calling the police would be fine, but once the technical department arrived, every trace of her tampering with the surveillance cameras, the drugs she'd administered, and the housekeeper she'd secretly replaced would be dug up. Her face was filled with terror. I was practically driving her crazy. But my mother spoke again. "Xiaoyi, I told you to stay out of this." She turned around and told the nanny to take Uncle Fu to the hospital and told everyone else to disperse. She didn't even give me a chance to refute, and the scene was cleared out in an instant. I was anxious. "Mom, this is clearly Wu Jinrong's conspiracy. How can you pretend not to see it?" She sighed. "Of course I know it was her doing, but I also know that you and Ruowei are angry. If her mother goes to the police station, you will be the one who suffers the most." Her words were full of heartache and helplessness. In her eyes, I was still that silly son who would do anything for love. "As long as you really like her, your dad and I won't object." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that she still thought I was a love-brained person, a love-crazed bootlicker. But I wasn't that anymore. "Mom, I'm not throwing a tantrum. I really see through her. Su Ruowei is a vicious woman. I broke up with her a long time ago. We will never have any relationship again in the future." I said it in a firm tone, but as soon as I finished speaking, another person unconsciously emerged in my mind, Suzie Jean. But my mother just looked at me with an expression that said, "Stop pretending. Xiaoyi, do you believe what you're saying?" I was speechless. Indeed, with so many previous convictions, I didn't blame her for not believing it. "Okay, I'm going to a cocktail party. We'll talk when I get back." She dismissed me like she was coaxing a child, then hurried off with her bag. I was left standing there, my mind filled with helplessness and sighs. Although I couldn't completely expose Wu Jinrong's true colors, at least Uncle Fu was saved, and I completely saw through her scheme. Her eldest brother? Don't even think about setting foot in the Su family. As for Su Ruowei, sooner or later, she'll be kicked out. Wu Jinrong, don't worry, I'll definitely put you in jail for the rest of your life next time. At that moment, My phone vibrated. It was a message from an old friend. Not online yet. The homeworld dungeon awaits. I replied with an okay gesture and headed upstairs. Revenge is one thing, but life should also be enjoyable. It had been 5 years since we'd played dungeons together, and I missed those days. But just as I opened the door, that stomach-churning voice rang out. Mom, I'm back. I was so pissed off by that bastard Suzie today. He made me lose all my face. Su Rui's roar exploded downstairs. Just as I was about to go upstairs, I heard the shrill sound of high heels at the door. Su Rui threw off her shoes and bag like a queen, sat down on the sofa, and put her feet directly on my coffee table, as if she was the owner of the house. Without even looking me in the eye, she yelled, Suzie, where's the fruit? You didn't prepare any for me today? Her complacent expression as she said this made me feel sick. Had she truly forgotten who she was? In the past, whenever she came home, I would personally prepare a fruit platter, imported, freshly peeled, seedless, whatever she liked. But today, I didn't do anything, and she immediately exploded. What the hell do you mean? She kept ranting and raving about how I had embarrassed her, accusing me of beating Jiang Yang and Payan, and blaming me for not waiting for her to come home, leaving her with scraped feet. I stood at the stairs, watching her jump up and down, and laughed out loud. She was stunned and roared. You still have the nerve to laugh? Suzie, are you crazy? Who gave you the courage? The more fiercely she cursed, the colder my heart became. Who are you? When did you become the mistress of my Su family? What qualifications do you have to question me? Who gave you the nerve to act wildly in my house? I said every word clearly. She was shaking with anger. At this time, Wu Jinrong rushed over, throwing away all his thoughts and gathering together to teach me a lesson. She opened the safe, took out a black-skinned watermelon and Roman ruby grapes, and handed them to her daughter as if she were offering a treasure, with an extremely attentive attitude. Wei, eat something first. I'll go get you the medicine box. Su Rui was also very rude. While eating, she complained that I had abandoned her. My back feet are all worn out, and you don't care. Wu Jinrong took the opportunity to scold. Xiaoyi, you are too ignorant. Hurry up and show Rui your feet. I finally couldn't help it and shouted, Shut up. The sound shook the whole villa. The servants all stopped what they were doing and looked at me from all directions. They were so shocked that they dared not speak. Su Rui, who are you? Who allowed you to put your feet on the coffee table in my house? And who allowed you to eat my food and call me a dog? I pressed her step by step, my voice piercing her heart like an ice knife. I turned around and looked at Wu Jinrong coldly. You are here to work, not to be a lord. Who allowed you to touch the safe without my permission? That box of fruit is worth more than 70,000 yuan, and it will all be deducted from your salary. Her face turned green. Your daughter is ignorant, and neither are you? I kept cursing, but a sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of my mouth. Why was I in such a hurry to get rid of you? I should have let you stay. I kept an eye on you and settled the accounts bit by bit. The servants around were all dumbfounded. They had never seen me like this before. In the past, I had humbled myself like a dog to please Su Rui, but now, I was like a completely different person, completely suppressing them both. Wu Jinrong tried to save face. Xiaoyi, that's Ruo's favorite fruit. I interrupted coldly. First, call me master. Second, her liking to eat it has nothing to do with me. You used to. She tried to struggle. I retorted directly. That was in the past. It's different now. My eyes grew colder. This fruit is worth 70,000 yuan. Even if I call the police now, you can't get away. Are you still dissatisfied with my salary being deducted? If you don't accept it, then fine, I'll call the police now. I took out my cell phone and slowly slid the screen towards her pale face. She panicked instantly, and real fear finally appeared in her eyes. I returned to my room and ignored the mother and daughter. They'd never understand who was in control of everything. Su Rui was still smug, thinking I was just jealous and trying to win her favor, but she was completely stunned by my cold shoulder. She thought I was still the same fawning dog I used to be. She also thought that if she just put on a bad face, I would happily come and coax her. Unfortunately, she really didn't understand that I, Suzie, was no longer the useless person who could be trampled underfoot. Wu Jinrong, more aware than she was of the dire situation, tried to reconcile them, but she was terribly panicked. After all, her brother was still hoping to make money in the Su family. All she could do now was pack her bags, take some time off, and leave with her daughter, all the while mulling over how to salvage the situation. I know their tricks. Admit their mistakes first, pretend to apologize, and then try to soften my heart. But they will never know that in this life, my only thought is to make their family live a life worse than death. Su Rui remained as arrogant as ever as she left. She stood at the door, suitcase in hand, waiting for me to come out and ask her to stay. She waited for 5 minutes, but I didn't even bother to step out the door. This time, I won't look back. She chose to play herself, so let her play it well. She stomped off in anger, and I dialed the phone and said with a sneer, "Think this is the end? No, this has just begun. I used to be a joke, but now I will make them pay for it all, with interest." As I was speaking, a QQ notification popped up on my phone. Not online yet? I smiled, turned on my computer and quickly replied, "I'm coming." The game is not the point. The point is that I want to officially start another kind of battle. This is a farm simulation game called Homeland, focusing on collaborative construction. It's called casual, but every time my friend and I play, we can still feel the glint of swordplay. After all, we've been working together for so many years. Someone on QQ named QQZJ suddenly called me. I answered the call, grumbling. "How can you be so serious about playing a game? Weren't you always so cool?" The other person's words left me speechless. "My microphone is broken." I said I'd give you one. She coldly typed, "Do we know each other well?" I was really impressed. "Why are you so aloof? We've been playing brother games for years." But before I could finish, a faint electric buzz suddenly rang out from my headphones, followed by her own voice on the microphone. That voice, cool and clear, was like iced soda poured into a glass, filling my heart. I was stunned. This voice, was it a girl? I immediately asked, "Do you have a sister?" She replied coldly, "Didn't you hear that?" Then she added, "First, who's your buddy? Second, you don't have a sister." My sister is me. My mind is completely in turmoil today, a complete mess. You say people can cheat, but what kind of cheater can keep a pigtail for 4 years? I've been a true friend for 4 years, and it turns out she, is actually a girl. When I heard QQZJ calling me in a female voice, I dropped my knees. I texted her to ask what was going on, and she responded with concern, "Are you frightened?" Of course I was frightened. For years of brotherhood were gone, and I had to face this surgery of gender change. She asked me seriously, "Why can't I be a girl?" I fell into deep thought. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. When I met her in my freshman year of high school, I was still addicted to gaming, and I was completely taken by her, this expert. Later, because my crush, Su Rui, didn't want me to date girls, I told her, "If you're a girl, we'll end our relationship." Could this be why she's been hiding her gender? Her guess made my scalp tingle, but thinking back, it really might have been true. I quickly said, "Whether you're a girl or not, I won't break up with you." As I said it, I felt my face flush. She coldly replied, "What's our relationship? The kind where we can't even get through on the phone." I laughed dryly, feeling guilty and embarrassed. She said she hadn't originally planned on letting me know her gender, but suddenly changed her mind because she wanted to. I was stunned. She had just said the microphone was broken, and the contrast took me a moment to react. I could only reluctantly agree. Okay. She suddenly said, "Talk to me." I asked what to talk about, and she actually asked if I had broken up with Bai Guang. I was stunned. My mind was full of thoughts. She always complained about my talkativeness, so why was she now actively gossiping? Moreover, there was a hint of gloating in her voice. I didn't bother to hide it. I said it was nothing. I just woke up and felt that woman was not worthy at all. Saying more would be hypocritical. I was reborn again, and these old scores would have to be settled sooner or later, so I might as well shut up now. But she said calmly, "She should have been buried long ago. A dead Bai Guang is perfect." I smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" She jokingly said she would help me bury him. I sneered inwardly. She alone wouldn't be enough. I was going to bury the whole family together. But I couldn't say too much, so I just brushed it off with a casual, "No, there's no need." She suddenly asked if I'd eaten yet, and I remembered I hadn't been able to eat since the Uncle Fu incident. It was almost 8 in the evening, and I said I'd eat later. She asked again, "Are you really done with her?" I was completely impressed. "Do you think I'm that untrustworthy?" Her words, "You have too much dark history," almost made me laugh. This was the good brother I was familiar with, aloof, sharp-tongued. To change the subject, I casually asked her, "Aren't you also going to college this year? Which school are you attending?" QQZJ suddenly said coldly, "Do we know each other well?" I was a little hurt for a moment, but she stubbornly said, "I'll tell you tomorrow." Huh, could she be stuck like that? I was about to retort when Su Zhengjia's voice suddenly came from outside the door, announcing that he had discovered something unusual. I immediately rushed out of the room, only to see a pile of bugs and miniature cameras scattered on the floor. He said he discovered them by accident while installing the hidden cameras as I'd instructed. My pupils shrank, and murderous intent rose in my heart. Sure enough, my guess was correct. This villa had long been secretly controlled by that bitch Wu Jinro. I gritted my teeth and sneered. "Great, you're amazing." Su Jingjie cautiously asked if I wanted to call the police. but a few days of detention and a fine wouldn't cut it for such a trivial matter. I didn't expect the police to intervene on my behalf. I wanted to make her wish she was dead. Brother Su, a man I trust, from now on, keep a close eye on her. I called Aunt Lu over and ordered her to make Wu Jinrong do all the dirty work from tomorrow onwards. She couldn't escape anything, and if anything went wrong, she should come directly to me. As kind as they were, my mother had been too gullible to trust them. Now I was going to personally expose the fangs behind this seemingly docile family. I took out my cell phone, took a photo of the situation at home, and sent it to the family group. Within seconds, my mother Liang Qiuxue, who was attending a cocktail party, called me and said, "Son, what happened?" I told her what happened and reminded her that my parents' car and company might have been tampered with. In my previous life, the group suddenly encountered a series of problems. I always thought it was just bad luck, but now I think it was all their fault. My mother was furious when she heard this. She decisively said she would handle it and told me not to act rashly. She was the mistress of the Su family and the one who made the decisions. After hanging up, I silently put my phone away, my heart completely cold. My future has already strayed from the trajectory of my last life. I will not let any of those who hurt my family and ruin my life go unpunished. Su Ruawei, Wu Jinrong, Su Dehai, Su Jihao. Are you ready to pay the price for your past life's evil deeds? Just as I was thinking about this, a servant arrived and handed me takeout. I was stunned. This wasn't what I ordered. Looking down, I saw Buddha jumps over the wall, lychee meat, and abalone, a high-end set meal from Food for Heaven. This one portion alone cost 4,000 yuan. My parents wouldn't order this, so who could have sent it? Could it be her again? Could it be you? I asked tentatively. She snorted. That's impressive. I thought you'd guess Trisolarin, Ultraman, or Doraemon. I fell silent, the blurry face in my mind becoming clearer and clearer. So it was you. It's always been you. Suzie Jean, why didn't I think of this sooner? She said she was looking through our chat history and noticed I'd sent her the address before, so she ordered takeout. But when I looked at the price, over 4,000 yuan, and that was for the top-tier Food for Heaven dish. I suppressed my excitement and changed the subject, afraid I'd accidentally bring up something as outrageous as Rebirth. She smiled and said, "Expensive? Then give me my money back." I agreed, but tears streamed down my face. I tried to control my emotions, telling myself not to reveal too much. She still didn't remember me, but I already knew who she was. "It's not convenient for you to play games while you eat, so why don't you watch a movie with me?" she suggested. I opened the online movie watching app and asked her what she wanted to watch. She said, "Heartbeat." My heart skipped a beat. Was this a hint? I didn't ask, but silently clicked on the movie. While we were quietly watching the film, Su Ruawei's family was gritting their teeth in anger. Her younger brother, Su Jikuan, slammed the table and said, "Don't worry, sister. Tomorrow I'll go settle accounts with that kid Suyi. He dared to touch you. He's courting death." Su Jihao chimed in. "Let him know how powerful our family is." This family now lives in a large flat, a house worth over 9 million yuan, which they paid for in full, complete with a luxury car and a video room. Where did all this money come from? Wasn't it just by sucking blood from the Su family? Shell companies stole projects, bought intelligence, and pilfered resources. All of this was their doing. The most ridiculous thing was that, instead of being grateful, they felt they deserved it. When Wu Jinrong heard her two sons were going to force a fight, she quickly stopped them. "Don't do that. Although Su chased Rual way away, we haven't destroyed this cash cow yet." She knew better than anyone that now was not the time to tear each other apart. The Su family only has this one son. Su Dehai also whispered to his daughter, "As long as you can capture him, the entire Su family will be yours sooner or later. Be patient for a while, and you will be the winner in the future. Then the money and power will be yours, and you can do whatever you want with them." I have to say, I always thought Su Dehai was the only one with some brains in this family. He knew very well that the family's success today was all thanks to my love brain. Unfortunately, Su Ruawei not only did not know how to be grateful, but instead took everything for granted. She always acted so superior, as if giving me a chance to lick her was a gift from heaven. The funny thing was, she had no sense of propriety and wanted to treat me like a dog. Hearing her conversation with her parents, I was completely disappointed. That night, she even planned a humiliation drama for the next day, making another boy confess his love to her in public, then posting the video online and forcing me to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in front of everyone. Finally, she blocked me, ready to laugh at my joke. This time, however, she was wrong. I was no longer the servile lapdog she'd manipulated me for 4 years. Having experienced a lifetime, I saw through the falsehood of this relationship and knew the future could change. I slept soundly because this new life was different. Just before dawn, I had a strange dream. In it, I was lying on a round bed in a movie theater with an 8-foot-tall man. The atmosphere was ambiguous. But when the man spoke, his voice, surprisingly Suzie soft, piercing, made me break out in a cold sweat and woke me up instantly. I stood on the balcony to calm myself, telling myself that I hadn't triggered any strange laws. The QQZJ across from me must be the girl I'd known for 4 years. Thinking of this, I quickly grabbed my phone to confirm. Unexpectedly, a message popped up first. She sent me a picture of Uncle Joe casting a spell, asking if I was up yet. I couldn't help but smile and replied, "What a coincidence, I just got up too." Then, her voice came through, clear and pleasant. "Are you going to school today?" My heartbeat quickened slightly as I replied, "Go, right away." She then sent me photos of 2 more dresses, asking which looked best. I instantly recognized the beige dress, her favorite from her past life, and without hesitation, I clicked a series of ones. She smiled and said she liked it, too. I was about to reply when she suddenly asked, "You're not going to apologize to your best friend as soon as you get to school, are you?" There was unease in her tone. I immediately replied, "How could that be? I broke up with her a long time ago. I could have skipped school today, but Suzie Jean's asking so early in the morning, and even choosing a skirt, was the most obvious hint yet. The thing I wanted most after my rebirth was to see her again, and I wasn't going to miss it this time." I picked up my phone and saw Zijin's message. My heart started beating faster and my hands were shaking, but I pretended to be calm and replied, "Of course, you can come to me anytime. In my last life, she protected me. In this life, it's my turn to protect her and never let go." She smiled and reminded me to go wash up and remember to eat breakfast. I said yes and quickly washed and changed. Just as I was about to leave, my phone rang again. "Are you out yet?" I glanced at the breakfast on the table, turned around and rushed to the garage, and replied to her as I walked, "I'm on my way." There was a traffic jam on the way, and Zijin asked where I was going. I froze for a moment, flipping through my old chat history with Su Rui. The screen was filled with my humble advances and her cold, perfunctory responses. In my previous life, I was so blind. Such a wonderful girl was right next to me, but I ignored her. I took a deep breath and quickly replied to Zijin, "Traffic jam. I'll be there soon." Parking near the school, I popped 2 mints in my mouth and straightened myself. A single thought swirled through my mind. "Zijin, I will never miss you again in this lifetime." But before I could take a few steps, I was stopped by Su Rui's lackeys. They began to insult and humiliate me, calling me a dog and a servant of the Su family, and demanding an explanation for even driving the car last night. I couldn't stand it any longer. I sneered and retaliated. "Who said I was a dog? Who said the car was hers? Who the hell is Su Rui? You think you have the right to tell her what to do?" They were furious, shouting at me to kneel down and apologize, and even threatened to post humiliating messages on the campus network. The crowd was pointing and criticizing, but I didn't care anymore. If you have time to show off your shabby behavior, why not go back and ask that bitch if she deserves an apology? I angrily interrupted them, pushing through the crowd and sprinting away. There was no time to waste. Zijin was still waiting for me. My phone rang again, and she urged, "Aren't you at school yet?" I ran as fast as I could until I saw that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. She was tall, wearing a beige dress and a bucket hat. She stood quietly at the school gate, 2 suitcases beside her, waiting silently. Her white ankles gleamed in the sun, and her whole person was artistic and fresh, attracting whispers from those around her. My heart was almost beating out of control, and my hands were trembling as I typed a reply. "I'm here." The next second, she turned around. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, her skin was whiter than snow, and she was as cool as a plum. At that moment, there was only one voice in my heart. "It is you, classmate Zijin." I saw her immediately, the girl in the bucket hat. My heart tightened, my eyes welled up. Before I died in my previous life, the last thing I saw was her back. Now, after my rebirth, I saw her again, and she was still as slender and charming as ever. The freshmen around me were clamoring and teasing her about whether she was looking at them, but I didn't hear a word. Taking a deep breath, I mustered up the courage to step forward and said in a trembling voice, "Classmate, do you need any help?" She replied softly, "Yes, thank you, senior." At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. This voice was so familiar to me. I helped her take her luggage, and we walked side by side. The crowd around me was gossiping behind my back, but I paid no attention. Reborn, I simply wanted to keep her safe and not make the same mistake again. I slowed my pace, trying to appear natural. "Junior, you're not from here, are you?" She replied softly, "Yeah," and told me she was from Shanghai, Beijing, and studying law. Along the way, she remained aloof and reserved, not saying much. I couldn't help but probe further. What's your name? She asked me to introduce myself first. I smiled. Suzie. She whispered. Suzie Jean. My steps suddenly stopped, my heart beating wildly. I pulled out my phone and sent a voice message to my friend. I just ran into a schoolgirl. Her clothes are exactly the same as the ones you sent me. Coincidence. After a moment, she said coldly. There are no coincidences. The coincidence is me. At that moment, my nose was sore and I almost cried. Sure enough, it was her. It really was her. The sunlight fell on her beige dress, covering her with a golden veil. But in my previous life, the last time I saw her, she was filled with despair and collapse. My throat choked with sobs. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to Jiangzhou University? She smiled and replied. Aren't you surprised? I whispered. I just hope this isn't a dream. She teased me about waking up from a dream with a large man standing next to me. I didn't explain, simply fearing she'd vanish again. She offered to pinch me to confirm, but I pinched myself hard, gasping in pain. She couldn't help but laugh and asked if it hurt. I just stared at her silently, not daring to blink, afraid of missing her again. She felt a little shy when she was stared at and pretended to complain. Why do you keep looking at me? Are we familiar with each other? I smiled and asked, not familiar? She chuckled. If we were, why did you recognize me only now? I hurriedly explained. I recognized you the moment I saw you. Otherwise, why would I have come straight up to you? It's not because you're beautiful, but because it's you. Only you can have that voice. This morning, before I even started school, Su Rui was already a completely different person. She'd been picking out her clothes, intent on becoming the most dazzling beauty at Jiangzhou University. No, in the world. However, she had just received a phone call and was so angry that she almost exploded. It was me, Suzie, who had become a thorn in her heart. She immediately called Payan and threatened to make me crazy. She planned to go to the amusement park first, then to the private cinema, and then to dinner in the evening. Meanwhile, I arrived at the girls' dormitory on campus. Only during the first 2 days of school, boys were allowed to enter the dorm under the pretext of helping out. The dorm manager saw me and didn't stop me. She said I was a day late and should have come yesterday to grab a bed. I looked at Suzie Jean. She said calmly that she didn't mind, but I had to remind her that dorm beds are first come, first served. Beds near the door are more troublesome, so you have to choose one near the inside. I thought to myself, maybe her family is well off. Otherwise, I might as well just trick her into going home. We walked into her dorm, room 306. All 4 beds were empty, unslept. She was incredibly lucky, arriving a day late and still getting the best bed. She chose the one at the back, and I followed her to get her military training uniform and supplies. The weather in southern China at the end of August was scorching, and we were busy and sweating. Without waiting for a break, I asked her if she knew how to make the bed, but she shook her head. So I started helping her, chatting while we did. I asked her if her family wasn't worried about her going to Beijing to study. She said they were keeping her children at home. She handed me some water, and I drank half a bottle. Then she teased me, saying my family was relaxed and allowed dating in high school. I was immediately embarrassed and quickly denied it. She asked if we were girlfriends, and I hesitantly said, let's go to country tea first. We laughed, and the atmosphere relaxed a bit. She said Jiangzhou University was just average, which startled me. She was even more nervous than I was, so she quickly drank some water to change the subject. I smoothed the sheets and teased her about whether she was here because of me. She immediately denied it, saying I was narcissistic. This series of reactions made me laugh out loud. I didn't expect that this aloof school beauty actually had such a cute side. She scolded me for laughing shamelessly and said she regretted coming to school. Actually, I didn't show any regret at all. I just looked like a spoiled brat. I asked her what was wrong with the smile. She blushed and turned away and said, it's hot. I quickly slapped my forehead, found the remote control, and turned on the air conditioner. The room finally felt cooler. She was standing in the vent, but still felt hot. I didn't know what she was thinking. I just thought she was too tired. On a whim, I helped her clean the tables, chairs, and cabinets. She looked at me and unconsciously pressed her right hand to her chest. I knew what she was thinking, but I didn't say it out loud. She had imagined the scene of our first meeting, but she didn't expect it to be like this. I helped her make the bed, cleaned, and was as warm as a husband. She took a deep breath silently and whispered to herself, "You're amazing," as if to comfort herself and also as if to remind herself to be strong. Suddenly, exclamations and discussions were heard in the corridor. Some people said that Jiang Yang had booked the entire amusement park for her, while others said that the roses she was holding were Diana roses, air-shipped, and that it was so romantic that it was enviable. The two of them sat on the carousel, being envied by the onlookers. I'm so envious. I'm so envious of schoolgirl Su. That day, when I was cleaning the dormitory with Suzie Jean, she kept staring at me. as if she was doubting my attitude towards my past relationship. Suzie knew that the girl I once particularly liked, my white moonlight, had been the only one in my heart. Although I kept saying that we had broken up, she obviously didn't believe it. After I cleaned up, washed the rag and dried it, I put on a gentle smile and suggested buying her lunch. She stared at me, her eyes serious, and only after confirming that I had no other emotions did she breathe a sigh of relief and agree to go with me. When I asked her what she wanted to eat, she said, "Whatever." These two simple words made my whole body tense, because I know that whatever often means nothing. Over the past 4 years, I've gotten used to her various nitpicks. Sichuan food is too spicy, Cantonese food isn't authentic, she's tired of Western food, and barbecue is too greasy. I couldn't help but mutter, what does this whatever mean? The fire in my heart was about to burst out. But Suzie suddenly asked, "Do you have any special food here?" I rattled off the list of Pohu Lake fatty fish head, Lushan rock chicken, and Artemisia sesame stir-fried bacon, all with chili peppers. She readily replied, "Then let's have this." I was stunned. She agreed so quickly? Compared to that rigid Su Rui, I almost doubted my life. Speaking of Su Rui, I know that there are a lot of bootlickers around her. Although we broke up, she is still busy using tricks, and even deliberately showing off in front of Payan, just to teach me a lesson. She blocked me, which made me extremely anxious, wondering how I could turn things around. And now, I just want to accompany Suzie, who finally agreed to have dinner with me. We arrived at Good Brothers Home Cooking. Suzie looked at the sign, her face as cold as ice. I thought to myself, she definitely doesn't like this name. If she knew I really liked the food here, she would definitely explain it to me. The restaurant was above average in size, and quite a few customers were there. The waiter took us to a table near the window. They couldn't help but look at Suzie a few more times. After all, she had an extraordinary temperament and was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. The waiter enthusiastically introduced the store's couples games, saying they could win cash coupons. I glanced at Suzie, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly looked away. What a silly girl. But this was our first time meeting in person, and even though we were dating online, we weren't really in love yet, so awkwardness and uncertainty were inevitable. I quickly explained, "We're just classmates, not a couple." She was relieved to hear that, but she was obviously not ready to accept another identity. Suzie suddenly asked me, "Do you and your Bai Yueguang often come here to eat?" My heart tightened. Isn't this an event for couples? She must be uncomfortable knowing my feelings for that woman. I replied sternly, "She has never eaten with me alone, and I have completely let her go." I looked at Suzie, and there was tenderness in her eyes. At that moment, I knew that she really believed that I had let go of the past. She whispered, "I will accompany you in the future." This sentence made me a little stunned. I didn't expect her to be so direct. "It's just the two of us having dinner with you," she added, a hint of tentativeness in her tone. I quickly agreed, of course, and felt a warm feeling in my heart. She then made a list of what she wanted to eat. Hot pot, barbecue, our famous rice noodles, Hongdu's clay pot soup, and even wanted to go to Lushan to watch the sunrise, the sea of clouds, and the waterfall. As she spoke of them one by one, my eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Especially when she mentioned Lushan, I said, "We must go together." She nodded slightly, smiling. I asked her, "If you have the chance, would you like to go to Beijing?" She nodded without hesitation, but was a little shy. But I seldom go out, so I might not be familiar with the places to play. I smiled and asked, "So what fun things are there near your home?" She said calmly, "It's just the Forbidden City." It seemed magnificent at first, but after a while it just became just like that. I joked, "Are you willing to reveal your address now? I thought you were going to keep it a secret." In fact, I was already shocked. The Forbidden City is in the second ring road, which means her family background is not simple. Could she be a young lady in the Beijing circle? She glanced at me coldly. "Do you know why I didn't tell you before?" I played dumb. I don't know. But in fact, I already had a guess in my heart, but I just didn't want to mention that painful past. She called me stupid, and I defended myself. "How would I know if you didn't tell me?" She ignored me, picked up her phone, and started scanning the code to order food, mumbling something. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her angry look. This girl is not scary at all when she is angry. Instead, she is even more adorable. The dishes came up quickly, and the waitress had a somewhat ambiguous expression on her face. I knew at a glance that she suspected something about me. The table was filled with fried kidney with leeks, stir-fried lamb kidneys, scrambled eggs with okra, and oysters with garlic, which were obviously nourishing dishes. I looked embarrassed and asked her if she did it on purpose. She poked at the plastic wrap innocently, revealing a playful smile. "You just broke up, and you stayed with me until 1 in the morning last night. These are for your health." I sighed helplessly. "Classmate Zijin." She insisted, Do you have any objections? I said. I have no objection, but we are a single man and a single woman. If you order a table like this, it will easily lead others to misunderstand that we have follow-up activities. She paused, then admitted with a smile, that makes sense. The waitress's look just now suddenly made me understand what she thought we were about to do. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Her face turned red like an apple, and she quickly drank her drink. I hurriedly signaled her to calm down, but she had already taken 3 big gulps in one breath. She looked at me puzzledly. Why are you imitating Urkong? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. She actually drank my drink from a can without a straw. She was stunned, banging her head on her arm, thinking in frustration, I was actually with Suzie. How could this be possible? The atmosphere that night was heating up little by little, but it was also mixed with shyness and uneasiness. When I first met Suzie Jean, she was completely panicked, staring at the tips of her shoes, as if she'd been frightened. I called her, and she softly replied, I'm fine. Her face flushed red, clearly embarrassed. At that moment, a strange thought occurred to me. We'd only just met for the first time, and we'd already had some contact. I quickly stopped my thoughts, afraid to scare her, and said something nonsensical. It's so hot. It's okay. The stuff evaporated long ago. Actually, I'd already drunk it myself, so I figured at least there was some evaporation process involved. She raised an eyebrow and questioned, even a millimeter away, does that mean you haven't touched it? I could only smile, thinking to myself, this girl is quite cute. As we ate, the spiciness kept her guzzling her drink, all for herself. I wasn't even allowed to touch it. After an hour, she had a strong appetite, unlike her usual quiet self. When I went to pay, she suddenly asked, do you remember when we met? I answered, summer vacation after junior high school. She corrected me. Wrong, it was the winter of my freshman year of high school. During her hospitalization, she rarely came online and didn't give me her contact information. Back then, I was just an ordinary in-game friend. After she was discharged, she came online and was surprised to find me leaving messages for her in various games, crying like an idiot that she was gone. She said it was the first snow in over a decade, and she sent me all sorts of photos and messages, afraid I'd ignore her. After hearing what she said, I finally understood how worried I'd been about her. I thought she didn't want to play games with me anymore, but then I realized her game account was pretty high level, so it was impossible for her to drop contact so quickly. So I panicked. Actually, at the time, I had no idea she was a girl. I just thought of her as an ordinary friend. Suzie Jean spoke of this past with a faint smile on her face. She said it was a wonderful feeling to be cared for. We were thousands of miles apart, and we didn't even know each other's faces or names, yet we still cared about each other. I also felt stupid at the time, thinking so much about someone who was almost a stranger. I was about to say something else, but I saw her frown suddenly. I asked her with concern if she was feeling unwell, and she said she was just too full. So I suggested we go shopping to help digest the food, and she happily agreed. That afternoon, we visited many places: Locking River Tower, Xuanyang Tower, Pipa Pavilion, and the Jiangzhou Museum, chatting as we walked. Although it was our first meeting, we felt nothing like strangers. Instead, we connected incredibly well, our eyes meeting, and we could read each other's minds. It was an amazing feeling, like fate. Thinking about the twists and turns of our acquaintance and the tacit understanding that gradually developed, I suddenly felt that this fate might really be destined. As night fell, I took Suzie Jean to the Sky restaurant at Platinum Hanting. It's one of Jiangzhou's most luxurious restaurants, revolving every 2 hours and offering stunning views of the entire city. Suzie Jean went to the restroom, and I was about to ask the waiter to take my order. Just as I raised my hand, a familiar, piercing voice echoed from behind me. Suyi, what are you doing here? I turned around and saw Wu Siyu and a young man in a well-tailored suit and an exaggerated gold watch. Wu Siyu's face was full of anger, and he asked me sarcastically if I had come to Su Rui on purpose, accusing me of being so brazen in front of my master yesterday and coming back today. The young man, who introduced himself as Jibuadwan and was Wu Siyu's boyfriend, looked at me with disdain, calling me Miss Su's dog, and even threatening to destroy me. He ordered me to polish his shoes, boasting that they were Italian brand-name shoes worth over 50,000 yuan. Wu Siyu arrogantly pressured me to obey, claiming I was a servant and should serve them. My face instantly turned cold, and I angrily told them to get lost. This was clearly my first date with Suzie Jean, and I wasn't in the mood for their nonsense. Wu Siyu gnashed her teeth in anger. Jibuadwan was even trying to use this opportunity to curry favor with the eldest daughter of the Su family, showing off and stepping on me. He was so arrogant. Jibuadwan arrogantly spat on the ground and ordered me to lick it clean, or I'd be in trouble. Wu Siyu also warned me that with their power, calling the police wouldn't do anything. Furious, I slapped Ji Budwan to the ground, wiped the spit off the ground by his hair, and kicked him several meters away. After doing all this, I stared coldly at Wu Siyu. I don't want to fight with a woman. Get out of my sight now. She screamed in frustration, calling for Ji Budwan. Too pained to fight back, Ji Budwan screamed for the manager. The restaurant manager hurried over, his face filled with surprise as he recognized young Master Ji. And the situation suddenly became chaotic. Ji Budwan is a famous playboy in Jiangzhou. As the restaurant manager of Baijin Hanting, Qian Dachuan naturally knows him. As soon as I entered Platinum Hanting, Ji Budwan became arrogant and pointed at me and yelled, "Manager Qian, how do you run this restaurant? You let in all kinds of people." He also angrily said that I beat his friend and asked if I didn't want the restaurant to open. Qian Dachuan tried to ease the situation, saying that he was also a guest here, but Ji Budwan refused to let me go and directly called me a servant of the eldest daughter of the Su family, a dog. Wu Siyu also joined in the fun, saying that I was at most a freeloader and asked if I was qualified to spend money here. I couldn't help laughing when I heard what they said. These people didn't understand my identity at all. Everyone outside thought that Su Rui was the eldest daughter and I was just a servant in the family. This was also the reason why Qian Dachuan and Ji Budwan didn't know me. Just then, Wu Siyu suddenly saw someone and ran away, her face full of anger. Then, Su Rui walked into the restaurant with the student union members. She had a smug smile on her face and looked at me like a dog. She mocked me for being so tough yesterday, but today, when she saw the intimate photos of her and Zhang Yang, she rushed over. Zhang Yang's face darkened, and he obviously didn't like my presence. After all, he hadn't settled the score with me after I beat him up yesterday. Zhang Yang yelled at me. "What the hell are you doing here?" I retorted, "What else can I do? I just came to apologize to Ruo Wei." Wu Siyu then scolded me for being arrogant, saying that not only did I not know what was good for me, but I also dared to hit her boyfriend Ji Budwan. Su Ruo sneered. "If you want to be forgiven, apologize to Siyu first, otherwise there will be no good results." She also acted as if she wanted to punish me, as if I owed her millions. I directly retorted, "Are you crazy? Who asked you to forgive me? I never begged you." Zhang Yang's face turned black when he heard this. He was so angry that he jumped up and down and wanted to find someone to teach me a lesson. Ji Budwan also said fiercely that he wanted to beat me. Qian Dachuan was about to call for help, but Su Ruo stopped him. "Forget it, senior. This is not school. This is Platinum Hanting. Don't make Su Yi angry." She also said proudly that she could control me. Then, Su Rui threatened me. "Don't make excuses, don't quibble, apologize to me immediately, otherwise I will never forgive you." I angrily retorted, "Why do you ask me to apologize? Do you deserve it?" She was furious and asked me what I was doing there. Was I really here for a date? I was about to retort when a clear voice came from behind me. "You guessed it, he is here for a date." I turned around and saw Suzie Jean. She had a powerful aura, a noble and cool demeanor, and she elegantly took my arm. The atmosphere in the restaurant changed instantly. Su Ruo was so shocked she was speechless. She had always considered me her personal lover, but she had never imagined I would actually like someone else. She panicked, suspecting this was all an act. She thought to herself, "I have licked her for more than 4 years. It is impossible for her to change her mind. It must be that I saw her being intimate with Pei-in and I was unhappy, so I deliberately pissed her off." But I knew in my heart that Suzie Jean was not someone that anyone could compare to. Her appearance was the real turning point. She gave me strength and made me see clearly what I wanted. "You don't believe it? Then I'll prove it to you." Suzie Jean's eyes were determined. Suddenly, he stood on tiptoe and kissed me. The whole audience was in an uproar. I was stunned myself. This friendship, this brotherhood of more than 4 years, was still there, and yet she actually dared to do this. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and my heart was warmed to the point of melting. Su Ruo refused to believe it, shaking her head and saying I paid her for it. She felt that for 4 years, no matter how I licked her, even if I frowned, she would kneel down and beg her not to be angry. How could she turn around and date someone else? She got more and more excited as she spoke, mocking Suzie Jean for being ugly and unsexy, a mere washboard, and completely unworthy of me. She got louder and louder, laughing with great pleasure. The next second, I slapped her, and she fell to the ground, covering her swollen face with her hands. She was too shocked to speak. "You hit me again?" Zhang Yang and the others were dumbfounded. Yesterday's fight wasn't over yet, and I dared to touch her again today? They looked at me, furious, and couldn't believe I was so arrogant. Suzie Jean's lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was the perfect match for me, and I had actually given up on Su Ruo. This persistence had finally paid off. I said coldly, "What's wrong with me hitting you?" Su Ruo Don't insult my girlfriend in front of me. Now, apologize to Zijin immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. This slap was not only a warning, but also a defense of the only important woman in my heart. Su Rui's face was swollen and she was about to cry, but she said stubbornly, "You are crazy." Before she finished speaking, I slapped her again. "Stop talking nonsense and apologize." Others advised me not to go too far, but I knew she was unworthy of the dignity of my girlfriend. Is Su Rui the eldest daughter in my family? I was determined to expose her. Do you really think I'm her servant? I glanced at everyone, my gaze finally stopping on her. Since you all think so, then you explain who is the master and who is the servant? Su Rui was panicking and was about to explain when Payan rushed over. I kicked him away. Don't be so shameless. She gritted her teeth, unwillingly saying that she cared most about her young lady identity, but I pierced through her disguise with one sentence. You want me not to expose you? Then apologize. She struggled for a long time, and finally reluctantly bowed her head and admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst into tears and rushed out of the restaurant. Suyi, just wait. I won't let you go. Jiang Yang roared, and Wu Siyu was so angry that she looked at him coldly. No one believed that there was anything wrong with Su Rui's identity. After all, she kept changing luxury cars all year round, entertained everyone, and lived in the Su family villa. And me? Everyone knows I'm the son of the Su family's nanny, a lackey who helps the Su family study. To be so arrogant now, he must have some leverage over Su Rui. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and immediately ran out in the direction Su Rui had left. After they left, Ji Buduan roared in the restaurant, his voice deafening. Qian Dachuan, didn't you hear clearly? If you dare to mess with me, Ji Buduan, notify the security immediately and have that Su Yi beaten to death. He was furious and vowed to take revenge. Qian Dachuan looked embarrassed. As a manager, he didn't want to get involved in this kind of dispute. If there's something wrong, just call the police. Why do you have to make me come forward? If this is a misunderstanding, won't that harm me? Suzie Jean's face darkened. He was about to speak, but I gently stopped him. Don't let a girl stand up for me. Who is young Master Ji? Do you really think I don't have a temper? I warned him coldly. I'm only saying this once. Get out of here right now, or you'll face the consequences. Wu Siyu jumped out and shouted arrogantly. What handle do you have in your hands that makes you so arrogant? You don't deserve it at all. She glared at me. She kept showing off Su Rui's luxurious life over the past year, including luxury cars and villas and frequent high consumption, acting as if she was unshakable. They all thought I was just a lowly servant. To be so arrogant, I must have something to hold against me. Wu Siyu even shouted, if you don't obey me, I'll destroy you tonight. She called Su Zijin a paid-for pheasant, arrogant, and didn't take me seriously. Before she could finish her words, a loud slap hit Wu Siyu in the face. She fell to the ground. Her mouth cracked, and blood flowed out instantly. She was shocked and covered her swollen cheek. Su Yi, how dare you hit me? Ji Buduan was so angry that he was about to explode and was about to yell at me when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, his face suddenly changing. It was his father calling. The roar on the other end was deafening. Who the hell did you offend, you piece of shit? All our partners are terminating their contracts, and the bank is forcing us to pay back our loan within a week. My father coughed and continued. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the fire department, and the auditing company are all moving in. The Ji family is not clean, and it's completely finished. After hearing this, Ji Buduan's face turned pale, cold sweat broke out, and he collapsed to the ground, his whole body shivering. How is this possible? I didn't do anything. He muttered to himself, looking at Su Zishan and me in horror. I said coldly, Ji Buduan, no matter who you offend, you must beg for mercy. Without protection, only death awaits you. With a bang, Ji Buduan angrily threw his phone. His head was buzzing and everything collapsed. The arrogance on Ji Buduan's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by deep regret and intense fear. He asked me tremblingly, Who are you? Did you do what happened to my family? Wu Siyu was stunned, and the onlookers were also bewildered. How could a phone call make Ji Buduan kneel down in front of me? What was going on? I shook my head coldly. I didn't give you a choice. You were the one who insisted on jumping in front of me. Glancing around, I turned to Suzie Jean and said, let's eat somewhere else. It's obvious we can't stay here anymore. Suzie Jean nodded, very sensible. Ji Buduan panicked and practically crawled to our front on his knees, begging for mercy. I know I was wrong. It was all my fault for being blind and offending you. Please let me go and spare my family. Who said I was just a dog of the Su family? How could a servant like me bankrupt the G family with just one phone call? He looked up at me, his eyes full of fear, as if he saw a demon. He blamed Wu Siyu harshly. It's all your fault. Kneel down quickly and apologize to Master Su with me. Wu Siyu was stunned, but how could she kneel down to me? She said angrily, Bo Duan, you are wrong. He is the servant. Don't be fooled by him. I sneered. I lied to your mother? My family is almost bankrupt. Ji Buduan was furious and slapped Wu Siyu. It's all your fault that I offended Master Su. If you don't kneel down with me today, I will beat you to death. Wu Siyu screamed in pain, but she still refused to admit her mistake. Buduan, he is not a servant's son. Our entire school knows his identity. He can't bankrupt the Ji family. She shouted, trying to make Buduan wake up. I stared at her and sneered. The eldest daughter of the Su family was bullied by a servant, and she didn't even dare to fight back after being slapped twice? Let me tell you, I am the eldest son of the Su family, and she is just the daughter of our nanny. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief. Ji Buduan was even more desperate and wanted to beat Wu Siyu to death immediately. The daughter of a wealthy family is actually the nanny's daughter? No wonder I can easily put the Ji family into crisis. Wu Siyu was stunned and couldn't accept it. In the past year, Suye's life had been so glamorous. How could he be the nanny's son? I saw through her suspicion and shook my head, saying, How dare a servant occupy the master's car? How dare you slap him twice in front of everyone? Would a real rich girl be bullied like this? Wu Siyu's head suddenly shook and she fell silent. Yes, as the daughter of a wealthy family, how could she allow her servants to bully her? But are these luxury goods and daily life photos all fake? Ji Buduan finally came to his senses and quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Master Su, I know I was wrong. I was confused. Please forgive my family. There was fear in his eyes, and he knew I was not someone to be trifled with. I said indifferently, I didn't mean to make a fuss. You were the one seeking death first. You chose your own path. Don't regret it. After saying that, I took Suzie Jean's hand and left the restaurant without looking back. Master Su, it's all your fault. Wu Siyu, you bitch. Ji Buduan pinched Wu Siyu's hair and beat her madly. Wu Siyu cried and defended herself. Husband, he can't be the eldest young master of the Su family. Don't be fooled by him. But Ji Buduan was furious and threatened repeatedly. If you don't help me ask for forgiveness, I will beat you to death. Wu Siyu was beaten to the point of wanting to die, but she still managed to hold on. He's just a servant's son. Ji Buduan was furious and beat her violently until Qian Dachuan came in with security guards. All this has nothing to do with me anymore. Suzie Jean and I changed restaurants, and after dinner, we strolled along the riverside like a couple who had just fallen in love. Around 10 p.m., I sent Suzie Jean back to school. Along the way, we didn't talk about what happened in the restaurant, even the kiss, as if it had never happened. Passing by College Street, I bought a few cups of fruit tea. Military training is about to start. You can't sleep if you drink milk tea, so I'll buy you some fruit tea. Yes, she replied softly. I bought some more fruit. These are for you and your roommates, Suzie Jean said, a little puzzled. You don't talk much when you're with me, do you? Not very social. I knew her personality somewhat. Introverted and withdrawn, with a touch of social anxiety. People like her are often misunderstood, as if they're trying to be cool or look down on others. I reminded her, remember to share more with your roommates, so that someone will take the initiative to take care of you. After all, only those who truly enter her heart can know that she is actually as warm as the sun. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Su Ruowei's home was intensely oppressive. Su Dehai raged. Su Yi actually hit you and exposed your true identity. What on earth does he want? Wu Jinrong also shouted. Make him kneel down and pay. I'll call you and your brother back to settle the score with him. But Su Ruowei cried. He has humiliated me. Do you think he still cares about me? Wu Jinrong calmly advised her. Men will only let go after they have what they want. You need to learn the art of fishing. Give him some sweet treats, and he won't give up. Su Dehai also nodded. Just make a phone call and hint, and the matter will be resolved. Su Ruowei breathed a sigh of relief, but deep down she was gritting her teeth with hatred. She felt that all of this was Su Ye's fault. If he hadn't gone mad, there wouldn't be this situation. She decided she would never forgive him and would make him kneel down and apologize to her. Returning to Suzie Jean's side, she tasted the fruit tea and said, so sweet, so delicious. Suddenly, she spun happily, and her skirt lifted, revealing a section of her fair, slender legs. Although it was only a little bit, it was enough to attract people. I looked up at her. She was walking backwards, drinking fruit tea while slowly lifting the hem of her skirt. Looks good, doesn't it? My face changed. You did this on purpose. You're obsessed with legs. She snorted proudly. I wanted to reward you for spending the day with me by showing you my legs, but you're not interested? I wondered, but I didn't dare admit it. I had to bite the bullet and say, I think it must be easy for such long legs to pedal a tricycle. Suzie Jean couldn't help laughing and almost kicked me. When we arrived at the dormitory building, I said reluctantly, come in. Okay. She nodded. Remember to call me if you need anything. I'll be there anytime. Okay. We said goodbye to each other. She waved, and I gritted my teeth and turned to go to the parking lot. She stood downstairs until I completely disappeared. At this time, a middle-aged woman walked out from the shadows with a doting yet helpless smile. Still looking? They've all gone far away. Anyway, we can still meet tomorrow morning. I knew she was right, and thinking that we would meet again tomorrow, Suzie Jean couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She turned around and prepared to go upstairs, but suddenly remembered something and handed the fruit in her hand to her aunt, leaving only the box of grapes. Aunt, this is for you and uncle. Lu Qinghan was surprised. He didn't expect that his niece, who usually had a very low EQ, actually knew how to express gratitude and bring gifts. She must have been influenced by someone. She muttered to herself that she had to investigate this guy named Su Yi. I said briskly, military training is about to begin, and we need to adjust our work and rest schedules. I'll go upstairs first. Goodbye, Auntie. After saying that, he didn't wait for an answer and walked briskly back to the dormitory. Thinking back on everything that happened today, I patted my head and said with a smile, Suzie Jean, you are amazing. I was walking alone toward the parking lot, unaware that the Su family's influence was deeper and more sinister than I'd anticipated. As I entered the parking lot, a bespectacled student secretly called, Senior Jiang, we've seen Su go away. He's alone in the school parking lot, about to leave. The other person calmly replied, follow me. Bring someone over right away. What happened today has completely infuriated me. Ruo Wei was beaten and her confession was ruined. I will never tolerate this. Su Yi, I'm warning you, if I don't beat you down today, I'll give you my last name. On the way home, I called my mother several times, but no one answered. Finally, I reached Aunt Lan, who was still in a meeting. She said the problems they had uncovered were far more serious than they had imagined. All of Su Ruowei and Su Jihao's relatives had been found to have serious problems within the company. Su Dehai, who considered himself the company's father-in-law, filled the branch with over 60 employees in just a few months, engaging in rampant corruption and bribery, betraying the company's interests. Su Jihao, the deputy sales manager, was even more despicable. Wu Hongyan, the purchasing manager, not only took kickbacks but also purchased inferior materials. Su Dehai even extended his influence to the Lu Dao and Xingqing branches, seemingly emboldened enough to rebel. I asked Aunt Lan what my mother said, and she said that General Liang would rush to Lu Dao and Xingqing overnight and asked me to handle it personally at headquarters. Before I could finish my words, 2 cars suddenly rushed over and surrounded my car. Several thugs armed with steel pipes jumped out. The bald leader smashed the windshield of my Audi with a baseball bat and yelled at me to get out. They were smashing cars like crazy. I looked at Jiang Yang, my heart sinking. This guy was really looking for death. Aunt Lan on the other end of the phone immediately asked, Master, what happened? I simply replied that someone was causing trouble and reported my location. Aunt Lan smiled and said, this is just a small matter and can be solved within 3 minutes. Make them kneel in front of you. I know that the Su family is not an ordinary family. Behind this kind of social security subcontracting, both black and white are involved, and instant support is not empty talk. The thugs outside the car urged me to get out. I walked out calmly and asked, what's wrong? The bald man grabbed a baseball bat and glared at me. Kid, you've offended someone. I disdainfully asked back. Then who are you here to help? The bald man was furious, calling himself the Dog Blaster from Xiqing District, and was incredibly arrogant. Zhu Huihui, who was next to Jiang Yang, stood up and yelled at me to kneel down and apologize. She was a member of the student union and had even stayed in my car yesterday. Facing her, I coldly said, get lost. Zhu Huihui was furious. She didn't expect me to be so arrogant. After comforting her, Jiang Yang turned to Baogo and ordered, teach him a lesson. Break his legs first. The gangsters rushed towards me. At the critical moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine came from the distance, and the high beam shone glaringly. The gangsters were dazzled and unable to open their eyes, and the situation was immediately disrupted. Stop it. You dare to touch young Master Su? Are you looking for death? With Tiger Lord's roar, over 20 motorcycles instantly surrounded Bao Go and the thugs. In the distance, more lights and shadows continued to approach, their momentum awe-inspiring. When Bao Go saw Master Hu, He immediately became respectful like a dog. Master Hu, why are you here? He was just a small thug in Xiqing district, while Master Hu was the top leader of the Jiangzhou underground. As soon as he said this, Baogo was frightened and trembled all over. Tiger Lord mercilessly snatched the baseball bat from Baogo's hand and smashed it hard on his head, sending blood splattering everywhere. The thugs immediately dared not resist and knelt down to beg for mercy, their attitude extremely humble. Tiger Lord glanced at the crowd and shouted angrily, "How dare you offend Master Su? Kneel down." At this time, the number of onlookers had reached 40 or 50 people, and more black shadows were still pouring in. The overwhelming aura completely suppressed Baogo and his group. Jiang Yang and Zhu Huihui stood by in amazement. They had never expected Su Yi to have such powerful backing. They had always thought he was just Su Rui's lackey, but they had never expected such a powerful force behind him. Tiger Master glared at the two of them. "Did you hear that? Kneel." Although they were unwilling, facing a big shot like Tiger Master, Jiang Yang and Zhu Huihui had no choice but to kneel on the ground, their hearts full of shock and doubt. Master Hu turned to Su Yi and said flatteringly, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry I was almost late. What do you want to do with these bastards?" I responded coldly, "It's up to you." Before I finished speaking, I walked away, completely ignoring Jiang Yang and Zhu Huihui. They knelt on the ground, watching me walk past them, their hearts filled with confusion and resentment. They didn't understand why I ignored them so much, and they couldn't believe that I dared to openly challenge my master. Tiger Master was also in a dilemma. How could this method satisfy Master Su? At this time, his capable subordinate suggested, "Why not ask Sister Lan?" Tiger Master immediately called Aunt Lan and told her everything. Aunt Lan's voice rang out over the phone. "Who sent you to trouble my young master?" Baogo nervously replied, "Zhang Yang gave me 200,000 yuan to cut off young Master Su's legs." Aunt Lan sneered, "Once you take the job, you have to keep your word. It's just 2 legs, isn't it?" Tiger Lord's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, clearly understanding Auntie Lan's intention, hinting at a tit-for-tat response. Baogo also understood the situation and immediately expressed his understanding. Tiger ordered Baogo to take action. Baogo grabbed the steel pipe and rushed towards Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang hurriedly begged for mercy. "Brother Baogo, don't do this. My father is Jiang Jiamin." Baogo sneered. "What's your father?" "He's nothing in front of Tiger." A shrill scream echoed from the path. Zhu Huihui screamed in fear, but could only tremble. Tiger Lord coldly ordered, "Compensate for Su Xiao's car as well. If you don't, you will bear the consequences." Baogo promised to make all the arrangements, then quickly left with his men. At this point, I was unaware of this and stared at my phone, my brow furrowed. Suddenly, a message popped up on the phone screen. "Suyi, why did you block me on WeChat? Do you really not want to forgive me? I was so stupid in my previous life that I was completely devoted to such a confused woman. Today, in front of a bunch of people, I slapped her twice and blocked all her WeChat and phone numbers. Is my attitude clear enough?" But this woman still refused to give up and kept threatening me to forgive her. She must be crazy. I was too lazy to pay attention to her and simply blocked her text messages. Just as I was about to put my phone away, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on the screen. It was from her. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat and my irritability instantly dissipated. She said she couldn't sleep and that she was used to her bed. Unexpectedly, she sent me a message saying that maybe she wasn't used to her bed, but to me. This direct answer confused me, and I couldn't help asking her what she meant. She said that she suddenly wanted to listen to me talk. Maybe she could fall asleep while listening. Then she sent me a voice call request, and I answered without hesitation. The breathing on the other end of the line was nervous, just like hers and mine. I asked her what she wanted to hear me say, but she asked me to sing for her, saying she had never heard me sing. I stopped, looked at the river in the distance, coughed lightly, and hummed softly. "I choose to wander the night with a candle. The midnight stars are like my running friends. I love every scab on your wound." She laughed and teased me, asking if I had other plans for her, but I explained that I was just singing casually. After she finished singing, the only sound on the other end of the phone was her even breathing. It was obvious that she had fallen asleep. I took a deep breath and said thank you to her in my heart. She didn't know how much I had been through, nor did she understand how much she meant to me. Suddenly, I heard her calling my name softly, as if talking in a dream, and mentioned why she went to a foreign country to study. She said it was to see me. At that moment, I wanted to hold back my tears, but I couldn't. I asked myself in my heart, why was I so stupid in my previous life? Why was she so nice to me? On the other side, Su Rui stayed in front of her phone all night, her face turning blue with anger. She didn't expect that I would be so disrespectful to her that I slapped her twice in public and almost exposed her conspiracy. She was furious and thought I would be irritated and would take the initiative to surrender to her, but I ignored her completely. She gritted her teeth and swore that she would never talk to me again unless I apologized sincerely. After I hung up the phone with my mother, she told me to handle the matter with caution, reminding me that if you don't kill the snake, there will be endless troubles. I sneered. The bitter lessons of my previous life made me realize that if I don't deal with them, this scourge will never disappear. I will not show mercy to Su Rui's family. Instead, I will make them live a life worse than death and regret it for the rest of their lives. The Su Group's headquarters building stands in Jiangzhou and is a landmark of the city. It is 327 meters high and has 101 floors, all of which belong to our family. The 26th floor is the business department, where my sister-in-law Su Rui's elder brother Su Zhihao works as the vice president. Although he has a low level of education, he has made great success thanks to his connections. On this day, the whole floor was particularly lively because the group received a notice. The young chairman, that is, me, will be here today. Normally, I don't care about the group's affairs. I come here just to give benefits to my brother-in-law, salary increase and promotion. Su Zhihao has just been in the group for over a year. He doesn't rely on his own abilities at all, but relies entirely on currying favor with me. When he heard that I was coming, he was very happy and thought that he could get more benefits from me this time. He was eager to teach me a lesson first because I dared to hit his sister and scold his mother. Today he planned to teach me a lesson first, and then talk about salary increase and promotion. At least I would get the position of general manager of the investment department and 10 million in cash compensation. Chapter 34, Young Chairman? Let him wait outside. The department manager was also there, waiting cautiously beside him, which made him extremely proud. There's nothing that can be done about it. Everyone in the entire group knows that every time the young chairman comes here, he only has one thing in mind: to give benefits to his future brother-in-law. And the most crucial point is that the general manager of the Pengqing branch has retired. The young chairman, who just retired yesterday, came here today. He didn't care about other departments, as long as he was told to come to the 26th floor. He already has a criminal record, and now the general manager of the Pengqing branch has retired internally. What does this mean? Isn't it obvious enough? Lin Hongsheng sighed deeply in his heart. He is already 48 years old this year, and has worked diligently in the group for 15 years to achieve his current position. Where's Su Zhihao? It's only been a little over a year, and the key point is that he doesn't even have a junior high school diploma. The general manager of Pengqing branch. Why? Is it because he is lucky that he has a good sister? Brother Su, if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the person in charge of the Pengqing branch. I really envy you. If you have the opportunity in the future, don't forget me and remember to lend a hand. Although he felt bad in his heart, Lin Hongsheng still spoke in a flattering manner on the surface. Su Zhihao, however, didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Manager Lin, you're too polite. If you want to see me in the future, just make an appointment with my secretary. I'll definitely meet you if I have time." After a pause, he added, "But to be honest, I may not be free by then. After all, you should know that. Take President Liang and Chairman Su for example. Do you think that a junior executive of your level can schedule a meeting at any time?" Lin Hongsheng. He always knew that Su Zhihao was a very arrogant person. He took advantage of the fact that the young chairman liked his sister and even dared to ignore the vice president. But his mother was already so arrogant? Does this directly put him on an equal footing with the chairman and his wife? However, Su Zhihao seemed to be completely unaware of the shock in his eyes. He seemed to suddenly remember something and put his hand directly on Lin Hongsheng's shoulder. "Boss Lin, you've been the sales manager for several years now, right? Do you want to change positions and move up a level?" Lin Hongsheng's heart moved, and he looked at him uncertainly and said, "Boss Su, what do you mean by this?" Su Zhihao didn't say anything, just stared at him quietly. Lin Hongsheng laughed angrily. "Boss Su, do you know that there are crimes of bribery and corruption in the workplace? I can accept it, but are you trying to ask for a bribe from me?" Su Zhihao's expression changed, and his eyes turned cold instantly. His original thought was that after all, he had a Tianhao company, and the position of investment manager was indeed very good, and the business department was also something he absolutely could not let go. But after all, he is not in control of it himself. If he wants to steal the group's business openly like before, being a deputy manager is definitely not enough. He must be a legitimate manager. In other words, he must get rid of Lin Hongsheng and replace him with someone he can trust. Since we are going to take action against him anyway, why not take this opportunity to make some money? But he never expected that this guy would be so ungrateful. "Okay, you think you are great and noble, right? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when that stupid lickspittle Suzie gets old." At this moment, an employee suddenly ran over and said breathlessly to the two of them, Boss Su, Boss Lin, the young chairman is here. Coming so soon. Su Zhihao originally wanted to teach Suyi a lesson, but Lin Hongxing's rejection of his respect just now made him extremely unhappy. He immediately said with a cold face, "Have him wait outside. Without my permission, he is not allowed to set foot on the sales department floor. This isn't appropriate. He's the young chairman. Aren't you afraid he'll get angry if you ask him to wait outside?" Lin Hongxing and the employee who came to report were dumbfounded, their voices trembling violently. He is the young chairman of Su Group and holds shares. Su Zhihao is such an idiot. It's okay for him to say a few words behind someone's back, but why would he not give face to the young chairman in front of the entire group? Are you sure he's not crazy? I'm not afraid of anything. He's the young chairman, and I'm his brother-in-law. Su Zhihao snorted coldly. He actually dared to make my sister angry the day before yesterday. If I don't teach him a lesson today, he really thinks no one can deal with him. Hurry up and go. Don't you know what kind of character Su Yi is in front of me? Several people then remembered this. Indeed, when had the young chairman ever lost his temper in front of Su Zhihao? But Su Zhihao had the courage, but they didn't. So they hurriedly brought several managers at the supervisory level and above to the door of the building to welcome Su Yi. The next moment, a low-key business car stopped at the door of the building, and then a young man in a well-tailored suit, with a handsome face and heroic air, got out of the car. "Young chairman, welcome. I am Lin Hongxiang, general manager of the business department." Su Yi shook hands with the other party, but looked at the position behind him. "Mr. Lin, you're welcome. I'm here to see Su Zhihao today. Where is he?" Lin Hongxing suddenly felt extremely depressed. Sure enough, he came again to offer benefits to his future brother-in-law. But this time, he didn't even pretend. He was so high profile. Wasn't he afraid that the whole company would be disappointed? He sighed inwardly and answered truthfully. "Deputy Manager Su is still in the office." Su Yi immediately raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't he come down to greet us?" Lin Hongxing's face suddenly showed an embarrassment, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Damn, how should he answer this? According to Su Zhihao's statement, the other party dared to have something to rely on, and he repeated it himself? Isn't that just courting death? Su Yi suddenly laughed. It seems that Deputy Manager Su is quite arrogant. Does he think I'm not worthy of being greeted by him? After Su Yi finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold. Call him and tell him that if he doesn't come down in 3 minutes, he won't have to work. As the young chairman of the Su Group, he still has the right to fire the deputy manager of a department. What's more, this deputy manager is none other than Su Zhihao, a beast with a ruthless heart, ulterior motives, a wolfish nature, and a beast in human form. On the other side, Su Zhihao was still sitting in his office, with his legs on the table, waiting for Su Yi to come and beg him. In his opinion, Su Yi was just a tool used by their family. The so-called eldest son of the Su family was nothing in front of him. How dare he bully his own sister, drive him out of the Su family villa, and even insult his own mother. It's just pure asking for trouble. Chapter 35. Demoted and transferred to cleaning toilets. Suddenly, Su Zhihao's cell phone rang. It was one of his most trusted assistants calling. With a sneer, he crossed his legs and answered the call. "How's it going? Is that idiot Su Yi waiting outside obediently?" The assistant hesitated, and Su Zhihao's face suddenly fell. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. Why are you hemming and hawing?" "Mr. Su, the young chairman. The young chairman asks you to leave within 3 minutes, otherwise you will be fired." The assistant spoke in fear and trepidation. Su Zhihao was stunned for a moment, then slammed the table with such a loud bang that it almost deafened the assistant on the other end of the phone. "Su Yi, this idiot, is he really that brave?" Su Zhihao was really angry. "Tell him to get out of here and stand outside the building immediately. He can't come in until he has stood there for 5 hours. Otherwise, I will make my sister never forgive him for the rest of her life." The assistant was stunned. What happened before is fine, but making the chairman stand outside the building for 5 hours? Is Deputy Manager Su really crazy? Seeing no response from the other side for a long time, Su Zhihao couldn't help but slam the table again. "Hurry up? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The assistant had no choice but to bite the bullet and repeat Su Zhihao's words. But he was really helpless. He felt like a sandwich and didn't want to offend either side. Everyone knows that because of his sister, Deputy Manager Su will sooner or later become a family with Chairman Xiao. But even so, he is the young chairman of the Su Group after all, and his crazy words against Tian Gang. Deputy Manager Su. How did he say that? Everyone else also thought that Su Zhihao was crazy for daring to say such things. If you don't know, you might think Su Zhihao is the young chairman of Su Group, and Su Yi is a street kid. Everyone subconsciously looked at Su Yi and saw that Su Yi was not angry, but just laughed softly. Call HR and have them issue a group announcement within 10 minutes. Su Jihao has been dismissed and transferred to the cleaning department, responsible for cleaning the men's restrooms for the entire building. Suye's voice rang in everyone's ears. Why not just fire him? Calling the police would be too easy for him. He said that he would make Su Rui's family live a life worse than death. Letting them in so easily, isn't that too easy for them? Do you like sucking the blood of my Su family? Then go to the cleaning department and suck it. There are more than 600 toilets in the entire Su group, which is enough for you, Su Jihao, to suck it enough. This? Lin Hongxing broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart was as tormented as Su Jihao's assistant. Damn, you future family are fighting. Why do you drag us into this? It would be fine if the young chairman was really reliable, but I am in a dilemma. What sin did I commit in my previous life? Well, young chairman, Deputy Manager Su is, after all, a P6 level mid-level manager. Whether it's a transfer or issuing a group announcement. Lin Hongxing said this with a stiff upper lip, but before he could finish his words, Suyi raised his hand and interrupted him without any hesitation. That's not your concern. Just do what you're told. He had already arranged some things. The reason why he made this trip today was simply to find an excuse to make a fuss and watch the other party get into trouble. Of course, this is also a public announcement that he, Suyi, no longer indulges Su Rui's family and still wants to ride on his head and act wildly. Don't even think about it. Business Department, Deputy General Manager's Office. I'm going to explode. Shunzi, can you afford it? Su Jihao had his collar open, a cigarette in his mouth, and rolled up his sleeves to show the only 3 cards left in his hand. He looked at everyone with a threatening look. The whole office is filled with smoke. How can it look like the office of a middle-level manager in a regular company? No one would doubt that it was an underground chess and card room. Many employees outside the office secretly looked inside, and all of them couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Their general manager Su has always been like this. He does nothing all day long and just forces his subordinates to play cards with him. And he can only win and never lose. But such a person is about to become the head of the Pingqing branch of Su Group? Isn't this world too unfair? But what can we do? Who says he is the future brother-in-law of the group's young chairman? There is no use in being envious, jealous, and resentful. It has no meaning at all. Inside the office, one of Su Jihao's confidants hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Boss Su, wasn't that a bit too much for you to treat the young chairman just now? I'm not afraid of anything. You're afraid of chicken feathers. Su Jihao cursed without hesitation. He's just a dog that licks my sister's ass. Don't you know what kind of person he was in front of me before? If you're talking about standing as punishment, I'll just make him kneel at the door of the building. Do you think he dares to fart? He really didn't care at all. After all, similar things had happened more than once or twice in the past. When did that stinky bootlicker named Su dare to act so recklessly? I have my sister Su Rui here, so even if I give him 10,000 guts, what can he do to me? But at this moment, his assistant suddenly rushed in and said in a panic, Boss Su, something happened. Not only have you been demoted, you've been transferred to the cleaning department. Nonsense, are you fucking kidding me? Who in the entire group would dare to demote me? Not to mention transferring me to the cleaning department. Su Jihao looked displeased. If this assistant wasn't usually quite sensible, he would have slapped him. Really? Mr. Su, the group's announcement has been sent out, and in the group, the HR manager has even tagged you. Bullshit, Zhang Xinwei dares. Is he crazy? While cursing, Su Jihao unlocked his phone and saw a lot of messages, several of which were tagged. There was also a notification confirmation and more than 20 private messages. Without paying any attention to anything else, he directly opened Zhang Xinwei's call and saw that it was indeed a notification of his transfer, and the electronic version of the announcement was also sent out directly. Come in late and leave early? Absent from work? Gather together to gamble? Multiple violations? The point is, he even asked me to clean the toilet. What does this bastard Zhang Xinwei want to do? Is he crazy? At this time, the company group had exploded. After all, everyone knew that Su Jihao was the young chairman's future brother-in-law. How could he be demoted suddenly? And he went all the way down to the toilet. Even during working hours, there are still a lot of people discussing things. Su Jihao stared at the messages in each group. His face looked extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How dare you? Zhang Xinwei, how dare he? Chapter 36, Settling the Score with Su Yi. Zhang Xinwei, let me test your code. Su Jihao cursed angrily and took out his cell phone to call Zhang Xinwei. But before he could dial the number, his cell phone rang first. It was Zhang Xinwei calling. Su Jihao, why are you still not sure about the group's announcement? You are no longer the deputy manager of the sales department. Report to Manager Zhou of the cleaning department within 10 minutes. Su Jihao was furious. He slammed the table and angrily shouted, Zhang Xinwei, are you fucking crazy? How dare you do this to me? Do you know what you're doing? Nonsense. I was the one who issued the notice. How could I not know what I was doing and what I was saying? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know my identity? Do you really want to die? Su Zhihao was so angry that he kept banging the table, almost making his palms swollen. He's crazy. This idiot Zhang Xinwei is absolutely crazy. It's not me who's looking for death, it's you. Su Zhihao, do you really think you're a dish? You really have no idea what stupid thing you did. Zhang Xinwei, the HR manager, said, all right, I'm too lazy to waste time talking to you. Anyway, I've officially informed you of the group's decision. You have 8 minutes left. If you don't report to Manager Zhou from the cleaning department within 8 minutes, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Zhang Xinwei. Su Zhihao roared in anger. Do you really not know the consequences of doing this? I'm Su Rui's brother. How dare you do this to me? Have you considered the consequences? What could be the consequences? Who the hell is Su Rui? If it were in the past, Zhang Xinwei really wouldn't dare to say this. But now? Thinking about Secretary Zhou's arrangements last night and the attitude clearly expressed by the eldest young master. What is Zhang Xinwei afraid of when it comes to a mere woman who doesn't know her own identity? Okay, this is my last sentence. You have 6 minutes left. If I don't see you within 6 minutes, you'll be punished. After Zhang Xinwei finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for an answer. Grasp. Su Zhihao was completely furious. It must be Su Yi, this damn beast. But dare you do this to me? How dare he do that? Doesn't he really want to be forgiven by his own sister? He was shaking with anger, but the others looked at each other, and a playful and relieved smile appeared on the corners of their mouths involuntarily. No one expected that retribution would come so quickly. It really is the law of karma, and no one can escape it. What do you call this? This is what they call arrogance and punishment. Some people are really funny. They can't even recognize their own identities. Do you really think you can control the young chairman of the Su group with just a woman? Is this woman a golden lace? Gold rims aren't enough. At least diamonds would be enough, right? TSK. How can this idiot still have the nerve to stay here? If it were me, I would have left the fucking place long ago. Still daydreaming. The flattery of the past turned into undisguised sarcasm. Su Zhihao could no longer restrain his anger. He pushed open the door and roared at everyone. Shut the fuck up, everyone. Who are you having an affair with here? Do you still think you're the deputy manager of our business department? Get it straight. You've been demoted and are now just a toilet cleaner. What's the dog's bark? You don't know your own identity? Would you like to take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you have the right to yell here? The female colleagues were fine, but many male employees who had been bullied by him rolled up their sleeves, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. Damn, putting everything else aside, is it easy for everyone to earn some hard-earned money? Every time I get a bonus, before I even get to enjoy it, I have to give at least 1/3 of it to my parents as a gift in the form of entertainment. Why? I really couldn't bear to leave my job at Su Group before, but now it's obvious that the young chairman doesn't take me seriously at all. How dare he pretend to be like that with us? This is really courting death, okay? Su Zhihao finally realized something and hurriedly pushed through the crowd in a panic, rushing out as if escaping. But just leave like that? Of course not. He was going to find Su Yi and make sure this damn beast gave him a satisfactory explanation. Master, the notice has been issued, and Wu Hongyan has been expelled directly according to your instructions. In the chairman's office, Zhang Xinwei reported respectfully over the phone. Su Yi nodded slightly, a sinister sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wu Hongyan is Su Rui's aunt and one of the directors of the purchasing department of Su Group. After a whole day of investigation yesterday, it was found that she also had some serious problems. Su Yi had his own plans for firing him directly instead of treating him the same way as Su Zhihao. This woman is quite fierce. If she knew that she was implicated because of Su Rui, you have to know that Wu Hongyan is not a good person. On the contrary, she is also a vicious person and does not know what gratitude means. Dare to harm her interests? Even if they were her own sister and niece, she would still make a big fuss until Su Rui and her whole family gave her a satisfactory explanation. Just then, Su Zhihao rushed in like an angry bull. He didn't care about knocking on the door or not, and he didn't care that this was the chairman's office. In his opinion, the entire Su family had to be inferior to him when facing him. Did they want to get his respect? Are these idiots from the Su family worthy? Su Yi, are you fucking me? Why did you demote me and transfer me to the cleaning department? Su Zhihao glared and slammed the table in anger. Su Yi hung up the phone, and his eyes instantly turned cold. First, who are you? Do you think you can call me by my name? Call me Xiaodong. Secondly, who allowed you to barge in like this? Are there any rules? Do you know where this place is? Su Yi, stop talking nonsense. I just want to ask you, why did you demote me? And why did you transfer me to the cleaning department? In his opinion, Suyi could only give him benefits, so what qualifications did he have to treat him like this? You can't even tell the difference between the big and small kings. Are you trying to rebel? Isn't it just to teach you a lesson? The day before yesterday, you treated my mother like that, and treated my sister like that. Isn't it right for me, your future brother-in-law, to teach you a lesson? Su Zhihao shouted confidently, not feeling that there was anything wrong with him at all. He hasn't even married his own sister yet, but he's already so arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, what's going to happen to him in the future? This stinky bootlicker can only be ordered around by his family. If he dares to show any temper, he will not be tolerated. Doesn't he fucking understand this? Chapter 37. I'm really angry this time. I'm telling you. Suyi, you'd better kneel down and admit your mistake right now, or I'll call Ruowei right away and see if she'll let you off. Su Zhihao moved Su Ruowei out. According to his previous understanding, whenever Su Yi heard him mention the three words Su Ruowei, he would immediately become uneasy and then hurriedly kneel in front of him, and he had never failed. But when he was waiting to see Su Yi kneel down, he heard Su Yi sneer without any concealment. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you still think you can scare me with your sister? Do you want to think about what your sister is? With her? Is she worthy of scaring me? Seeing Su Yi slamming the table and standing up, Su Zhihao seemed to be meeting him for the first time and stammered. You? What do you mean? What's the meaning? Isn't the meaning obvious enough? Let me make it clear. I, Su Yi, am the eldest son of the Su family. What kind of woman can I want? Am I missing your sister? When I doted on her, you and your whole family could act all over me. But now I don't dote on her anymore. I even feel sick just looking at her. You're still using her to threaten me. What are you dreaming about? Su Yi spoke with a cold look in his eyes, which sounded like thunder to Su Zhihao's ears. He looked incredulous, his face as pale as paper as he shook his head and said, Impossible. You like my sister so much. How could you just give up like that? Su Yi sneered again. Obviously, she has never been irreplaceable. All right, I'm saying this for the last time. Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Rebellion. Rebellion. Su Yi, are you going to rebel against the heaven? Su Zhihao couldn't listen at all and pointed at Su Yi, trembling all over. Not only did he lose all the benefits that were supposed to come his way, but he was also demoted to a toilet cleaner. How could he possibly accept this? However, everyone else in the office was very happy, and they all thought that the young chairman had finally come to his senses. Awesome and domineering. The young chairman of the Su group should be like this, but he was actually controlled by a White Lotus bitch. It's simply a joke. Who is the one who wants to rebel against the heaven? Su Yi frowned. Why don't you get out of here right now? Are you forcing me to notify security? You. Su Zhihao was so angry that his face turned red and he was furious. Su Yi, just wait for me. I will make you regret it. Roll. Fuck you, you stinky licker, you fucking. Su Zhihao was completely furious. He rushed forward and wanted to beat Su Yi, but was stopped by two security guards who were already nearby. He was knocked to the ground in a few seconds. You're asking for your own death. You were the one who started it. Beat me to death. After receiving the order, the two security guards immediately used their hands and feet to beat the guy, making him scream and wail. At first, Su Zhihao was quite stubborn and kept cursing at Su Yi. However, as the two security guards increased their force, he soon could only cry and beg for mercy. Su Yi raised his hand, and the two security guards stopped. Seeing the bruised face of this guy, Su Yi took a few steps forward, came to him, patted his face, and said, Just report to the cleaning department honestly. I can let you off the hook for what happened just now. Otherwise, you know the power of my Su family. How dare you show off in front of me, Su Yi? I have 10,000 ways to make you live a life worse than death. After saying that, he waved his hand, and two security guards immediately came up, one in front and one behind, lifted him up and threw him out. Damn it, Su Yi, how dare you do anything to me? Just wait, I will never let you go. Facing the ridicule of countless people, the guy fled without looking back. He wanted to go back as quickly as possible and tell his sister about this matter so that his sister could teach Su Licking Dog a lesson. Otherwise, if we continue to let him go on like this, he will really rebel. On the other side, Su Ruowei and Pei-en waited in a hotel for a whole night. It was almost noon, but Su Yi had not called to apologize yet, which made Su Ruowei very angry. According to past rules, Su Yi had never lasted so long. Pei-en was even more unhappy to the extreme and said with a gloomy face, Ruowei, this Su liquor is becoming more and more outrageous. I never dared to get angry with you before, but now, it's been so damn long, and you still don't even show any intention of apologizing. If you ask me, you absolutely cannot forgive him easily this time. You must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, won't he just escalate and continue to push his luck? Su Rui nodded heavily. This was exactly what she thought. The key point is that this bastard really pissed her off this time. He actually slapped her in front of so many people, which made her lose all her face. Unforgivable. This guy has really gone too far. At this moment, Su Rui's cell phone suddenly rang. Pei-in immediately let out a smug sneer. Rui, I said that the lickspittle would come to you on his own initiative. Look, isn't he here now? Su Rui also thought so, but Suyi, do you think it will be so easy for me to forgive you? Not to mention the door, there is no gap at all. At the very least, he had to bring enough gifts, and they had to be things he liked and satisfied with, otherwise. But before she could finish her thought, her face froze instantly. What's wrong? Rui. Pei-in frowned. This isn't Suyi, it's my mom calling. After saying that, he picked up the phone without waiting for Pei-in to answer. Mom, fuck you. Where are you? Come back here. Your brother got beaten up, and that bastard Suyi demoted him to cleaning toilets. What? Damn Suyi, how dare he? Is he really lawless? When she rushed home as fast as she could, her father also rushed back from outside. Su Jihao was lying on the bed with a bruised face and nose, groaning from time to time. Su Ruiwei was so angry that she almost exploded after just a quick glance at him. Mom, brother, what's going on? What's going on? Go ask Suyi. That damned bastard is completely rebelling against the heavens. Wu Jinrong was so angry that his face turned blue, but he finally couldn't hold back and told his son everything he had heard from him in detail. By the time she finished speaking, Su Ruiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over and her face had turned green. Suyi, this damn beast. How dare he? How on earth dare he? Chapter 38. Su Ruiwei? Crash into her. Su Jihao howled angrily. He doesn't dare? This beast is going to go to heaven. Ruiwei, do you know that he not only punished me by sending me to the cleaning department, but also threatened me to do everything he arranged, or else he would kill me and make my parents suffer? Lawless, this beast Suyi is really too much. Su Ruiwei was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Su Dehai's face also turned ashen as he said, this little bastard. Jihao is his future brother-in-law after all. How dare he do such a thing? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to rebel against heaven? Ruiwei, you must think of a way to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, Dad. I'll call him right now. No matter what, he must give us a satisfactory explanation. As Su Ruiwei spoke, she took out her cell phone and dialed Su Ye's number in front of everyone. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Can't get through? No, I was blocked by that stinky bootlicker. Son of a bitch, is he really coming after me? In a rage, she went straight to Su Group. But when she arrived at the group, the front desk and security guards refused to let her in and stopped her outside. She was stunned. You know, in the past, when she came to Su Group, it was just like coming to her own home. She could go in whenever she wanted. When had she ever been stopped by anyone? Including Wu Siyu, Jiang Yang, and others always believed that she was the daughter of Su Group. Why? Because she was here, a large number of photos were also taken as evidence. But today, right now, a few stinky security guards and the front desk clerk actually dared to stop him? This is all just like that stinky bootlicker Suyi. Are they trying to rebel against the heaven? Assholes, do you know what you are doing? I'm the future chairman's wife, and you dare not let me in? Don't you want to do this anymore? She exploded with rage, screaming and glaring at everyone. Sorry, this is the order of our young chairman. The receptionist smiled, but there was a hint of deep mockery in her eyes. And Miss Su, do you know that spreading rumors is illegal? What future chairman's wife? Who admitted it? If this incident didn't happen at all, and you were spreading rumors in front of our group, have you ever considered the consequences? She really thought it was ridiculous. She didn't take the young chairman seriously before, but now, he has completely ruined herself, right? This was the order from the young chairman himself. How dare you cause trouble in the name of the future chairman's wife? He is simply asking for trouble and seeking death. Okay, stop talking nonsense with her and kick her out right now. You dare. Su Ruiwei was so angry that her face turned red, but she was not given the chance to continue shouting. Several security guards picked her up and threw her out without mercy. You bastards, just wait for me. After I teach Suyi a lesson, I'll come back and see how I'll deal with you. Su Ruiwei cursed furiously, borrowed a passerby's phone, called Suyi's number, and angrily demanded, Suyi, why are you doing this to me? Why are you treating my brother like this? Suyi smiled. First, what is your relationship with me? What qualifications do you have to question me? Second, don't bother me anymore. I feel sick just hearing your voice now. Without giving her a chance to reply, he hung up the phone. Suyi, you really pissed me off. I swear to heaven, you'll definitely regret it. Su Ruiwei was so angry that she jumped up and down and cursed, but she did not leave. Instead, She stayed outside the group building. How dare he treat himself like this? You know, he promised that he would listen to me and treat me well forever. But how long has it been now? In just over 4 years. How dare he? If I don't give myself a satisfactory explanation today, I will never let him go. More than an hour later, his younger brother Suzie rushed over, but Suyi still did not show up. This Suyi, what on earth does he want to do? Suzie already knew everything that had happened today, and he was so angry that he yelled, "Sister, he's getting more and more daring. You must teach him a lesson. We absolutely cannot forgive him so easily. We must at least make him kneel down in front of our family. Only then will we give him a chance to talk and see how he intends to compensate us. Don't worry, I've already thought it through. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter, I will never forgive him." Su Rui's face was also ice cold, and she almost bit her teeth to pieces. Finally, as the time was approaching 12 o'clock, a business car slowly drove out of the underground garage. Su Rui recognized it at a glance. It was one of Su Ye's cars, and she immediately stopped it in anger. "Su Ye, come out here. You must give me an explanation today." Su Ye didn't even look at him, and said directly to the driver, "Drive. If she dares to stop me, just hit me, and I will take the responsibility for anything that happens." You. When Su Rui heard this, she was so angry that her face turned blue, but she was more panicked and extremely uneasy. She finally realized that Su Yi seemed to have really become a different person. He was not playing tricks on her, and it seemed that he really didn't love her anymore. "Su Yi, are you angry about what happened the day before yesterday and yesterday? I can explain all of this, so I won't say anything more about Pan. I did everything about Jiangyang on purpose. I just wanted to piss you off and see if you'd get jealous because of me. But there's a reason for this. Who told you to get mad at me like that the day before yesterday? I thought you didn't love me anymore, so..." She has completely lowered her stance. After all, before today, she had never explained anything to Su Yi, let alone said it in person, such as, "I want to see you jealous. I think you don't love me anymore." She also sincerely believed that as long as she lowered her attitude to this level, Su Yi would definitely become the most obedient dog under her feet again, just like before. Unfortunately, she was thinking too much. Without giving her a chance to finish, Su Yi interrupted her rudely. "Su Rui, how many times have I told you this? Anything you do has nothing to do with me, understand? From now on, please don't bother me anymore. I'll feel sick and..." "You are really too self-righteous." After saying that, the car window rolled up, and then the driver stepped on the accelerator and left the place at an incredible speed. Su Rui was dumbfounded and completely stunned on the spot. But before she could come to her senses, the cell phone rang again. It was her aunt Wu Hanyan calling. "Ruowei, did you have a fight with that Su the Licker? Why did I suddenly receive a notice from the Human Resources Department saying that I was fired by Su the Licking Dog?" Chapter 39. Jiang Yang, who sees through everything. After receiving the call, Su Rui hurried home, and only then was she convinced that her aunt was really fired. The reason was ridiculous to the extreme. It was just because her aunt often watched short dramas and took kickbacks a few times while at work. This made Wu Jinrong so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. "Su Yi, that little bastard, how dare he do that? It's becoming increasingly lawless. Is he really planning a rebellion? When have our Su and Wu families ever suffered such humiliation? I'm so pissed off. Ruowei, you have to think of a solution. We can't just let this go. It must be that Ruowei has been too tolerant and indulgent towards him during this period. He has begun to confuse the difference between the big and small kings, right? I think he's completely lost his mind now. He doesn't even consider us elders." Su Dehai was also completely enraged. His face turned livid, and he said, "All right, all of you, shut up." After saying this, he looked at Su Zhihao and Wu Hongyan and said, "Don't worry, this matter is by no means over. I will definitely make the Su family give us a satisfactory explanation." He decided to wait for Su Chongrui to come back, and then go directly to the real head of the Su family to ask for an explanation. His daughter has been with his son for more than 4 years, and has given all her youth to his son. Why does he treat them like this? Do you want to be a heartless man? You don't want to care about your daughter anymore after she's delayed him for more than 4 years? You're dreaming. No way. In the car, Su Yi always felt like he had forgotten something today. What is going on? Wait, I forgot to reply Zijin's message. Damn it. He slapped his forehead hard and quickly took out his cell phone. Ching Zijin, are you done? Ching Zijin, 1. Ching Zijin, 11. Ching Zijin, 111. Ching Zijin, 111, 1111. Ching Zijin, missed. Ching Zijin. Su Yi. He was overwhelmed. He had previously held a meeting to make arrangements and preparations for the next step against Su Jihao's company, so he muted his phone. As a result, he quickly typed on his keyboard and replied, "Sorry, I just had a meeting and my phone was on silent. I just finished it." After replying, he stared at the phone, waiting for Suzie answer. But after waiting for a long time without any response, he suddenly became anxious and wondered whether he should just give her a phone call. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Tiger Master from last night calling. "Mr. Su, someone surnamed Jiang wants to talk to you. Mainly about compensating you for your car. Do you want to meet with him?" Su didn't want to go at first, but after thinking about it, he finally agreed. In his previous life, Jiang Yang had caused himself a lot of trouble in order to lick Su Rui, and now there was an opportunity to make money. Why not? Jiang Yang's legs were broken, and he is now in the orthopedic ward of Jiangzhou Hospital. When Suyi entered the ward, he saw Jiang Yang lying on the bed, looking miserable and pitiful. This guy also saw Suyi and immediately put on a weak and flattering smile on his face. "Suyi, I was wrong about what happened last night. Can you please be magnanimous and let me go?" Tiger Lord not only had his legs broken, but also threatened to put him in jail if he could not get Su Ye's forgiveness. This is not just about scaring yourself. If you hire someone to hurt someone, even if the injury fails and your legs are broken instead, you will still face imprisonment of less than 3 years. After all, hiring a killer and having both legs broken were two completely unrelated cases. If you explode a dog, you will be sentenced, and if you hire someone to hurt someone, you will not be able to escape punishment either. But he is a student at Jiangzhou University. Moreover, he is the only son of the Jiang family, and his family assets are worth 2 or 300 million. If he goes to jail, his life will be ruined. So it is absolutely impossible. He must get Jiang Yang's forgiveness. Suyi sneered and laughed. "Is this your attitude when asking for help?" Jiang Yang's expression changed, and his face fell instantly. "Suyi, don't go too far. You really think I can't figure it out? You went out to sell yourself and hooked up with that rich woman called Sister Lan last night, right? But don't get it wrong. What is the relationship between me and Rual Wei? If I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of her, do you think I would ask you to come over and reconcile? Believe it or not, I'll call Rual Wei and ask her to punish you right away." Yes, he thought about it for a whole night and finally thought he had found the answer. Suyi is the son of the nanny of Rual Wei's family. The reason why he suddenly became so arrogant is definitely because he sold himself out and got close to the rich woman MO. Otherwise, how do you explain his previous behavior? Su is a well-known lackey throughout Jiangzhou University, so it cannot be fake. If that's the case, then it's easier to deal with. After all, in Jiangzhou. No, it should be said that in the entire Jiangshi, what level of wealthy people can compare with the Su family? If we can talk, I don't mind spending tens of thousands of dollars to get rid of him. But if he refuses to give me face, even if it means losing face in front of Rual Wei, I must teach him a lesson. I went out to sell myself, and I ended up hooking up with a rich woman. Suyi was so angry that he laughed and even ignored what he said next. As the eldest son of the Su family, regardless of whether he is with a rich woman or not, is it necessary for him to do such a thing? Even if this is really necessary, what kind of person would the other party be? Isn't it just a look that can make a fool like Jiang Yang die without a burial place? As for keeping his dog brain until now, isn't it? Jiang Yang, however, looked at him as if it was a matter of course, as if he had really seen through everything and said, "If not, how could you, the son of Rual Wei's nanny, have the qualifications to order Master Tiger around? Isn't it just sold? But you have to understand, if you can do it, Rual Wei can do it too. Not only that, but if you dare to say even a word of nonsense, I'll have Rual Wei take care of that rich woman behind you as well." Suyi was amused, then raised his hand and slapped him in the face. The slap was so heavy and loud that Jiang Yang felt as if all the water in his brain was about to be knocked out. He raised his hand and touched it, and found it was covered in blood. He was furious, and with red eyes, he cursed at Suyi. "How dare you hit me after all this time? Aren't you afraid that I will contact Rual Wei and let her deal with you?" Snap! Suyi slapped him in the face again and said coldly, "Hit me now. Otherwise, seeing you still being stupid, I'm really going to get embarrassed. Do you still think Su Rual Wei is the eldest daughter of the Su family? Okay, then I'll deal with Su Rual Wei in front of him, so that he won't die of stupidity." But at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in from outside, blocked Su Ye's way without any courtesy and with a cold look in his eyes. It was Jiang Yang's father, Jiang Jiamin. Chapter 40, 100,000? I'll give you 1 million. You're useless. Letting you talk in person is giving you a chance. If you don't want to show your respect, what's the point of having you? On the surface, these words sounded like a scolding of Jiang Yang. But in fact, throughout the entire process, Jiang Jiamin's gaze never left Su Ye's eyes from beginning to end. The meaning is very clear. The person he is really scolding is actually Suyi. Dad. Jiang Yang pretended to be wronged and shouted, but there was a mocking and teasing smile on the corners of his mouth. Jiang Jianmin ignored him, his eyes still on Suyi. Classmate, I know everything that happened last night. I admit that it was indeed my son who was wrong, but you were not injured. Instead, it was my son, Jiang Jianmin, who had his legs broken. I think you should understand the principle of leaving a way out for others as you are old enough. That's about right. What do you think? He is a businessman, and he considers himself to be in a high position for a long time. So what if I know Tiger Lord? Lord Tiger is not here today. With Jiang Jianmin's aura, scaring the stinky nanny's son would be a piece of cake, right? Otherwise, should I really compensate the other party with an Audi A8 and also make sure that the other party is satisfied? The minimum compensation is more than 1 million yuan to be paid to the culprit who broke his son's legs. It's good enough that I didn't kill him myself. Isn't this just a dream? There's 100,000 yuan on this card. Take it, and we'll be done with it. Resisting the urge to slap him to death on the spot, Jiang Jianmin rudely slapped a bank card on Su Ye's chest. Strong, domineering, and imposing. With such a condescending aura, this kid would probably be scared to death, right? Su Yi was amused. He casually took out a checkbook from his pocket, signed a check for 1 million, and slapped it on Jiang Jianmin's face. Here is 1 million. Take it back and buy a better mirror and look at yourself carefully. You have the nerve to show off in front of this young master with 100,000. And you're pretending to be worth 100 million? Who gave you the face? Dreaming too much? Do you think you're the richest man in Jiangsu province? Jiang Jianmin was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious. Boy, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm trying to reconcile with you out of kindness, but don't push your luck. Do you really think it's so great just because you know a few thugs? Believe it or not, I'm really risking my life. I can take your life in a minute. Crazy, really too rampant. Do you really think you don't know? This kid is just the son of a servant in the Su family. Who gave him the courage to speak to me like that? Just relying on the fact that he knows a few thugs? My son also knows the eldest daughter of the Su family. Only my son still wants to pursue Miss Su. He really doesn't want to leave an image of an incompetent loser in front of Miss Su. Otherwise, I really don't believe it. Why don't you try it now? Su Yi interrupted his stupid fantasy without any hesitation. You really want to make me angry? Are you sure that the consequences of my anger are something you, a commoner, can bear? Jiang Jianmin's face was extremely ugly, but he still decided to give the boy in front of him one last chance. If possible, he really didn't want to go to the last step. After all, the consequence of doing so would probably mean that his son would no longer have the opportunity to pursue Miss Su. The question of the consequences is not my responsibility. Instead, it should be you who should be concerned. Su Yi stepped forward, looked down at him and said, I gave you one last chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, I hope you won't regret it when the consequences come. Jiang Jianmin was completely furious, but before he could finish his words, Jiang Yang couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted him. Suyi, you are really too arrogant. Do you really want to force me to contact your master? Your master didn't say a word after being slapped twice by you, but instead turned around and ran away, Suyi said, and suddenly shook his head with a sneer. Forget it. You know you won't believe me even if I tell you. Don't you want to contact her? Hurry up, otherwise it will be too late for you. After saying that, he was too lazy to pay attention to them anymore, pushed Jiang Jianmin away, and strode out of the ward. Just wait, you bastard. You are really too arrogant. Jiang Yang was so angry that his eyes turned red. He turned around and said to Jiang Jianmin, Dad, where's my phone? I need to contact Ruo Wei. It will be too late if I'm late. Jiang Jianmin didn't dare to delay and quickly handed over his cell phone. Their biggest reliance is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Since Su Yi, that stinky lackey, is ignorant, they can only rely on the eldest daughter of the Su family now. Su Ruowei received a call from Jiang Yang and quickly rushed over from home. It's not because of anything else. After all, the Jiang family has some assets, and she will never have too many handsome and rich bootlickers like this. After arriving at the hospital, she pretended to be distressed and asked, Senior Jiang Yang, how did you get injured? What happened? Jiang Yang explained the matter from the beginning to the end, in a confusing and incomplete manner. Finally, he looked aggrieved, holding Su Ruowei's hands and crying, Ruowei, I'm doing this for your own good. I just want to vent my anger for you. Now, you must help me. No, you must help me vent my anger. This kind of thing, how can I help? Damn it. It would have been fine if it was before, but now Suyi obviously took the wrong medicine and has been making trouble with her. What can she do? Others may not know, but doesn't she know it herself? She is just a fake one. Suyi is the real eldest master of the Su family. But seeing the doubt in Jiang Yang's eyes, she hesitated for a moment and finally changed her words and said, well, then I'll give it a try by making a phone call. I can't say there is no way, because that will make Jiang Yang suspicious. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, how could she not be able to handle such a small thing? But fake is fake. What can I use to compete with Suyi? It definitely won't work through Suyi. That guy is probably waiting for me to beg him. If I really go to find him, reconciliation is a matter of a word, but forget about the future. I'm afraid I'll never be able to raise my head in front of him in my life, let alone treat him like a dog and use him like before. It seems that the only one is Su Jingjie. Originally, the most suitable person was Uncle Fu, because he had always regarded himself as the future young mistress of the Su family. But damn uncle, there is no other way. I can only settle for the second best. The bodyguard captain, Su Jingjie, was also quite respectful to him, so it should be no problem if he asked for help. Chapter 41. Break up just like that? Hello, is this Lao Su? I'm the eldest lady, and I have something for you to do. Come to Jiangzhou Hospital as quickly as possible, Su Rui said in a commanding tone, her attitude as condescending as ever. She has always been like this. After all, she is just a servant. As the master, is it necessary for me to be polite to them? Miss, did you take the wrong medicine? What did the young master say the day before yesterday that you forgot so quickly? Get your identity straight. You're just the daughter of the boss's nanny. You're just a frivolous young lady. You've been dreaming too much. Do you really think you're a dish? Su Jingjie is not a person with a good temper. It was okay in the past, but the young master really dotes on her, so she has to endure it. But what is the situation now? The family openly played tricks behind the boss's back, and the young master even said in person that he would make their entire family live a life worse than death. In this situation, you still dare to show off in front of me? It was only over the phone. Otherwise, he would have slapped this shameless woman twice. You? Hello? Hello? Su Rui was furious. How dare this damn bastard talk to him like that? What's even more outrageous is that he even hung up his own phone. How dare he do that? Now, even the captain of the bodyguards of the Su family is going to be lawless? Su Jingjie, how dare you hang up on me? And you're talking to me like that. You don't want to do this anymore, right? Su Rui called again and started cursing at Su Jingjie in a rage. First, wasn't what I just said clear enough? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to give me orders? Second, if there's no mirror next to you, you can't pee? If you don't have any, I'll get someone to pee on your face right here and then to wake you up. I don't want to do it anymore. I just don't want to do it anymore. What can you do about it? Come on, try to fire me, quick. If you can't fire me, I'll slap you to death next time. Su Jingjie has a bad temper, and he really can't tolerate Su Rui at all. Also, if you dare to talk to me again, try it. If you dare to talk nonsense to me, I'll call your mother right now and slap her twice on the spot. Captain Su, I was just too anxious and spoke without restraint. Please don't take it personally. I really need your help now. Can you please help me? Su Rui was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, but there was nothing she could do. After all, if she didn't get Su Jingjie's help, she would definitely have no way to deal with Jiang Yang's problem. If he couldn't save Jiang Yang, his identity would be exposed. Su Yi and I just have a temporary misunderstanding, and we will be able to reconcile soon. You know, Su Yi likes me so much. How could he really break up with me? The consequences of offending me. I've told your mother about the consequences of farts 2 or 3 times. You don't have a mirror. Can't I find someone with yellow urine to wake you up? My young master has made it very clear. You no longer have the qualifications and you don't deserve his love anymore. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you anymore. Don't King look for me again. I hate stupid people. Talking to you is really degrading. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. Damn, isn't he just a lousy bodyguard captain? Why are you so cocky? How dare you do this to me? Once I've dealt with Su Yi, I'll be the first one to fire you, and you'll have no choice but to pay the price. Su Rui was so angry that she smashed her phone, but she was completely at her wit's end. She could only stomp her feet, turn around, and leave without looking back. Go ahead and expose it. But Su Yi, Su Yi, I am really angry this time, and I will never forgive you. Su Yi received a call from Su Jingjie and listened to him tell everything that had just happened. He smiled, raised the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach his eyes as he said to the other side. Just ignore that woman, Su Rui. Do you like to pretend? I want to see how long he can pretend. After hanging up the phone, Tiger Master called again. Mr. Su, how did the conversation between you and Mr. Jiang go? How's it going? Su Yi didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he turned around and glanced in the direction of the inpatient department. He said calmly, The Jiang family no longer needs to exist. Grasp. Tiger Master was a smart man. Hearing this, he realized what was going on. He immediately replied with a ferocious look on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Tiger, I know what to do. After hanging up the phone, Suyi glanced at his phone and found no news from Suzie. I made a voice call, but it still didn't go through. He was a little anxious now and quickly said to the driver, Uncle Zhao, take me to Jiangzhou University. Yes, master. During the whole journey, Suyi called Suzie more than 20 times, but there was still no response. Shit, could something have happened? Uncle Zhao, please drive faster. Uncle Zhao opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing and silently increased the speed of the car. Finally, more than half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the main gate of Jiangzhou University. Master, we are an outsider vehicle, and we are not allowed to drive on campus. Uncle Zhao looked at Suyi cautiously as he spoke. But before he could finish his words, the car door opened, and Suyi's figure disappeared from his sight like a gust of wind. This? Uncle Zhao kept his arms raised high, as if he had turned into her Kong. What's going on, young master? Wait, could it be that he has a new love? So he broke up with Miss Rui? Bah, no, that's not right. It should be that reason why he broke up with that bitch Su Rui. Suzie was wearing headphones and lying on the balcony looking into the distance. Don't lie if you can't say you love me. Just a little bit. If you can't say you hate me, don't get entangled in it, and don't pretend to sigh. Because of growth. We just broke up at the drop of a hat. What a shit. I can only recommend it. She took off her headphones. Go to hell. Eh. Her arms were across the railing, her chin resting limply on them. Yesterday, especially last night, with Suyi by her side, she thought the scenery of this school seemed quite nice. It seems so now. How ugly. She cursed angrily. Well, that sister. A little girl with 2 ponytails, who looked innocent and playful, and no more than 16 or 17 years old, walked out of the dormitory. Suzie stood up straight immediately, turned around, and said with a nonchalant expression, What's wrong? This is her aunt's daughter, Song Yao, who just turned 18 this year and will officially start her senior year of high school in 2 days. She looked at her cousin in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity as she asked, Sister, are you in a bad mood? No. Suzie shook his head decisively. How could she be in a bad mood? It was just that more than 4 hours had passed, and Suyi hadn't replied to his message. And that's it. Chapter 42. Suzie, you are so childish. It's no big deal. Probably. I heard that online dating is likely to fail in the open, but Suyi and I seem to be just online, not in love yet, right? Even if you don't have that kind of feeling towards me, does that mean you have to ignore me? Or, he and that by Yueguang. Suzie beautiful eyes dimmed. She seemed abandoned. So, are beautiful dreams really this short? Song Yao felt that her cousin was in a bad mood. Otherwise, why would she ignore her for 4 whole hours and stay outside alone? But she didn't know what had happened. Could it be? Just when her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, she saw her cousin seem to look outside. The next moment, she stood on tiptoe, almost half of her body sticking out. She was very tall, at 1.75 meters, and Song Yao was almost a head shorter than her. Now she stood on tiptoe and stuck her head out, and Song Yao could only look up at her. Sister? What's wrong with you? Fine. Suzie pursed her red lips. When Song Yao saw this, her eyes widened to the extreme in an instant. What did she see? My cousin smiled. But you have to know that I have known her for more than 10 years, and we only separated 2 years ago. In the past 10 years, I have never seen her smile. No way. Could it be that my guess was really correct? She blinked and was about to ask her cousin about it. Suzie had already turned around, quickly opened the door, and returned to the dormitory. She quickly walked to the bed and unplugged her phone, which was charging. Sure enough, it showed a lot of missed calls and WeChat messages. This idiot. The corners of her mouth rose a few degrees more. Just as I was about to run downstairs, I suddenly remembered something. It's such a hot day, that guy. Sister. Song Yao followed in. Help me get some water. Oh, never mind. I'll get it myself. Suzie had already walked quickly to her side, picked up a bottle of mineral water from under her feet, turned around, and ran out quickly. No, sister, you sister. Song Yao's bright eyes widened completely. Is this still the cold and socially anxious cousin she remembered? Is she really in love? No. She had to go over and take a look. Oh my god. What kind of man could make his cousin become like this? Hello. Suzie picked up the phone and heard that familiar voice. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that rumors may not be true. Not all online romances will fail in the open. Besides, he has always treated me as a brother, and there is no love at all. So how could he die in the light? But Why do I get so angry when I think of the word brother? Idiot, idiot, go to hell with your good brother. Go be brothers with your own 5 girls. Zijin, why did you answer my call just now? You ask me? I also want to ask you. But thinking of the figure running in the sunlight just now and the heavy breathing in her ears, she couldn't bear to blame him and whispered softly. I'll go downstairs first, and we'll talk when we meet. Huh? When did you learn to predict things? I haven't even mentioned it to you yet, and you already know I'm almost downstairs. Suzie Jean's lips curled up again, and she snorted. Because I'm smart. Just wait, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Suzie Jean quickly went downstairs holding up her skirt. Just as she passed the corridor, she saw a full-length mirror next to her. She subconsciously stopped, carefully adjusted her hair, and checked her clothes. I'm not sexy, but I can be cute too. She muttered to herself, suddenly puffed up her cheeks, and tried a playful expression. Come on, Suzie Jean, you must be the best. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at himself in the mirror anymore and ran away in a hurry. But she didn't notice that Song Yao behind her was completely dumbfounded. She waited until her cousin walked away before following her to the full-length mirror. I thought carefully about my cousin's cold yet beautiful face. Cute? Come on. Oh my god, my cousin Song Yao, the only princess in Beijing. Are there times when you lack confidence? And the most important point is, do you still need to cheer yourself up like this? Who is it? She had to see who this man was. Thump, thump, thump. She also lifted up the hem of her skirt and quickly chased in the direction where her cousin disappeared. Water. Suzie Jean unscrewed the bottle cap and quickly handed over the water in his hand. This idiot. Why is he running so fast in such hot weather? I was soaked with sweat. But before he could finish his words, Suyi opened his mouth first. I went to the company today and dealt with some matters concerning Su Rui's brother. Suyi did not hide anything from her and was ready to explain everything he had done today. Her brother relies on his position as the deputy manager of the business department of our Su group. Suzie Jean didn't even wait for him to finish. She glared at him and said, Who asked you that? You look tired. Hurry up and drink some water first. Suyi saw the heartache in her eyes, and his chest felt warm. He raised his neck and started drinking in gulps. By the way, have all your roommates arrived at school? What are their personalities like? Are they easy to get along with? Suzie Jean took the empty bottle from him, looked at him with bright eyes, and said, No, I'm still the only one in our dormitory. Human emotions are really strange. The corners of Suzie Jean's mouth rose slightly. Just a second ago, she felt like everything was not to her liking. Why was it so hot? Even listening to a song made her feel uncomfortable. What a crappy school. But now, it seems that the weather is not that hot anymore, and it seems that there are people singing. The world is beautiful just because it is connected with you. Song Yao was stunned again. Just this guy? Although he looks quite handsome, he doesn't seem to be anything special, right? Why does such an ordinary guy make my cousin act like this? Still laughing, really laughing, getting happier and happier? Oh my god, am I sure I'm not hallucinating? Or, does something like falling in love really affect one's IQ? Why? Were you running so fast just now? Suzie Jean asked. She had just seen it from the balcony. This guy Su Yi almost rushed over the whole way and ran faster than a rabbit. I saw that you hadn't replied to my message, so I thought you. Suzie Jean was just about to say that she was not angry. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. Because although I was not angry, I felt lost. When you feel lost, you feel very bad. And when you feel bad, you tend to get angry and lose your temper. So, I am indeed angry. But that was only before. Now I am really not angry at all. Even some self-blame. Isn't it just that you haven't replied to my message for more than 4 hours? Is it necessary to be so impatient that you almost think the sky is falling? You are already 20 years old, but you are still like a child. How childish. Chapter 43. Still not convinced? Then prepare to go bankrupt. Suzie Jean felt very guilty. The more I think about it, the more guilty I feel. So she struggled to make a small excuse. But before he could finish his words, Suyi continued what he had not finished saying. I thought something happened to you. Suzie Jean's excuse was instantly stuck in his throat. It turns out he wasn't worried about me being angry, but about my safety. Looking at the sweat on his face, Suzie Jean subconsciously pressed his right hand on his heart. Warm. Why do I still have a tingling feeling? She quickly reached out and punched Su Yi on the shoulder, saying softly, Stupid, we're at school. What could possibly happen? Su Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Yeah, maybe it's because I'm too concerned. My phone ran out of battery, so I put it on the table to charge, and then I accidentally muted it, so I didn't hear it. I'll carry it with me from now on, so you won't have to worry about me anymore. Suzie Jean spoke softly, took out a tissue, and carefully wiped the sweat off his face. I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Okay, what do you want to eat? Northeastern cuisine. I want to eat hot pot. Then I'll check which one is delicious. Wait for me. In the evening, at the Jiang family, Jiang Jiamin's face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that his son's so-called trump card was so unreliable. He said he had a good relationship with the eldest daughter of the Su family, but damn it, no one was bothered to care about him. Now, the police arrived at the hospital quickly, and there was no accident because there was testimony from Brother Baogo and others. It was impossible for someone to get away if he hired someone to hurt someone. For this, he had been running for a whole afternoon and was almost exhausted when he finally returned to the Jiang family. But I am still anxious and irritable, and my heart is filled with uneasiness. Damn it. At worst, I can just spend more money. I just don't believe that money can't get things done. He took a big gulp of water, stood up, and slammed the cup in his hand onto the TV. Solving his son's problem is not the point. The point is to take revenge on that Su guy and make him live a life worse than death. He dared to harm his own son like this, and he even dared to challenge me. He is just the son of a stinky nanny. Who gave him the guts? He took out his cell phone, found a phone number, and dialed it without hesitation. Hey, help me with something. I want him to die. I want him to live a life worse than death. The next morning, a rapid phone call broke the tranquility in the Jiang family villa. Jiang Jiamin had slept late last night and was woken by the phone call. He immediately answered the phone angrily and shouted angrily with an irritated look on his face. What's the matter? An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh no, Mr. Jiang, something has happened in our company. When Jiang Jiamin heard this, he jumped up from the bed instantly. His son's problems were already bad enough for him. And now something happened to the company too? He was shocked and angry and said, What happened? Everything was fine yesterday. How could something like this happen all of a sudden? Mr. Jiang, the office building we rented suddenly wants to terminate our contract and give us 1 day to move out. There's no room for negotiation. Also, there's a problem with the supplier. Several batches of goods that were supposed to be delivered today will now take 3 to 4 days to arrive at the earliest. What? Jiang Jiamin was a smart man. He realized something almost as soon as he heard this and shouted angrily. Who is messing with me? Have you checked? The person on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly and said, I asked the person in charge of Shengkong building, but he didn't tell me. He just said that he was someone we couldn't afford to offend, and he also said, what else did you say? Hurry up and tell me. And also said, let us prepare to die. Leaving the Jiang group to die? What a boast. Jiang Jiamin was so angry that he grabbed the ashtray on the bedside table and smashed it hard on the TV opposite the bed. He had already roughly guessed something. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the boy surnamed Su and the rich woman behind him. But how dare he? Do you think it's great that you're with a rich woman? Do you really think that I, Jiang Jiamin, have the status I have now, just for nothing? After hanging up the phone, he immediately called his patron, Deputy Mayor Chun. But before the phone number was found, another phone number called. It was Deputy Mayor Chun. He was not happy at all. On the contrary, his face darkened and his heart was lifted. Deputy Mayor Chun, why did you call me? Did you hear about your family's situation and come to help? Impossible, considering his personality. Could it be? Deputy Mayor Chun, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Jiang Jiamin pressed the answer button and asked, suppressing his inner uneasiness. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the son of that stinky nanny and the rich woman he hooked up with really had such great power? Jiang Jiamin, who on earth did you offend? Do you know that you fucking ruined me? On the other end of the phone, Deputy Mayor Chun slammed the table in anger. If it weren't for the phone, he would have definitely slapped him. He is only 37 years old and is already the deputy mayor. If he manages things properly in the future, he may be able to take charge of a province and become a big boss at the level of a provincial governor or above. But now, because of that idiot Jiang Jiamin, everything is ruined. Everything is fucking ruined. How can he not be angry? Jiang Jiamin heard a buzzing in his ears and his mind went blank in an instant. I guessed it right. Even my biggest supporter, Deputy Mayor Chun. He was about to say something when he suddenly heard a loud bang from the other side, followed by a tempting voice asking Deputy Mayor Chun to cooperate with the investigation. The phone fell to the ground instantly. He was dumbfounded and felt weak all over. He collapsed to the ground. How so? Isn't he just the son of a lousy nanny? How could he possibly possess such immense power? But up to now, it was still just the beginning. He received many more calls, all of which were about terminating cooperation or demanding payment. The Jiang family is finished, completely finished. At this moment, another phone call suddenly came. Jiang Jianmin picked up the phone numbly and heard an arrogant and unruly voice coming from the other end of the phone. Jiang Jianmin, are you satisfied with my gift? Jiang Jianmin's eyes widened instantly, and he shouted in shock and anger, "Who are you? That little bastard from yesterday. No, that voice is wrong. Who are you? Why are you messing with my family? Speak quickly, who are you? Why me? Why are you messing with my family?" The person on the other end of the phone laughed, still so arrogant. "It seems that this lesson is not enough. Okay, if that's the case, I'll satisfy you. 1 week at most. Jiang Jianmin, you're going to die." Chapter 44. It's time to deal with Wu Jinrong. No, brother, let's talk it out. After hearing what the other party said, Jiang Jianmin finally came to his senses. He quickly lowered his posture and pleaded in a humble tone, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. Brother, can you please show mercy and let me go and spare my Jiang family for once?" The man on the other end of the phone shook his head and said, "I gave you a chance, but you still have such a bad temper when you are about to die. I dare not think about what the consequences will be if I really let you go. So stop struggling, you just wait to die. You bastard, you must kill them all. If you really dare, I will fight to the death and never let you go." Jiang Jianmin was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, but after he finished cursing, he found that the other party had hung up the phone long ago and had never revealed his true identity from beginning to end. Grasp. He was so angry that he threw his cell phone to the ground and smashed everything in the room to pieces. "You forced me to do this. Are you really going to force my Jiang family into a dead end? In that case, then fucking die with me." Su Family Villa. After listening to Tiger Master's report, Suyi curled his lips into a sneer. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant, right? Then we'll see how long he can go on like this." Bang! Suyi was thinking when suddenly the bedroom door was pushed open and a figure rushed in aggressively. It was Wu Jinrong, who had only taken 4 hours of leave the day before yesterday, but had not shown up for the entire day yesterday. "Suyi, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you bully my son and expel my sister?" Suyi was so angry that he laughed. "Your family is really a bunch of virtuous people. No matter how many times I teach you, you still can't figure out who you are." Bang! He slammed the table, stood up straight up, and asked, "Who allowed you to break into my room without permission? Who gave you the guts to question your master in such a tone?" "You." Wu Jinrong was shocked by Su Ye's momentum, but he was more panicked and uneasy. Is this little beast, Su Yi, really joking? But how dare he? Could it be that he really changed his mind and no longer likes Ruawei? Well, oh no. Shut up. Su Yi interrupted her with a cold look in his eyes. "Given your attitude just now, you will lose your salary this month. If you do that again, I will kick you out of the Su family. Now, get out there and clean the pool. Remember, this is your job alone, and you only have 3 hours. If you don't clean it within 3 hours, you won't get your next month's salary." But master, the swimming pool is a full 1050 square meters, and I'm alone." Wu Jinrong was so angry that his face turned pale. "You know, the Su family's hygiene standards are not so easy to achieve, and he hasn't done anything for more than 4 years. It's not even his turn to serve tea or water. Suddenly you were asked to clean a standard swimming pool that was 50 meters long and 21 meters wide. And the most crucial point is that he is alone. Isn't it obvious that he is deliberately making trouble for himself? This is an order, not a negotiation. Just tell me if you can do it or not. If you can, hurry up. If you can't, get out. The Su family doesn't support idlers, and we will never stop you." Su Yi said impatiently, but a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that Wu Jinrong would never leave. Otherwise, how could she help her son steal the business secrets of the Su group? So he was just making things difficult on purpose. "Do you like sucking the blood of my Su family? In the previous life, did you swallow up my Su family's property and cause my Su family to be destroyed? Of course, he will take revenge little by little in this life." Sure enough, the next moment, Wu Jinrong gritted his teeth, and with a look of resentment and unwillingness, he whispered, "Okay, master, I'll go right away." Just as Su Yi thought, his daughter and sister were driven away, and his son was demoted and transferred to a toilet cleaner. If she leaves again, how can her family continue to target the Su family? Blood worth more than 300 billion yuan. Don't smoke? This is simply impossible. But damn, this little beast Su Yi, what's wrong with him? In the past, I was treated like an ancestor. He even treated his daughter as his master, and dared not stand when asked to squat, or squat when asked to kneel. But now, it's only been 2 days. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? Su Yi didn't bother to care what she was thinking. He was chatting and texting with Su Zijin while watching from the balcony with a sneer on his face. After his warning, Wu Jinrong was obviously much more obedient. Even though there was the scorching sun overhead, and he was almost getting skinned after more than an hour, he didn't dare to take a break. Is it too much? No, Your family owes me this. I still remember how my parents were squeezed in the car, and I was even ripped off my limbs by your daughter and buried alive. Compared to this, what I'm giving you now is nothing." He glanced down with cold eyes, took out his cell phone, found Aunt Lu's number, and dialed it directly. With 29 seconds left in 3 hours, Wu Jinrong finally finished cleaning the entire swimming pool. She was tired and hot, and her neck was in excruciating pain, with the skin obviously sunburned. She kept greeting Su Ye's family in her heart and hated them to death. But before she had time to rest, she saw Lu Guifan coming over, looking down at her, and said, "The young master said that he wants you to clean all the toilets in the entire manor. Remember, the acceptance criteria is that the water in the toilets must be drinkable. You must drink all the water in every toilet. Here's the cup. I want a full cup, not a drop less." After saying that, she handed over a cup that could hold 500 milliliters of water. Against, this is completely and openly messing with her. Everyone around saw it, but no one said a word. Instead, they all showed sneers and ridicule, and even a sense of pleasure from revenge. There is no way. Wu Jinrong was really too arrogant before. Relying on the eldest young master's love for Su Rui, he hardly takes any servant seriously. It would be fine if she was bullied at every turn. It's no exaggeration to say that she was treated as a despotic person. Her current fate was entirely her own fault. It was her retribution. But Wu Jinrong was furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. "It's fine if you ask me to clean the toilet, but you also ask me to drink toilet water? Lu Guifan you. If you don't want to do it, then get out. No one's stopping you." Suyi came over at some point and interrupted her rudely. "Aunt Lu, if she wants to leave, remember to make her pay the fine from the day before yesterday. Watch her pack her things. Don't let her take anything from my Su family, not even a piece of dental floss." After saying that, his gaze finally fell on Wu Jinrong. "Do it or get out." Chapter 45. Come and take me away from the earth. Wu Jinrong clenched his fists and almost broke his back teeth. But thinking about his family's current situation, he finally endured it, picked up the cup, and started to clean the toilet. She vomited all night long. But do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. The next day, Suyi asked her to clean all the glass in the entire manor. On the third day, clean the exterior walls. Day 4. In just 4 days, Wu Jinrong lost a lot of weight, and his mental state became extremely bad. He seemed to be in danger of fainting from heat stroke or even sudden death at any time. It was also for this reason that she hated Suyi so much now, but she didn't dare to show it. He could only hold on while cursing Suyi madly in his heart. But after such a long time, she finally understood in her heart that Suyi had really changed his mind, and now she must not go against Suyi. "I can only endure it first and think of other ways. The solution is to wait. Wait for Suyi's parents to come back. Then she will bring her husband and daughter with her to cry about this heartless Suyi." Suyi was not far away, looking at Wu Jinrong's busy back with a sneer on his lips. He knew very well what Wu Jinrong was thinking, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. First give you hope, and then destroy all your hopes little by little. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Su Zijin. "Ching Zijin. Come and take me away from Earth." Question mark. He slowly typed a question mark, then tapped the screen and replied, "What's wrong? It's not that I'm not worried about her. It's clearly in a spoiled tone and escaping from Earth." "What the hell?" Su Zijin said, "It's time for military training." It turned out not to be a big deal. Su laughed. But then again, military training is indeed a topic that freshmen cannot escape. In fact, Su Zijin has made a few friends in the past few days. They are all freshmen in the law department. Today they washed their military training uniforms together and hung them on the balcony to dry. One of the girls, a petite girl with a ponytail, said bitterly, "Jiangzhou is a famous hot city in the country. I won't die outside in such hot weather, will I? I'm a delicate flower. I really can't stand this heat." I asked a senior, and he said that the military training at Jiangzhou University wasn't that tiring. It was just standing at attention and a little bit of marching at most. Another girl with a round face and glasses talked about him. Her name was Zhao Jiechi. She had a cheerful personality and was the first person to approach Su Zijin. "Senior, you've already met our school's senior so quickly? Which department are you from? What's your name? Is he handsome? Between you two. Come on, isn't that the point? The point is that you didn't ask. Is there any way to escape this military training?" "I can't escape this," Zhao Jiechi said. She was just cheerful, but actually quite weak. In such hot weather, she always felt that she couldn't bear it either. "What about you, Zijin? Can you withstand the military training?" asked the delicate and beautiful Meng Xingwan. She was both afraid and interested in the girl in front of her. The reason for the fear was her personality. She wasn't cold and aloof in the traditional sense, but rather she was filled with a very powerful aura, as if always reminding everyone around you. If you have something to say it. If not, get out. But she is really good looking. I want to be hugged by her and want to experience the feeling of her kiss. If she hits me against the wall, I'm afraid that no matter what she wants to do, I won't be able to refuse her. Yes. Suzie Jean had no idea what this delicate flower was thinking. In fact, her physical fitness had always been very good. Meng Xingwan said, "If it doesn't work, you must tell us in time. Don't hold it in. We will help you ask for leave." Meng Xingwan reminded. The point is that when she is about to have heat stroke, she will have the opportunity to find the perfect excuse to take care of her. At this moment, Zhao Jiechi suddenly said to Suzie Jean, "Zijin, what sunscreen are you using?" "Just sunbathe." Zhao Jiechi breathed a sigh of relief. "Me too. I also use it casually." After saying that, she took another look at Suzie Jean's skin. "I use the same thing as her, so I shouldn't turn into a little black man." By the way, the senior also said it's best to buy a case of water and keep it in the dormitory. Listening to the discussion of the people next to him, Suzie Jean had an idea and took out his cell phone without leaving any trace. "Although I am not afraid of military training and have never even thought about escaping it. But I heard that if a girl shows weakness appropriately, it can easily arouse a boy's desire to protect her. So, Qingqing Zijin, come and take me away from Earth." Sent successfully. Su Zijin looked at the message that was successfully sent and suddenly felt like she was acting coquettishly. Before she could decide whether to withdraw, Su Ye's message came back. "What's wrong?" She raised the corner of her mouth and told the other party about the military training. At the same time, Meng Xingwan's scolding came to my ears. Senior, your mind is full of that senior now?" The third girl asked curiously, "Will your senior come to see you during military training?" Zhao Jiechi blushed and muttered, How should I know this? "I don't know a damn thing. Why don't you ask?" Meng Xingwan cursed first, then added, "But if he really comes, then you have to be careful, because it means he might want to pursue you. Right, Yunran?" At this time, Su Ye's message came back. "Military training. It's okay, it's only 3 weeks, and it's not that scary. Don't worry, I'll come to see you every day." Su Zijin glanced at Meng Xingwan, who was not far away, raised the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Are you so free?" Su Yi said, "I'm about to go to class. If everything goes well, it won't waste time to take a look. By the way, where is your military training?" Su Zijin tapped her toes lightly, the corners of her mouth rising higher and higher. "In the playground." "Okay, I understand. Xingwan, I'm talking to you." Zhao Jiechi looked curious. "What are you thinking about? I called you for a long time, and you didn't respond." Meng Xingwan quickly came back to his senses. What? She was just fascinated by Suzie Jean. So she can laugh? And when she laughs, why is it so charming? That's not right. Who is she chatting with? Could it be my boyfriend? But this is even more unlikely, right? She is such a cold and aloof goddess. No, I won't end it before it even begins, right? I cried my heart out. On the other side, Suzie Jean was still messaging Su Yi. "Will you come to school today?" Su Yi thought for a moment and replied, "He's on his way here." Su Zijin smiled. "Then remember to send me a message when you arrive. I've got a surprise for you." Chapter 46, Treasure Girl. As 4 days passed, all students have arrived at school one after another. Even classes started today. It was just to trouble Wu Jinrong that Su Yi didn't think of coming to school today. "But I haven't seen Su Zijin for 4 days, and there is another surprise waiting for me. Of course you have to go." "Qingqing Zijin, have you arrived at school?" "Yi, yep." "Qingqing Zijin, then I'll give you a treasure map. Follow the map to find surprises." Qingqing Zijin, main gate, big playground, Dengao Bridge, Wenxin Pavilion. Su Yi looked at this abstract information with a confused look on his face. "I am now in the parking lot. I need to go back to the main gate first, then go to the playground, turn right, past the school's artificial lake and the climbing bridge, and finally..." At this time, the school is in class. There weren't many people on the entire campus. Su Yi came to Wenxin Pavilion and looked inside. A figure was standing inside, wearing a light blue dress. She turned around slightly, and her eyes were fixed on Su Yi. Bright as a star, warm as the sun. "So, is this your surprise for me? A treasure girl?" The corners of Su Zijin's mouth were originally raised, but when he heard the words, he suddenly opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "You're not only greasy, but also really earthy." Su Yi suddenly felt like vomiting blood. "No. Didn't you tell me about the treasure map and the surprise? So I only found you as you said. So this surprise, did I find the wrong one?" Su Zijin's hands were originally on the backpack straps, But when he heard the words, he suddenly stopped and slowly withdrew his hands. Inside the backpack was a tie. Although it is not suitable for his current age, it represents. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to give him a gift. But since he thought he had only found himself, then I'll wait for next time for this gift, Suzie pursed her red lips with a bright and happy smile in her eyes. It's almost noon. Are you hungry? A little bit. What about you? I've been hungry for a long time. Then I'll treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? No, today is my treat. Just come with me. After saying that, without waiting for Suyi to reply, she walked quickly forward with her hands behind her back. Her black hair swayed in the wind, so beautiful that people could hardly take their eyes off her. Especially today, the skirt she was wearing just reached her knees, and the occasional breeze blew. Suzie suddenly turned around, raised an eyebrow, and looked at him and said, "You're secretly looking at my legs again." "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Don't slander me." Suyi argued righteously, but his heart was beating uncontrollably, panicking and rapidly. The sixth canteen. As soon as Suzie entered here, she immediately caused a sensation among everyone. Both men and women looked at her. Oh my God, what a top beauty. When did such a beautiful girl appear in our school? How come I have never seen her before? Are you stupid? It's obvious that you're a freshman. She's really beautiful. Why do I feel like she's even prettier than campus beauty Sue? University is the place where hormones explode most vigorously, let alone someone like Suzie, who is a truly top-notch beauty with a beauty score of over 100 and whose only shortcoming is that her breasts are a little bit small. No one could control themselves and started discussing it enthusiastically. She's so beautiful, she'll definitely be the new campus beauty this year. Going to ask for WeChat? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Some people couldn't control themselves and had already walked quickly towards Suzie. Classmate, which department are you from? Can I add WeChat? Yes, classmate. I'm a junior in the finance department. Add me on WeChat. You can always contact me if you have any questions in the future. Suzie's brows furrowed instantly when he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. I'm in a bad mood and really want to kick all these guys away. Suyi took a step forward and immediately protected her behind him. But before he could finish his words, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Get out of the way. Do you know where this place is? School cafeteria? What do you want to do? You're making so much noise. Are you going to let people eat? As these words were spoken, the crowd automatically dispersed, and then a figure, surrounded by several people, strode through the crowd. It was Chi Mingyu, vice president of the student union. In fact, as the eldest son of the Chi family, Chi Mingyu usually does not come to the cafeteria to eat. He had received news that a top beauty even prettier than Su Rui had come to the school this year, so he eagerly rushed over from the second floor box of the first cafeteria. When I came here and took a look, I was immediately amazed. Beauty. She is indeed a top beauty. Classmate, do you need any help? He looked at Suzie carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. She is 100 times more beautiful than his current girlfriend. A woman of this level must be his. The same is true for Su Rui. By then, 2 people will serve me at the same time. Just thinking about that feeling is enough to make you feel so good. No, just get out of the way. Suzie's face became even uglier. It was so unbearable that she really wanted to slap him on the head. But no, I heard that what guys hate most is girls who are too rough. A Yi is here, we can't scare him. Otherwise, what if he misunderstands and thinks I am going to commit domestic violence? That would be bad. Classmate, you are a freshman this year, right? I'm Chi Mingyu, the vice president of the student union, and a junior in the Department of Economics and Management. Also, my family has a trading company in Jiangzhou with a market value of nearly 100 million. It's called Hanyuan Trading. Have you heard of it? So don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to be friends with you. By the way, you're here for dinner, right? The best cafeteria at Jiangzhou University is in the first cafeteria. I have an exclusive private room there. Do you want to? This guy deliberately revealed his entire identity, thinking that with this and his appearance, he would be able to instantly attract the girl's attention. Little did he know that when he was feeling proud, Suzie's eyes were almost rolling back. Although I really don't want to show off, but with less than 100 million in assets, who gave him the courage to show it off so proudly? Oh no, she called out softly, and Suyi immediately took her hand, pushed aside the people in front of him, and walked towards the second floor of the cafeteria. Everyone was stunned. Before, all their attention was focused on Suzie, and they didn't really notice that she had a male companion. However, this is not the point. The point is that this new school beauty goddess was taken away like this. Hold hands. I was directly held hands. Chapter 47, Mixed Doubles. All the boys who came to chat with her were dumbfounded. Chi Mingyu's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Because he recognized her at a glance. The person who took away the new goddess was none other than Su Rui's stinky lackey, the #1 joker in Jiangzhou University, Suyi. Oh my god, what's going on? Suyi, isn't he Su Xiaohua's dog? The others also recognized him and started pointing and talking. This guy is a servant in Su Xiaohua's family. How does he know that schoolgirl? Needless to ask, he must have used the name of Su Xiaohua to deceive the junior high school girl, right? After all, you all know that this guy uses Su Xiaohua's car every day. Who knows what he does with this? 9 out of 10, he's just bragging outside, pretending to be a rich second-generation rich kid in front of his junior schoolmate. Chi Mingyu's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, that's right, that's definitely the case. Otherwise, how could Su Yi, this stinky lackey, attract the attention of this junior schoolmate? Is he qualified? Not worthy at all. Schoolgirl, have you been deceived by him? This man is called Su Yi, and he is just a servant in the home of our Jiangzhou University's beautiful schoolgirl Su. He thought he had seen through everything, and immediately stood up and exposed it without hesitation. Su Zijin's footsteps stopped instantly. Turning around indifferently, she looked at Chi Mingyu with cold eyes and asked, "Are you sick? If you are sick, take medicine. If it doesn't work, donate your brain. What does it have to do with you whether I was cheated or not? As for Ice identity, do you think you really understand it?" Chi Mingyu was so angry that his face turned blue. I meant well, but this stinky woman insulted me like that? But after all, he still wanted to get her, so he took a deep breath and finally suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister, I'm doing this for your own good. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, let's go. We don't need to bother with this guy." Su Zijin didn't even give him a chance to finish his words. Instead, he took Su Ye's arm and turned to leave. This completely irritated Chi Mingyu. What right did Su Yi, a dog, have to take on this? Why does he do that? Su Yi, do you know why Ruo Wei has always looked down on you and found you disgusting? It's because you're not only of humble origin, but also shameless, fickle, and shameless. It's fine that you're just a bootlicker everywhere, but you're licking the school beauty Su here, and you're cheating on the new school girl there. Don't you think you're shameless? Don't you feel cheap and disgusting? Chi Mingyu unscrupulously slandered and even belittled Su Yi. He was unwilling to lose to Su Yi, and he couldn't stand the fact that the woman he liked was deceived by a stinky lackey. In his opinion, trash like Su Yi only deserves to live in the sewer. He dares to deceive his woman. He is simply seeking death. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a sudden pop sound in his ear, followed by a piercing pain on his face. Not Su Yi. He wanted to take action, but before he could lift his foot, Su Zijin's slap had already landed on Chi Mingyu's face. The 6th canteen. All the classmates were dumbfounded again. They never expected that this new schoolgirl would take the initiative to defend Su Yi. You dare to hit me? Chi Mingyu couldn't accept it at all. He was doing this for her own good. It would have been fine if she scolded him, but he fucking hit me? This stinky woman, is she crazy? Su Zijin took out a wet wipe from her bag and wiped her palms carefully. She really didn't want to do it because it was dirty, but no one can dare to bully I like this. Your mouth stinks. If you dare to insult my eye again, I'll slap you. My eye? Suye's heart was instantly wrapped in a warm and hot flame, and he was stunned on the spot. This is what it feels like to be valued. Compared with the girl in front of me, what is Su Ruo? A spoiled and ungrateful person. He is a heartless, vicious beast. Bitch, you dare to hit me, you. Snap. Before he could finish his words, another slap landed on his face, even harder than the last one, and this time he was knocked to the ground. Su Yi shook his hands, looked at him coldly, and said, "I've tolerated you twice. Do you really think you're a piece of cake? If you don't take care of your mouth, I'll pull out all your teeth." Su Yi, you even dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Chi Mingyu was completely furious. In front of so many classmates, he was slapped repeatedly by these two people. It was like their face was completely torn off and then thrown to the ground and stepped on. Who are you? Go back and ask your dad, or ask me. I'm not your father. How would I know what you are? Su Yi mocked him without any hesitation. The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. Su Zijin is his Achilles heel now. How dare you scold the woman he has made up his mind to protect with his whole life? Giving him a slap would be a light punishment. If it weren't for the fact that this happened in school, Su Yi would definitely have beaten his entire mouth to pieces. You still dare to scold me? Do you know where this place is? This is a school. How dare you act so arrogantly and recklessly in school? Do you still respect the law? Do you still respect the school rules? Chi Mingyu was furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. But after all, He had witnessed Suyi fighting two people alone a few days ago. Zhang Yang and Peiyan were no match for him alone. It was impossible for him, a young man with kidney deficiency who could hardly run 400 meters, to defeat him. I scolded you. Suyi laughed. If I remember correctly, it was you who scolded me first, right? Do you know that there's a special term for your behavior, provoking trouble? You're asking for trouble, and you're saying others don't respect the law? You should be thankful that I was too strict. Otherwise, based on what you just did, you would be dead now. After taking a final look at Qi Mingyu, Suyi was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of rubbish anymore, so he took Su Zijin's hand and left. After all, we are in school, so it doesn't make much sense to waste time talking. But if he doesn't stop and still comes looking for death, Suyi doesn't mind helping him. Suyi. Qi Mingyu clenched his fists tightly. This damned stinky lackey actually dared to hit me? Just wait for me. I will never let you go, absolutely not. Thinking of this, he turned around and left with his men without saying a word. In this day and age, how dare a commoner be so arrogant? No one can control you, right? Okay, since no one cares, then I will. Chapter 48. Troubles continue, forcing him to take action. Qi Mingyu strode towards the school leadership office. All along the way, he was racking his brains to think of how he could beat Suyi to death with a stick, get him expelled from school, and ruin his life. All right, what happened on orientation day? Suyi beat up Jiangyang Peiyan and occupied Su Rui's car, and then he beat me up today. He is the vice president of the student union. They already have absolute supervisory power over students and the right to report violations of rules and regulations, etc., and it directly hits their hands? Suyi, Suyi, just wait to die? When he arrived at the Dean of Academic Affairs office, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Come in. Hearing the director's voice, Qi Mingyu pushed open the door and walked in. Director, I have something to report. As he spoke, he deliberately covered his face and made a hissing sound. With such an obvious and deliberate action, Director Li Changshan saw the two big slap marks on his face at a glance, and his brows frowned instantly. It's Qi Mingyu, what's wrong with you? Director, I want to report Suyi. This guy is crazy and lawless. As he spoke, he recounted the beating he had just received and what had happened on the orientation day, adding all the details and exaggerating the details. Finally, he produced a large amount of evidence, all of which were testimonies from student union members. He had asked the student union members for help on his way here, which was a fact in itself. With his status as vice president, it was a piece of cake for him to get these things. And with his own report, plus this mountain of irrefutable evidence, I don't believe Suyi will not be expelled and will be able to turn things around in this life. Sure enough, the next moment, the director was furious and furious. Outrageous. This student is so brave. What does he want? Is he still a college student? So, director, this kind of student doesn't deserve to stay at Jiangzhou University. As the vice president of the student union, I suggest that this kind of student should be expelled. Qi Mingyu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of cruelty. The 6th cafeteria, a private room on the 2nd floor. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Zijin asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. This guy wouldn't think that I'm not gentle because of the slap I just gave him, right? Suyi smiled. Look at you. It turns out you have such a handsome side. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like this usually. It's just. Su Zijin was a little anxious, but really didn't know how to explain. She wasn't as good at hitting straight balls as Suyi imagined, just like last time. If it wasn't for the phone, if she wasn't pretending to be sleeping and talking in her sleep, there was no way she would have said that. Just what? Suye's heart trembled. He moved closer to her and asked her. He didn't want to scare the other person away, but he also didn't dare to confess his feelings easily. He needed a hint, just a small hint. As long as you say, even if you say, you really don't know, then I'm going to the bathroom first. After Su Zijin finished speaking, he stood up and ran out. She didn't understand why. She clearly wanted to do it, but she was nervous and scared, even a little bit scared. Maybe because his breakup with his white moonlight was too sudden. She was afraid that she was just a substitute, or even as everyone said, she was just trying to provoke the woman and didn't really like her at all. So she still needs time. At least, she needs to make sure that Suyi really likes her and there is no other reason involved. Suyi sighed. He probably understood this and knew her inner concerns. And this is all because of my stupidity in my previous life. So be patient again. After all, this is all owed to Zijin. I was feeling lost when suddenly the door of the box was kicked open and a large group of people rushed in. Suyi, how dare you come to school? Wu Jiejie looked unfriendly and said with a cold face. She was one of Su Ruawe's loyal lackeys who led people to block Su Yi on the second day of the orientation day. The score from last time hasn't been settled yet. A few days ago in Platinum Hunting, this bastard slapped his master twice again. It's too much. It's really too much. But after all, school had not officially started yet, so I had no chance to settle the score with him. When I heard that he had returned to school today, I immediately brought people to find him. As one of Su Ruawe's most loyal lackeys, when her master was bullied, she had to help her master get revenge. Jia Jia is talking to you, are you deaf? Zhou Wenhao, the second of Su Ruawe's lackeys, also said this. Jia Jia, Wenhao, please don't talk to him like that. Be careful not to irritate him. Someone else was grumbling. After all, this guy has gone crazy. Not only did he hit Pei Xiaoqiao and Jiang Yang, but now he even dares to hit his own master. If you talk to him like that, he might hit you too. He dares. Are we still afraid of him with so many people? A mere servant is really going to rebel against the heavens. If he dares to act arrogant again today, we'll see if we can't kill him. A group of people surrounded Su Yi, extremely arrogant and crazy. Of course, this was all intentional. The purpose was to provoke Su Yi and force him to take action. As long as he takes action first. They have a plan, and they guarantee that within half an hour, this stinky lackey named Su will be kicked out of Jiangzhou University. As a servant, there is really no law now. Have you forgotten who raised you? Have you forgotten who raised your entire family? You haven't apologized to Ruo Wei yet, and you still have the nerve to come to school. How can you be so shameless? How dare you be so arrogant, you ungrateful bastard? Come on, you're so powerful. Come on, try touching me. Do you have the guts? Hit me if you dare. A group of people were talking at once, constantly insulting and mocking him, trying to provoke Su Yi. Su Yi was so angry that he laughed and slowly stood up. But before he could open his mouth, another figure rushed in. What are your dogs called? Is Su Ruowei your ancestor? Why do you like to help her so much? After saying that, the figure slid forward again, knocking away several people who were blocking Su Yi. Leoi, don't be impulsive. They did this on purpose to provoke you and force you to fight them. Zhao Yang was one of his best friends in college. Unfortunately, due to Su Ruowei's instigation, Su Yi was so angry that he broke off all ties with him soon after. Su Ye's gaze fell on his face, and he looked at him with warm eyes for a long time. Finally, he smiled and patted him lightly on the shoulder. It's okay, don't worry about it. I know how to deal with it. After saying that, he looked towards Zhou Wenhao who was dancing the most happily just now. Are you sure you want me to hit you? Chapter 49, Su Ruowei regrets it. Su Yi looked down at him with a sneer on his face. Su Yi, you are really awesome. Don't forget where you are. This is a school, and the semester has officially started. How dare you touch me? Try to touch me? Zhou Wenhao was overjoyed. It was so easy to make Su Yi, the lackey, fall into the trap they set. But it is not enough, far from enough. After all, their purpose is not only to force him to take action, but also to defend themselves and break his legs. Then, they will fire him and make him unable to make a comeback. Come on, if you're awesome, then touch me. I really don't know what the hell you're pretending to be. You're just a dog raised by Su Xiaohua. It's bad enough that you don't know what gratitude is, but you even dare to bite your master? Do you want to force your face? As he spoke, he poked Su Ye's chest with his finger. That dog face of his was so arrogant to the extreme. What are you so proud of? Su Yi stopped Zhao Yang who wanted to speak and looked at him calmly. At least I'm still getting paid. Even if it's really Su Ruowei's dog, it's legal. What about you? You don't even get paid, yet you're still willing to be a dog for someone else. What kind of person is this? Pug. You know what? You look a lot like a pug. Come on, stick out your tongue for me. No. How about I take a picture of you and send it to your master? Fuck, who are you calling a lapdog? Zhou Wenhao talked for a long time, but to no avail. Instead, Su Ye's word, pug, instantly broke his defense, and he raised his fist and punched Su Yi in the face. Because he does look a bit like a pug. The truth is often the easiest to break people's defenses. But before the fist could land on Su Ye's face, it was grabbed by a large hand like an iron clamp, and then a kick was given to his right leg in the face bone, forcing him to kneel on the spot. His wrist was grabbed, and his knee hit the ground hard. Zhou Wenhao screamed in pain. It hurts, let go, fucking let me go. Others were shocked. This lackey named Su actually dared to take action? You know, there were more than 20 people present together. How dare the Su guy do that? Is he crazy? Su Yi let go and slapped him on the face a few times with contempt. You are such a wretch, and you dare to shout in front of me? Remember, don't mess with me again, otherwise. I can't guarantee what will happen. After saying that, he kicked him again, hitting him in the chest and kicking him out. You really dare to hit me? What are you all standing there for? Kill him for me. Don't forget, He was the one who started it. This is self-defense. Fight back. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Zhou Wenhao screamed in pain, and it took him a long time to react. He suddenly became furious and started barking like a mad dog. But just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Stop it, everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure with a perfect figure, but with a hint of affectation and coquettishness walking in. It was Su Rui, who had not been seen for a few days. Rui, you're finally here. Look at your servant. He's so arrogant. Wu Jiejia was the first to react and rushed forward like a dog. Others were also filled with righteous indignation and wanted to exaggerate and file a complaint against him. But before he could finish his words, Su Rui raised her hand to stop him. Suyi, come out with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Jiang Yang is still in the hospital, but going to jail is basically a foregone conclusion. The Jiang family was also targeted and was almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Of course, the most crucial point is that my mother has been bullied these past few days. This damn bastard is getting more and more outrageous. I must have a good talk with him. But compared to before, she no longer has much confidence. After all, Suyi has clearly shown his attitude. I have to force myself to bow my head until I agree to be his girlfriend. Although I was very reluctant, I really had no choice. Not to mention that my mother and others had been putting pressure on me. I really couldn't stand it anymore. Do you know what kind of life she used to live? He sleeps on a mattress worth more than 4 million yuan, eats all imported food, and even a breakfast never costs less than 5,000 yuan. The cheapest cars they drive are luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan. The clothes they wear are high-end Italian custom-made, and their cosmetics are all worth over 1 million yuan a set. Their family is indeed quite wealthy now, but how can they possibly afford this level of living? In the past, she only wore her clothes once, but now she can only wear her socks and then throw them away. How could she accept such a huge gap? This is definitely not what she wants. She must get her previous life back. It was originally hers. Why should Suyi, a stinking bootlicker, deprive her of it? Sorry, I'm busy. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. However, Suyi didn't even look at her and rejected her without any hesitation. Suyi. Su Rui was so angry that she slammed the table and her voice rose several notches. Didn't you understand what I said? I told you to get out. From now on, Suyi would no longer give her any face. What he had to do was to tear off her mask again and again in front of countless people, to see her identity as this Su family's eldest daughter. How long can I keep pretending? Suyi, what do you mean? Didn't you hear what my man said? She told you to get out. As the sudden voice fell, another figure walked in from outside the box. The moment she appeared, it seemed as if the whole world lost its color because of her. Everyone's gaze was uncontrollable and completely attracted to her. Who is this? So beautiful. Why do I feel like she seems even more beautiful than the school beauty Su? What do you feel? This is clearly the truth, okay? It's mainly because of her temperament. She's so cold, but at the same time, it really makes me want to conquer her. Zhou Wenhao and others were also confused. Indeed, this girl seemed to be even more beautiful than Su Xiaohua. But how could such a beautiful girl be the woman of Su Yi, a stinky lackey? Are you crazy? Or is she blind and took the wrong medicine? Only Su Rui opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Isn't this the actress that Su Yi hired at Platinum Hunting a few days ago? Could it be that he didn't hire this person, and he really changed his mind? No, how is it possible? This damn licker has licked me for so many years. How could he change his mind so easily? She didn't believe it. It was definitely not true. Chapter 50. One word, get out. Su Rui was scared, and a strong sense of unease finally rose in her heart. Suyi. She raised her hand, pointed at Su Zijin, and asked Suyi in a questioning tone, who is she? Who is this woman? Suyi's face darkened, and he was about to say something when Su Zijin laughed softly. Student, it seems that your memory is not very good. In that case, let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Su Zijin. I'm a freshman in the law department this year, and I'm I's girlfriend. After saying that, she raised her hand and stretched it directly towards Su Rui. But the onlookers were shocked, with disbelief on their faces. A freshman in the law department? That's nothing, but Su Ye's girlfriend? How is this possible? After all, everyone in Jiangzhou University knows that Su Yi is not just Su Rui's servant, but also her bootlicker, the kind that can't be driven away. How could such a lowly, ordinary, and mean guy possibly find a girlfriend? The key point is that this girlfriend is even prettier than Su Xiaohua. I know, it's an act, you did it on purpose. Wu Jiejia jumped out and said to Su Yi as if she saw through everything. What is that? Su Yi was puzzled. Actor, this is the actor you invited, right? You did it on purpose. just playing hard to get to attract the attention of school beauty Su. Suzie didn't even finish listening and burst out laughing. Are these people's brains like this? Suyi was originally quite angry, but when he saw Suzie smile, he immediately nodded softly. They are all mentally ill, and their illness is serious. What do you mean? Someone looked at the two of them with anger and disbelief. Didn't you hire them? Why would I hire someone to piss her off? Suyi looked at the man and said word by word, does she deserve it? Suyi. Su Rui was furious and rushed forward, almost losing her mind, to slap Suyi, the stinky bootlicker, hard in the face. He actually scolded me in front of so many people. This guy is really getting more and more outrageous. But at this moment, another voice came from outside the box. Suyi. It was Peiyan's voice. He rushed in from outside, winking at Su Rui nonstop, and said to Suyi with a blaming look on his face, Rui took the initiative to come to you. Why are you still talking to her like this? Yes. Although everyone knows about your relationship with Rui, she has never looked down on you and has always been very close to you. So don't make her angry. This is full of the tone of 82-year-old Long Jing. This is full of vague and suggestive words. The key point is that after he said that, he still wanted to come up and hug me. Suyi was so angry that he laughed and kicked him out without any hesitation. The whole audience suddenly screamed. Su Rui was completely furious. Suyi, what are you angry about? Why are you hitting Peiyan? After saying that, he hugged Peiyan with a distressed look on his face and said, Brother Peiyan, how are you? Are you not hurt? Suyi, I'm telling you, if you hurt Peiyan today, I'll never let you go. Now, apologize to Brother Peiyan immediately. Others were also furious and joined in the commotion. Arrogant, so arrogant. Rui, you must teach this servant a lesson today. If you dare not apologize, we will all go to the education department and report you to the director. No matter what, this scum must be expelled today. Apologize. 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 Peiyan glanced around, a hint of deep pride emerging in his eyes. But thinking of the purpose of his visit, he quickly raised his hand and said to everyone with a weak face, Forget it. We are all classmates after all. There is no need to make a big deal out of this. Then, he said to Suyi with a hypocritical look on his face, and I believe that Suyi definitely didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he was just in a bad mood today. Su Rui had forgotten why she came today. She only knew one thing. That bastard Suyi actually dared to hit the person she loved the most. He was simply seeking death. She pointed at Suyi with anger and insisted, Suyi, you must apologize to Peiyan today, otherwise. Rui. Peiyan was anxious and quickly pulled her aside, lowering his voice to remind her. Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit today? This? Su Rui suddenly came to her senses after hearing this. Yes, she came here today to make peace, and she was so arrogant. Wouldn't that force Suyi to go against her? So no matter what, I have to coax this bootlicker for the time being. As for the accounts of the past few days, waiting to come back. As long as I move back home, I will naturally find ways to make this bastard pay. Snort. After figuring this out, she took a deep breath and came to Suyi. Okay, I won't be angry with you about what happened today, and you don't have to make trouble anymore, okay? After saying that, she glanced at Suzie who was standing beside her, and said, You said before that you would love me forever. You've been making a fuss for so many days, so you should have had enough, right? I miss home. Take me home, okay? Suyi smiled, looking at her with a half-smile, and said, So, you went through so much trouble just to move back to my house. Suzie is a very confident person. His hands are usually very steady, and he can hit 10 rings on every target when shooting in real life. But when I heard this, my fingertips trembled involuntarily. It's okay. She comforted herself. Suyi wouldn't lie to himself. He said he was awake, so he was truly awake. There was no way he could go back. But what if? That's his white moonlight. She didn't dare to think about it. She really didn't dare to imagine. What if Suyi? She raised her head and looked at Suyi without blinking. If this is because of my relationship with Peiyan, I can stay away from him in the future, including other men. Su Rui said, So, these things you've been doing lately. Can you please stop making such a fuss? Suyi laughed out loud. It turns out you actually know everything. And will you also make concessions? That's right. After all, no one knows this woman's vanity better than me. Without me, she couldn't maintain her previous life at all. What a pity. I only regret it now. Too late. He was not polite at all, and spat out one word with a cold look in his eyes. Get out. At this moment, Suzi's clenched hands loosened instantly. Zhao Yang also breathed a sigh of relief, and then a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Rui's face turned pale in an instant. Pei-En's heart tightened even more, and he didn't even care about the people around him. He hurried forward and whispered in Su Ye's ear. Su Yi, Ruiwei has already lowered her head on her own initiative, and I have already talked to her. Why are you so petty? Ruiwei and I, we are really just cousins. Stop being so angry with her and make peace with her. Chapter 51. Wait for being fired. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Zhao Yang slammed the table hard. I don't agree. Pei-En's anger instantly flared up. None of your business? Damn it, it's okay that Su Yi, this stinking bootlicker, is going crazy, but who do you think you are, Zhao Yang? Do you have a say here? You can King speak for Su Ruiwei here, but I can't speak for Lao Yi and express his attitude. Zhao Yang shouted confidently. You and her are not even remotely related. Lao Yi and I are sworn brothers. What? My relationship with Lao Yi is worse than yours. You. Pei-En wanted to fight back, but what Zhao Yang said made a lot of sense, and I seemed to have no way to refute it. There was no way. This guy could only ignore Zhao Yang. Su Yi, you like Ruiwei so much. Zhao Yang slammed the table again. Lao Yi, who likes her, is dead. She chose it, the idol. You. Pei-En was completely furious, but Zhao Yang showed no sign of weakness and looked at him provocatively. Okay, Yoko, stop talking. Su Yi smiled and said, I'll handle this myself. Suzie glanced at Zhao Yang and began to ponder secretly in his heart. This person is not bad. You can pay attention to him in the future. Well, after all, I's good brother is her good brother. Zhao Yang didn't notice her gaze. He was very unhappy, but he still obediently stepped back, crossed his arms over his chest, and slightly tilted his body. Pei-En breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Su Yi, this stinky licker. But before he could finish his thought, Su Yi looked at him with a half-smile and said, Yangzi is right. The Lao Yi who liked her is dead. She chose her idol. Pei-En. This time, even his heart was lifted up, and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. But at this moment, the fifth group of people rushed in. They were Qi Mingyu and the student union cadres. Qi Mingyu, why are you joining in on this fun? Zhao Yang said with a displeased look on his face. What are you here for? To do some serious business, of course. Qi Mingyu glanced at Su Yi, then at Suzie, his eyes full of pride and a hint of deep ferocity. Bastards, they dare to hit me. Let me see how he will deal with them. Of course, it would be fine if this new schoolgirl was sensible, but how dare she not be sensible? After killing Su Yi, the Kuan, he wouldn't mind killing Suzie, the monkey as well. Su Yi, you're about to get into big trouble. I've officially submitted evidence of your disciplinary violations. Wait, the Dean of Academic Affairs will personally come to you and announce your expulsion. Su Yi raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Really? You still don't believe it? Then just wait. When you're fired, I'll see if you can still act crazy. He was not in a hurry to threaten Suzie. After all, he was the vice president of the student union. It would only take a few minutes for him to control a freshman from outside the area. As long as Su Yi, the chicken that was used to scare the monkeys, is fired, will there still be a need for him to threaten us? One hint, and she's guaranteed to lie in his arms in a minute. Sure enough, the next second, Su Ye's phone rang. It was the counselor calling. Su Yi, what's wrong with you? Why did the Academic Affairs office come to visit me out of the blue? Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and come to the Academic Affairs office immediately. Did you hear that? Why don't you go quickly? How dare a servant like you hit me? This is what happens when you offend me, Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu laughed loudly, his expression becoming more and more arrogant. Leoi, Ono, Suzie and Zhao Yang shouted at the same time, but their emotions were different. Suzie frowned unhappily, while Zhao Yang was completely worried. Zhao Yang didn't know Su Ye's true identity. Like other students of Jiangzhou University, he always thought that Su Yi was just a servant in Su Ruiwei's house. With this identity, the student union took notice and even reported it to the Academic Affairs office. It's okay, don't worry. However, Su Yi didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he winked at Suzie. Don't worry. Su Yi, you're really crazy. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Qi Mingyu was unhappy and looked at him fiercely, saying, Just wait for me. When you're fired, I'll have more work for you. Su Ye's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to slap Qi Mingyu again. But at this moment, Su Ruiwei suddenly interrupted. Su Yi, you haven't made enough trouble yet, have you? Do you know what this place is? This is school, not your home. Being fired is no joke, and today you not only hit Vice President Qi, but you also hit Zhou Wenhao and Pei-En. Have you really considered the consequences of this? Well, if you admit your mistake to me right away, I can help you plead with the school and try not to give you a too severe punishment. This was actually a threat, because she finally remembered that she was the president of the student union. Suyi beat someone up in school, and he has all the evidence, witnesses and evidence. So what if the Su family is rich? If things get out of hand, even if you are the son of the head of state, you will still be expelled. So the decision on how to deal with it is entirely in your hands. It would be fine if you just obeyed obediently, but what if you still refuse to obey now? Don't blame yourself, expose everything. Suyi naturally understood the deep meaning in her words. He laughed angrily and looked at her with cold eyes and said, Su Rui, are you threatening me? Have you ever considered the consequences of offending my Su family? Are your Su and Wu families really able to bear it? Su Rui's heart skipped a beat, and her hands and feet instantly became cold. That's right. The matter has become a big deal, and the only possibility waiting for Suyi is indeed being fired. But so what? Suyi is still the eldest son of the Su family and the future, only heir of the Su family. But has he offended the eldest young master of the Su family to this extent? The consequences are simply something their family cannot bear. Suyi, I've already taken the initiative to submit to you. What else do you want me to do? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only lower her voice and beg in a low voice. There was no way. The reason why she came to find Suyi today was not only because she really wanted to return to the Su family, but there was another more important reason. Welcome party after military training. This requires funding, and she had already boasted that she would pay for all the expenses. The key point is that in order to fit in with her current personality, she wanted to invite all the superstars, so the current budget alone is more than 20 million. How could she afford this? Just this morning, the school leaders came to ask her if there was any problem with the funding for the welcome party. She must have said no. But now that things have gotten this bad with Suyi, if she doesn't think of a solution, her image will be ruined. Chapter 52, Fire me? You're not qualified. Zhao Yang was somewhat worried, and frowned as he said to Suyi, Suyi, how about you first? He thought that Suyi should get back together with Su Rui first, at least to get through this hurdle first. Don't worry, he will be fine, Su Zijin said, without a trace of worry on his face. Are you kidding? Not to mention Su Ye's identity. She just sent a message herself, causing Suyi to be fired? This is absolutely impossible. Then I'll go over first. You guys eat first and don't have to wait for me. Hey, but, lately, Academic Affairs Office. When Suyi walked in, Li Changshun was sitting at his desk with a gloomy face. In front of him was a pile of extremely detailed crimes of Suyi in the past few days. Suyi, look at the good things you have done these days. As soon as he saw Suyi come in, he slammed the table and shouted angrily. Insults and fighting, robbing others' money, and disrupting school order. The key is that the trouble spread outside. You even hit the Su family. You even hit President Su of the student union. Do you still have any respect for school rules and regulations? Do you still have the law? Suyi frowned, then looked at him calmly and said, Director, have you verified this? Nonsense. Why would I look for you without verifying it? Li Changshun threw the evidence on the table directly at him. Look for yourself. This is the real name report of the entire student union, a total of 98 people. There's also a video online on campus of you beating someone up. How else can we verify it? Tell me, isn't this enough proof? Suyi shook his head and was about to say something when Li Changshun slammed the table again. Enough. A student with bad behavior and corrupt morals like you is not worthy of staying in our school. Now I officially declare that you have been expelled. Get out. The expression on Su Ye's face instantly disappeared, and he looked at the other person calmly. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and walked directly to the sofa and sat down. What are you doing? I told you to get out, and you dare to sit down? Get up right now and get out of here. Li Changshun saw that Suyi not only did not kneel down and beg for mercy as he expected, but instead sat on the sofa arrogantly, which made him furious instantly. He was indeed extremely arrogant. It seemed that he was not wrong at all for beating the eldest daughter of the Su family. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked in hurriedly. It was Su Ye's counselor Lu Jie. Lu Jie, you've come at the perfect time. Look at the kind of students you're in charge of. You're absolutely insane. Do you even have eyes for us school leaders? Li Changshun was so angry that he was furious and kept banging the table. Lu Jie had inquired on the way here and already knew that Suyi had been reported by the student union. He was well aware of the seriousness of the matter and rushed over here almost immediately, hoping to persuade and plead for Suyi as much as possible. After all, hitting someone in school, and not just once or twice, is extremely bad and he might be expelled directly. But now this situation. He gave a bitter smile and said with a stiff upper lip, Director, do you think there is any misunderstanding about what happened today? I know Su Ye's personality. He usually behaves well. It's impossible for him to hit someone for no reason. Besides, what do you mean? Are you saying that I wronged him? Did the entire student council wrongly? No, they even teamed up to frame him. No, no, director, that's not what I meant. It's just, that's enough. You don't have to say anything. Lu Jia, I'm telling you, he's been expelled. Now, take him out immediately and make him get out of school within 2 hours. If you can't do it, then you don't have to do it. I'll make you go with him. What are you still standing here for? Now immediately get out of here. Li Changshun slammed the table so loudly that it shook the heavens. It was okay for Su Yi, but Lu Jia, a counselor, actually implied that he had wronged Su Yi. He did hit Miss Su, so how could he be wronged? Even if there is a good reason, this is absolutely unforgivable. Director Li is really quite impressive, but are you going to fire me? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. Su Yi held his cell phone and kept sending messages. He did not deny that he had hit someone, nor did he deny that Li Changshuan's reaction was understandable. After all, with the entire student union reporting it, who would not believe it? But if you open your mouth, you get out, and if you shut up, you get fired? The key point is that it's me today. What if it's an ordinary person? I was fired and had no place to appeal. My life was ruined. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Even if Li Changshun has 10,000 reasons, he will never be able to continue as the director today. Look, this is what you call your usual behavior. Is this the character you know? It's simply arrogant and lawless. Li Changshun was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Su Yi and shouted, a student with corrupt morals and bad records, as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, is it not enough for me to expel you? Who do you think you are? A stinking lackey who dares to bite his master, a servant of Miss Su's family. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you anymore. Take him away, now, right now. Li Changshuan's voice was extremely angry, but at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Classmate Su Yi is right, Li Changshun, you really are so arrogant. As the director of the academic department, is this how you talk to students in school? As these words were spoken, a middle-aged man with half-white hair and a slightly thin figure walked in. It turned out to be Sun Wenyuan, the executive vice president of Jiangzhou University. Seeing Vice Principal Sun, whose status was second only to the principal, come in, Li Changshun was startled and quickly stepped forward with a flattering look on his face and said, Principal Sun, why are you here? I wasn't showing off just now. I was dealing with a student with bad behavior. Principal Sun, please don't misunderstand. Lu Jia also hurried forward to say hello, but he was surprised and suspicious. Let's not talk about Principal Sun's identity, just what he said just now. Could it be that Principal Sun has been standing outside for quite a while, and he came here specifically for Su Ye's matter? But how is that possible? You have to know that Sun Wenyuan is not just an ordinary vice president, but the second-ranked executive vice president in the school, and the most crucial point. The principal is about to retire. Half a year ago, he stopped caring about school affairs and handed over all power to Vice Principal Sun. In other words, Sun Wenyuan's actual power is completely equivalent to that of the principal. And what about Su Yi? Although it might not sound pleasant, he was indeed just a servant of the eldest daughter of the Su family, and he came here for his affairs. He wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Chapter 53, Servant? He is the eldest son of the Su family. Misunderstand. Sun Wenyuan's face was extremely stern, his expression filled with solemnity. You want to expel a student. What's your reason? Have you investigated thoroughly? Certainly. Li Changshun had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, and hurriedly picked up the letter of complaint and other relevant evidence on the table. Principal, look, this is evidence of Su Ye's violations. He not only violated multiple school rules, but also had a very negative impact on our school. I think you are the one who caused the bad influence. Before he could finish, another middle-aged man rushed in with a dignified face. His voice was not loud, but he carried a powerful aura that made people subconsciously feel timid. Zhang, Director Zhang, why are you here? Li Changshun was dumbfounded. The person who came was none other than Zhang Xinglia, director of the education department. But he is the director of the education department. How could it be? Wait, is he here to speak up for the eldest daughter of the Su family? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, who else in the entire Jiangzhou University could have such great power? This guy suddenly became excited and completely ignored the fact that Zhang Xinglia's words were directed at him. Again, in his eyes, apart from the eldest daughter of the Su family, who else in the entire Jiangzhou University could alarm a big Buddha like Zhang Xinglia? And he dealt with Su Yi so neatly and efficiently, such an efficient and considerate workability. I guess after dealing with Su Yi, it will be my turn to get a promotion and a raise, right? This guy was still daydreaming. But Zhang Xinglia didn't even look at him, but came straight to Su Yi with a concerned look on his face. "Oh no, are you okay?" Boom. Li Changshun was dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, his face turned pale in an instant. Director Zhang actually came here for Su Yi? But how is this possible? Isn't Su Yi clearly just the follower and servant of the eldest daughter of the Su family? How could it be possible? Wait, is she using the name of the eldest daughter of the Su family? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, as a servant, he wouldn't even be qualified to know me, let alone Director Zhang. But before he could speak, Su Yi stood up in surprise and said, "Uncle Zhang, why are you here?" Yes, Su Yi did call people over, and he did have a close relationship with Zhang Xinglia, but he only contacted Sun Wenyuan and did not alarm Zhang Xinglia. Could it be? Sure enough, the next moment, Zhang Xinglia winked at him with a playful look on his face. "Of course someone notified me." After a pause, he added with a more profound look in his eyes, "You boy, you are really lucky." "Is it really Zijin?" Su Yi smiled, his chest feeling warm. He almost couldn't wait to rush back to find Zijin and hug her tightly in his arms. But Li Changshun was dumbfounded again. Lu Jie opened his mouth so wide that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Uncle Zhang, good luck with women?" No matter how stupid Li Changshun was, he finally realized that something was wrong. After all, Zhang Xinglia is the director of the education department. Even if he was facing Miss Su herself, it would probably be just like this, let alone a servant. Such intimacy and courtesy could not be achieved by simply pretending to be the eldest daughter of the Su family, unless... Li Changshun broke out in a cold sweat as he finally realized something was wrong. "Principal Sun. Who? Who is Su Yi?" Sun Wenyuan did not answer directly, but asked him, "What do you think his identity is?" Li Changshun stammered. "Isn't he the servant of the eldest lady of the Su family?" "Servant? Miss Su." Sun Wenyuan laughed in anger. "Where did the eldest daughter of the Su family come from? The Su family has always had only one eldest young master, and that's the one in front of you. Don't you even know that?" "What?" There was another loud bang in Li Changshuan's mind, and Lu Jie almost fell to the ground. "Su Yi, is he the eldest young master of the Su family? How is that possible? How is this possible? Su Yi is the son of a nanny in the Su family. Everyone in the school knows this. How could he suddenly change and become the eldest son of the Su family? Is this a joke?" Putting aside the question of Su Ye's identity, I'm not here to bully others. Zhang Xinglia's face darkened, and he looked at Li Changshun with cold eyes and said, "I came here today with a question, Director Li. The issues raised by your school's student union. Are you sure you've really investigated them?" Li Changshuan's face completely drained of color. He gritted his teeth and said, "Director Zhang, is there some misunderstanding here? Today's incident is the responsibility of the entire student union. So there's no need for an investigation, right?" Zhang Xinglia interrupted him without hesitation. "Then I have two questions for you. First, Su Ye's car is his own. He drove it away on his own. How can it be said that he has taken it away? Secondly, it was clearly your student union's vice president who initiated the incident this afternoon. The surveillance video is right here. Have you seen it? Whose problem is this?" When he said this, Zhang Xinglia's secretary turned on his mobile phone and played a surveillance video directly in front of Li Changshan. When he finished reading, his vision suddenly went dark and he almost fell to the ground. If the problem really lies with Su Yi, then she may not need to worry too much. After all, it is the internet age. No matter how powerful the Su family is, they have to consider the social impact. But judging from the car occupation and the video just now, obviously, the problem is not Su Ye's. Li Changshun, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go and get to the bottom of this right now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to continue as the director of the Academic Affairs Office. After all, it involved the school, so Sun Wenyuan finally tried to smooth things over with an angry look on his face. Li Changshun also knew that this was his only chance to redeem himself, and he nodded quickly with sweat on his face and said, Yes, Principal Sun, don't worry, I will go back and reinvestigate immediately." After that, he turned to Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, I know I was wrong this time. I will definitely give you justice and will never let you suffer any injustice." After all, he was just a fence-sitter, and Su Yi had to give Sun Wenyuan face, so Su Yi didn't hold on to it. He just looked at him calmly and said, "Director Li, I hope you can be truly fair and just this time." "Yes, Su Yi, don't worry. I won't listen to one side of the story this time." Li Changshuan's legs went weak. This was the eldest son of the Su family, and how dare he be unfair in front of Sun Wenyuan and Zhang Xinglia? Isn't it because he feels that his position as the director of the Academic Affairs Office is too secure? "Okay, that's all for today," Zhang Xinglia said. "Xiao Yi, I have something else to do. so I'll leave first. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to come to me. Don't be polite to me. Sun Wenyuan also said. You can come to me. After all, your uncle's son can still make the decision on such a small matter at school. Suyi smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Zhang, and thank you, Uncle Sunday. The three people over there were being polite to each other, but Li Changshun became more and more scared the more he thought about it. What on earth had kicked in his head that he had provoked the eldest young master of the Su family? Damn, don't you think your life is too long? Chapter 54, The Art of Blaming Others. Qi Mingyu. Yes, it's all because of that bastard Qi Mingyu. If it weren't for his attempt to sow discord, how could I have offended Master Su? Okay, you're going to dig a hole for me, right? Just wait and see how I'm going to settle this score with you, you bastard. After Su Yi and others left, Li Changshun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately took out his mobile phone and made calls one by one. Downstairs in the administrative building, Qi Mingyu had no idea what was happening upstairs. At this moment, he was guarding here with a large group of people, looking extremely arrogant. As soon as he saw Su Yi coming downstairs, this guy immediately greeted him with a smug look on his face. Su Yi, did you receive the notice? How's it going? Do you need me to help you pack up and get out? He wanted to let everyone know that this was the consequence of offending him. Qi Mingyu. Su Yi shook his head, looking at him like a clown, and said, You're probably going to be disappointed. Expel me? At least no one at Jiangzhou University can do that. Qi Mingyu and his lackeys looked at each other, and suddenly they all held their stomachs and burst into laughter. Fuck you, you've blown all the bulls in Jiangzhou to the sky. I'll fire you for being such a stinking lackey. How dare you say that no one in the entire Jiangzhou University can do this? Who do you think you are? Super rich second generation? Su Yi nodded. Although I don't want to admit it, I am really a super rich second generation. I'm dying of laughter. This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. A servant pretends to be a rich kid. Is there something wrong with his brain? Of course he is. Otherwise, how dare he mess with young Master Qi? He's even been riding on the head of school beauty, Su, these past few days, almost wanting to devour her. Is there something wrong with his brain that he could do such a thing? Fortunately, the school expelled him. Otherwise, if such a psychopath were left in school, we simply cannot imagine the consequences. Su Zijin also rushed over. Upon hearing this, his face darkened, and he was about to slap Qi Mingyu in the face. But just as he raised his hand, he was stopped by Su Yi. There's no need to get angry at this idiot. Just wait, someone will come and take care of him. Qi Mingyu laughed angrily. Deal with me? Su Yi, you've been dreaming too much, imagining yourself as a super rich second-generation kid, haven't you? You're just a stinking lackey, a servant of the Ruo Wei family. After saying that, he looked at Su Zijin with a smug look on his face and said, Look, Su Yi, this stinking lackey, what else can he do besides bragging? Why don't you just come over and follow me? As long as you follow me from now on, I won't just let you off the hook for wanting to slap me. This guy was still talking incessantly with a smug look on his face when Zhao Yang suddenly shouted, Brother. Qi Mingyu looked towards Zhao Yang and asked, What? You have a fucking objection to? As a top-tier key master who had been training in Zhuan for nearly 6 years, Zhao Yang said with a blunt, angry laugh, I've learned some physiognomy before, and seeing that you have a pointed face, a mouth full of feces, sunken cheekbones, and a sallow complexion, I'm guessing you've been eating and masturbating too much, which is bad for your health. Our school happens to be quite close to a mental hospital. I suggest you go over there and have a look. These days, people with mental disabilities are getting younger and younger. We must pay attention to this. Otherwise, if we delay treatment for too long, you won't be able to cure it even if you want to. Fuck. Qi Mingyu was furious. Zhao Yang, how dare you scold me like that? Do you want to be fired too? Su Zijin wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Su Yi again. It's okay, Zhao Yang won't suffer any loss. Besides, even if you don't have confidence in me, don't you have confidence in yourself? After saying that, he winked at the other person. Su Zijin also blinked and thought to himself, that's true. On the other side, Zhao Yang had already crossed his arms calmly. Urgent. Zhao Yang, you're really looking for death. Qi Mingyu's lackeys were all angry and rolled up their sleeves to go forward and beat Zhao Yang. Filial piety. Zhao Yang was not worried at all. This was the administrative building where the school leaders worked. Who dared to fight him here? It's a good opportunity for the school leaders to see what kind of people are reporting Lao Yi. Zhao Yang, do you really want to die? Qi Mingyu also saw Zhao Yang's purpose, but he still inevitably broke his defense. Don't forget your identity. Your family is just an ordinary family. You are not much better than the nanny Su Ye's son. If I can deal with him today, I can deal with you too. Are you sure you really want to go against me? He was completely furious. He had already killed a chicken for the whole school to admire, and someone actually dared to challenge him? The key point is that he is picking up girls at the same time. Isn't this seeking death? The lackeys behind him also came forward very sensibly, trying to put pressure on Zhao Yang. Zhou Wenhao, Wu Jejia, and others all clenched their fists, their eyes filled with excitement. Suyi, Suyi, you are finally finished. Now I want to see if you can still be crazy enough. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. What a big tone. Who are you trying to get? Come on, repeat yourself to me. Who are you trying to mess with? Everyone turned their heads to look, not understanding what was going on today. People were provoking Vice President Qi one after another. Qi Mingyu was already furious, and now he was even more furious. He swore in his heart that no matter who challenged him, he would make him pay the price. But when he saw who it was, his expression changed instantly. He quickly stepped forward excitedly and said, "Great. Director Li, you're finally here." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted rudely by Li Changshun. "I'm asking you, who are you going to mess with?" He had originally planned to personally investigate what happened today, but when he heard Qi Mingyu's threat, he was completely furious. What a student union. He believed Qi Mingyu's report so much before, but now he becomes so arrogant when he is not in front of the school leaders? Whoever you want to mess with. The key point is that he just got himself into trouble. If it weren't for his position as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, he would have slapped him to death. Qi Mingyu's face darkened at the question, but he could only bite the bullet and whisper, "Director Li, I was just joking. I'm the vice president of the student union. How could I possibly bully others by taking advantage of my position? Impossible." Li Changshun was so angry that he took out his mobile phone on the spot, opened the surveillance video he was about to watch, and put it in front of Qi Mingyu. "So what's going on? It was you who hit someone first, but you reported Suyi instead. How do you explain this?" Chapter 55. Aunt Liang, please take care of your son. This? Qi Mingyu was dumbfounded. He never expected that Li Changshun would pull up the surveillance footage. You know, he united the entire student union to report it. In this situation, Li Changshun still didn't believe it and still stubbornly investigated it. Isn't he crazy? But after all, it was already like this, and there was no point in getting angry. He could only bite the bullet and argue. Director Li, even if I was wrong about what happened today, what about before? He also beat Peiyan and Zhang Yang and took possession of. That's enough. Li Changshun interrupted him angrily. You're still quibbling at this point. Do you really think I'm stupid? After that, he didn't bother to talk to him anymore and said in a deep voice to the young man behind him, Teacher Wang, this matter will be handed over to your audit department. All members of the student union must be thoroughly investigated. Those who need to be dealt with will be dealt with, and those who need to be removed will be removed. Remember, all violations of rules and regulations will be held accountable, and there will be no leniency. Yes. The teacher agreed, took out his cell phone, and called colleagues in several departments, including the audit department and the security department. The expressions of all the members of the student union changed immediately. They knew better than anyone that Suyi was wronged. At least in this report, except for the car being occupied, they were almost the first to provoke. If this is discovered, not to mention the status of a student union member, I'm afraid the least I'll get is a demerit. Qi Mingyu's face turned pale, and he looked incredulous. He used his status to do many things that should not be done, such as embezzling funds, nepotism, abusing, and even misappropriating school resources, etc. If this were to be discovered, it would not just be a matter of losing the position of vice president of the student union, but he would most likely be expelled directly. But damn it, why would Li Changshun not trust me but trust a stinky dog? Wow. Zhao Yang was delighted. He crossed his arms and looked at Qi Mingyu with a smug look on his face. He said, now someone is really going to be fired. But who is it? Damn clown, it's time to have some fun. Suzie looked at Zhao Yang approvingly and suddenly found that he was very suitable to be a friend. After all, such a powerful mouth substitute. Sounds really exciting. You guys, are you so proud? Qi Mingyu was so angry that his face turned green. Unable to bear it any longer, he leaned close to the ears of Su Yi and Zhao Yang. Do you really think it's a big deal to have dodged this time? Do you really think that the school can expel me just because I'm investigated? Let me tell you, power is king these days. I have money. I can take care of this matter in a minute. But what about you? If you offend me, I'll show you how you'll die later. After saying that, without waiting for their answer, he left with an arrogant look on his face and without looking back. He really didn't take it to heart at all. After all, these days, is there anything that can't be solved with money? Check. As long as the audit department comes back and says that he has no problems, then he will naturally be fine. Then, Suyi, Zhao Yang, Suzie Jean, you dare to go against me again and again? Just wait for me. Next time, I will kill you all, one by one. Laoi. Zhaoyang felt a little regretful, but more worried. Indeed, the Qi family was a behemoth to them. They had a good time just now scolding them, but if they really had to face Qi Mingyu's revenge, he himself was not afraid, but Su Zijin and Su Yi were implicated. This really made him feel guilty. It's okay, don't worry. Su Zijin sent a text message, put away his phone, and said with a faint smile. Can? Zhaoyang wanted to say something, but Su Yi interrupted him with a smile. Zijin is right. It's just Qi Mingyu. There's really no need to worry. After a pause, he changed the subject and said, Okay, we've been busy for so long that I haven't even had a meal. Let's go eat. After saying that, without giving Zhaoyang a chance to speak again, he put his arm around his shoulders and strode towards the 6th cafeteria. Su Ruowei watched them leave in the crowd, her teeth almost breaking in anger. Ruowei, why didn't you teach them a lesson just now? Look at them, they're really going too far. That's right, Ruowei. He's obviously just a dog you raised, but what's your attitude now? Not only am I going to fight you, but now I completely disregard you as my master. It's already like this. Why should you show him any mercy? Call your parents now and have them all expel his family and get them all out of your house. Wu Jejia and others were also extremely unhappy and spoke up for Su Ruowei. Your master is still here, but you ignore him and just follow another woman? What an attitude. And he has been treating Ruowei like this in recent days. Why keep a dog like this? If it were them, they would definitely treat it as being beaten to death. I'm going to make a phone call. Su Ruowei couldn't bear it anymore. It seemed that Su Yi was not joking and really fell in love with someone else. If nothing is done, the Su family's assets will be gone. But going directly to Su Yi was undoubtedly no longer feasible, so he could only call his mother. Humph, after licking me for over 4 years. Now he's just going to stop licking me? How could such a thing happen in the world? This is seriously irresponsible, treacherous, and indecisive. How does Mr. Liang manage his son? Is there any sense of responsibility or morality left? Hey, Auntie, Su Yi bullied me. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Ruowei immediately spoke in a crying voice. On the other end of the phone, Liang Qiushua looked at the evidence on the table and said to the other end with cold eyes, Ruowei, what happened? Don't cry yet. Tell your auntie slowly. If Xiaoya is wrong, I will definitely stand up for you. Right in front of her was the evidence of Su Dehai's family's illegal activities. Every single one of them was now laid out in front of her. It's better not to watch it. The more you watch, the more shocking it is, and the more furious you become. So she was not in a hurry, not at all. Dare you act wildly against the Su family? If they are not tortured to death, the Su family's huge fortune will be wasted. Su Ruowei had no idea what Liang Qiushua was thinking. She exaggerated everything that Su Yi had done to her brother and mother in the past few days, and even how he had changed his mind and found other people, making herself sound as pitiful as possible. Auntie, Su Yi said she would always love me, and I've been with her for more than 4 years. He can do this now? He changed his mind so easily and fell in love with another woman. You should know that everyone in my family knows that I'm living in the Su family, and they all think that I will definitely marry Su Yi. Now he dumped me just like that. How can I face people? Auntie, I can't live anymore. Chapter 56, Su Yi's Confidence? Su Ruowei takes action. I have to say that Su Ruowei really has acting skills, which is also the biggest reason why she was able to PUA Su Yi in her previous life. Now she looked extremely aggrieved, and tears started to flow, as if Su Yi had really become a heartless man and had caused her great injustice. Okay, I know about this matter. I will definitely take care of it for you and give that brat a good scolding. Liang Qiushua pretended to be polite, but she was actually wondering in her heart, how could her son fall in love with someone new so quickly? Could it be another Su Ruowei? The key and most important point is that if Su Ruowei hadn't called her, she would still be completely unaware of this. No, I have to make a phone call and ask. No matter what, I have to get to the bottom of it. Meanwhile, Su Yi was already being interrogated. He is not only Zhao Yang, but 2 other brothers in school. One is called Han Bin, and the other is called Gao Wenyu. The 4 of them also have a group called A Domineering Boss Raised in Poor Family. When will my dad take me home? While having dinner today, Zhao Yang told the group what happened at noon. The first sentence he sent was, Jiangzhou Hot, the first release of the broken love of male college students, the new love story of amateur Su Yi, and censored. Su Yi spat out a mouthful of water at that moment. Then he was taken back to the 4 people's secret base, Dormitory 406 of Tangcheniping. Then, the 3 of them took turns interrogating and torturing him. First question, are you really breaking up with that woman Su Ruowei? A plant. Su Yi was really helpless. He had explained this issue many times recently, but no one believed him. He had to explain it every time. Real. Hanbin wanted to ask something, but Gao Wenyu suddenly looked at Suyi. Leo, Suyi, do you have a system? Suyi. What the hell? Gao Wenyu looked at him seriously and said, people like you who suddenly stop licking are usually reborn, aren't they? And she even has a new love. The next stage will be Su Rui chasing her husband to the crematorium, right? How can there be no system? Is there a saying that says don't bully the young and poor? What the fuck? Suye's face turned pale. Gao Wenyu, you fucking weren't reincarnated with me, were you? But this kind of thing must never be admitted even if you kill yourself. Can you please stop talking nonsense? Stop reading online articles. Nonsense. If a person doesn't have a dream, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Gao Wenyu asked, before you were reborn, did my wealthy father take me back to his wealthy family? Sui, no. Gao Wenyu patted his shoulder with some disappointment. Then you must take good care of me in this life. If one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. As a reborn person, you must not let me down. Suyi was stunned. What are you saying? Because I suddenly woke up. But before he could finish the second half of the sentence, Hanbin suddenly rushed towards Suyi with a punch, as if he had PTSD. You are so beautiful, baby. You are so beautiful, baby. Zhao Yang cursed. Idiot. Your posture is not standard at all. Look at me. Come on, music. Gao Wenyu took out his cell phone and the accompaniment played directly. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Chicken, you are so beautiful, baby, ong ong. Suyi slapped his forehead hard. He felt that the reason why he was so stupid in his previous life was probably because of these idiots. I told you can't. Zhao Yang cursed. Look at Lao Yi. He's obviously been training for 2.5 years. Now he can even participate in a talent show without any problems. Girls' dormitory. The corners of Suzie Jean's mouth rose slightly. A song just finished playing in the headphones. This time the smart recommendation is pretty good. A little sweet. It's really sweet. I just don't know. What is I doing now? Are you thinking about me just like me? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt her face a little hot and quickly pulled up the quilt to cover her face. Boys' dormitory. Suyi put one hand on his waist in a horse stance and the other hand stretched horizontally to the left. You are so beautiful, baby. You are so beautiful. Oh. On the other side, Su Rui was still waiting for Liang Qiuxue to call back. But after waiting for a whole afternoon, it was almost 6 o'clock and Liang Qiuxue still hadn't returned the call. She was immediately furious. This damn old woman, why hasn't she returned my call yet? Does she still want me to marry into the Su family? In her opinion, her willingness to marry into the Su family was definitely a blessing that the Su family had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. It would be fine if you weren't grateful, but you actually dared to treat me like this? That's really too much. And Suyi hasn't come to apologize to me until now, which is even more excessive. No, I have to make another phone call and ask. No matter what, that bitch Liang Qiuxue must give me a satisfactory explanation. But when she called this time, she found that the call was not going through. What's going on? You damn bitch, you even dare to do this to me. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Suyi, Liang Qiuxue, just wait for me. Unless you really never come to beg me again, I really will never forgive you. What made her even angrier was that Payan called her at this time and asked her about the class party this weekend. This was something she had arranged 2 weeks ago. After all, it was the beginning of a new semester, so why not invite classmates to get together? But at that time, she wanted Suyi to pay the bill, and all the vanity belonged to herself. Now Suyi has been angry with her. Who knows if he will come to pay the bill? Plus the tens of millions from the welcome party. If these things are not dealt with in time, she will really be finished. What should we do, Ruowei? Have you come up with any solution? What can I do? That bastard. No, wait. Where does that damn bastard Suyi get the confidence to mess with me now? Isn't it just because he has a new love that it doesn't matter even if he doesn't have me? Okay, then I will teach that woman a lesson and make her get out of here if she knows what's good for her. Without that woman, she wanted to see if Suyi still had enough confidence to continue making trouble with her. Girls' dormitory, bed 306. Suzie Jean turned over in bed and asked softly on the other end of the phone, "Are you going home?" Suyi hummed, then smiled and said, "We'll be at the parking lot soon. Then be careful on the road and send me a message when you get home. Don't worry, I'll call you directly." After Suyi finished speaking, he was about to hang up the phone, but at this moment, there was a sudden boom sound from the other end. Wujejia? Su Rui? You are looking for death. A raging rage instantly rose in Su Ye's eyes. Without saying a word, he hung up the phone and turned around to rush towards the girls' dormitory. Chapter 57. You are looking for death. Let's go back 5 minutes. For some women, being prettier than themselves is a sin in itself, not to mention that this woman embarrasses them time and time again, and even openly seduces their bootlickers without any concealment. That belongs to her alone. Who gave this little cutie the courage to do this? So Su Rui brought Wu Jiejia and more than a dozen people and rushed to Su Zijin's dormitory in a threatening manner. Today I must teach her a lesson. Arriving at the door of dormitory 306, Wu Jiejia said, Rui, should we knock on the door? Knock her for a fuck. We're here to teach her a lesson, not to be her guests. She waved her hand arrogantly. Kick the door open. At the command, Wu Jiejia and several others rushed forward and kicked the dormitory door to pieces in a few seconds. Su Zijin was talking to Suyi, and before he hung up, Wu Jiejia snatched the phone away and threw it to the ground. Su Zijin's brows furrowed instantly. Su Rui, what do you mean? What do you mean? To teach you a lesson, of course. Wu Jiejia shouted arrogantly. Someone, hold her down. Wait a moment. Su Zijin said. You said you wanted to teach me a lesson, so there must be a reason, right? Wu Jiejia said smugly. We can teach anyone a lesson if we want. Do we need a reason? Of course there are reasons, but being arrogant is more satisfying. I let you show off in front of us again and again, and let you be prettier than me. If I don't scratch your face, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Rui simply pulled a chair over and sat down, watching leisurely from the side. Such a cutie, he actually dared to snatch my dog away. He is simply courting death. She said that today, she must teach this little cutie a lesson. Su Zijin's face darkened, and he looked at Su Rui with cold eyes and said, So, you don't intend to reason anymore? She is a good fighter, but no matter how good she is, she can never beat so many people. The key point is that the phone was dropped. Even if he has a strong background, he is likely to suffer some loss tonight. Reason? What is reason? Su Rui said arrogantly. Don't you know me? Don't you know that in Jiangzhou, I, Su Rui, am the one who is right? That's ridiculous. Only a fool would reason with you. As she spoke, she stood up and wanted to look down at Su Zijin, but she found that she was half a head shorter than the other person. She immediately stood on the chair in annoyance. Ordinary people like you should keep your tail between your legs. You actually recklessly seduced me, Su Rui's licking dog. Do you really think it's free? That is, Wu Jiejia also said. Do you think you are so great just because you have a seductive and charming face? Let me tell you, just having face means nothing in front of us. So you like seducing people? How about I send you to Red Romance tonight and let you seduce as much as you want, you little cutie. After saying that, he could no longer control himself and slapped Su Zijin's pretty face with his hand. Damn, he's so handsome, she's almost attracted to him. But why? People like this should live in a place like Hongleman. Why do they appear in front of me? Su Zijin's face turned cold, and he raised his leg to kick her away. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out behind everyone. Wu Jiejia, are you looking for death? Before Wu Jiejia could react, she was kicked hard in the waist and flew out. The kick was so hard and heavy that Wu Jiejia's face turned green in pain, and she couldn't get up for a long time. The people around all changed their expressions and looked towards the person who came. Suyi, why is it you? Why are you here? Su Yin's face was filled with uncontrollable anger, but he ignored everyone and walked straight towards Su Zijin. Zijin, are you okay? Su Zijin felt warm in her heart and shook her head with a smile. I'm fine. Only then did Su Yi breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could open his mouth, Wu Jiejia roared hysterically. Su Yi, you dare to hit me? Hit you? I dare to kill you today. Su Yi was really angry. The reason why he kept these people was, firstly, they were in school after all, and secondly, he wanted to deal with them slowly. But they should never, ever attack Su Zijin. This is his Achilles heel. Whoever touches it will die. Snap. He swung his hand and slapped Wu Jiejia hard in the face. Who gave you the guts to touch Zijin? Bang. I've ignored you time and again, and you're still getting excited, right? Bang. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Bang. Do you really think I, Su Yi, am someone you can easily mess with? After several slaps, Wu Jiejia's cheeks swelled up on the spot. She was beaten so hard that she was dizzy. She collapsed to the ground, unable to even cry out in pain for a long time, let alone crawl. Su Rui was dumbfounded, but more of her was fear. She had known Su Yi for more than 4 years, and had never seen him so angry and ferocious. She was stunned on the spot, trembling and at a loss. You, Su Yi, do you know that this is a girls' dormitory? Who told you to come up here? Hurry up, get out right now. She tried to use the school rules to drive Su Yi away first, because she had a strong premonition that if she didn't drive Su Yi away, she would be in trouble too. If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten about you. When Suyi heard her voice, he turned around and slapped her hard in the face. You hit me? Suyi, you actually hit me for a woman. Su Rui covered her face with her hands, a look of disbelief on her face. Although this was not the first time, she had always thought that Suyi was just playing hard to get. Now this is a real fatal move. Has he really changed his heart? What's the point of hitting you? I even want to kill you straight away. Suyi slapped her hard on the face again. Su Rui, have I always given you face? You dare to bring people to bully my woman, Suyi? Do you know that you are looking for death? After saying that, he slapped Su Rui in the face for the third time. The corners of Su Rui's mouth were cracked from being slapped. It hurt so much that tears immediately flowed down her face. But after all, in front of so many people, she could only bite the bullet and said hysterically and angrily, Suyi, are you really going to completely break up with me for a woman? Still pretending? Tear your face with me? Are you worthy? Touching his woman is something Suyi would never forgive. Today, Suyi is going to tear off her face, destroy her image, and take away what she cherishes most. Chapter 58. Just say sorry and forget it? Kneel down. By this time, Wu Jieji had recovered. She covered her swollen cheek and cried, Suyi, you're done. You dare to hit me? I will never let you go. Suyi slapped her to the ground with another backhand, looking at her with cold eyes, and said, You're the only one who's going to be finished. If you dare to touch Zijin, I'll make you regret coming into this world. Then let's see who will regret it. As Wu Jieji spoke, she took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. She was beaten like this. It was at least a first-degree minor injury. And with so many witnesses present, I don't believe he can't be convicted. But before she could make the call, Su Rui, who had noticed something was wrong, quickly stopped her and said, Forget it, Jieji. Don't call the police. Why? Wu Jieji couldn't understand it all. Rui, look at him. He didn't just hit me. He also hit you. Are you going to let him go this time? I don't want to either. Su Rui was also unwilling to accept this. She had never suffered such a great injustice in her life. Now everyone is laughing at their own joke. But unfortunately, she had absolutely no way out. After all, no one knew better than her that Su Yi was the real eldest master of the Su family. Call the police? It's easy to guess that she will be the only one who suffers in the end. But as she said, these things couldn't be said openly. She could only lower her voice and whisper in Wu Jieji's ear, You have to know that we were the first to attack this time. If the police are called, we will also be responsible. But aren't you the eldest daughter of the Su family? Wu Jieji looked at her with suspicion and said, As the eldest daughter of the Su family, how could you not be able to handle such a small matter? Or, are the rumors from a few days ago true? You're not really the eldest daughter of the Su family. Su Rui's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained anxiously, What nonsense are you talking about? Precisely because I am the eldest daughter of the Su family, this matter cannot be made a big deal. After all, don't you know what era it is now? In the internet age, nothing can be hidden. If word of tonight's events gets out, and people learn that I, the eldest daughter of the Su family, bullied a classmate and even affected judicial justice, do I even need to explain the impact on my Su family? That's true. Wu Jieji suddenly realized something, but said with a hint of reluctance, Are we really going to just let it go like this? I really can't swallow this. Su Rui gritted her teeth and said, We were too impulsive this time. We'll be patient for now, but don't worry, I won't let him go next time. After saying that, he glanced at Su Yi with a look of resentment, turned around, and waved to everyone. Let's go. Wait a moment. Su Yi was so angry that he laughed. He stopped her and said rudely, Did I tell you to leave? Su Yi. Su Rui shouted angrily and anxiously, We've already given in. What else do you want? Concession? If concessions work, then what do we need the police for? He slapped Su Rui in the face again. You bullied my woman, Su Yi, and you want to leave here without even saying sorry? What are you dreaming about? You. Being beaten again and again, and the key point is that she has begun to be suspected. Su Rui was so angry that she really wanted to fight with him. But thinking of the consequences of completely angering Su Yi, she finally endured it. I'm sorry. Is this okay? When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, but this is by no means the end. Su Yi, Su Zijin, all of you just wait for me. Is this what you call an apology? Su Yi, however, showed no appreciation. Kneel down. What? You want me to kneel down? Su Yi, please don't go too far. Su Rui was really furious. If she knelt down, even if she had 10,000 excuses, her identity would definitely be exposed. Su Yi took a step forward and whispered in her ear, This is the price for bullying my woman. This is also the last chance I give you. Kneel down, or I'll expose your true identity right now and make you feel so ashamed that you can't even hold your head up in front of everyone. You. Su Rui was furious. How could Su Yi, that damn bastard, bully her like this? But before she could say anything, Su Yi said coldly, 3 seconds. You only have 3 seconds to think about it. 3, 2. I kneel. Faced with Su Ye's threat, Su Rui finally gave in. If I kneel down now, I can still make excuses later, but if I am exposed, there will be no way to make amends. So even though she felt extremely humiliated, she finally knelt down, said sorry to Suzie, and ran out crying. When he first arrived, he was full of vigor and glory, but in the blink of an eye, he lost all his face and fled in a miserable state with swollen cheeks. She had just escaped not far when another large group of people rushed towards her, led by Zhao Yang, Han Bin, and Gao Wenyu. Such a big thing happened here. Of course they couldn't be unaware of it. Suzie is Su Ye's girlfriend, and now that something has happened, she has to come and help no matter what. However, facing Su Rui, they really didn't have much confidence. They could only hope that the other party would not dare to make a big deal out of it and take out their cell phones as soon as they entered the door. But what made them dumbfounded was that before they even entered the door, Su Rui and others fled out in a miserable state with their faces swollen like pigs, and it seemed that they had obviously suffered a great loss. At Jiangzhou University, who dared to beat Su Rui like this? Could it be Lao Yi and Suzie? They arrived at dormitory 306 with a lot of questions in their minds. As expected, as soon as they entered, they saw Su Yi and Suzie inside. They quickly asked with concern, Lao Yi, sister-in-law, are you all okay? Su Yi felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, it's okay, you can all rest assured. I'm glad you're okay. Hanbin wanted to say something, but was bumped by Zhao Yang. He looked at the smashed door and winked at Su Yi. Sister-in-law, you must be scared just now. Besides, the door is smashed. Is it unsafe to stay here? Right. Gao Wenyu also reacted and quickly winked at Su Yi and said, Lao Yi, this is the time for men to take responsibility, you see. Suzie is not a novice. On the contrary, when they hadn't met in person before, the jokes she made in that area were much more serious than Su Ye's. But it's one thing to be online, in reality. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly raised her hand, pushing Su Ye's back and rushing out, saying, I'm fine. It's getting late, and this is the girls' dormitory. You should just leave. Su Yi was anxious. Such a rare opportunity, and you were driving me away? Besides, such a big thing just happened. He really didn't want to leave. But when he saw the onlookers outside, he suddenly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. She is a girl after all. What will others think if I take her away in front of so many people? How will you look at her tomorrow? Rumors are never based on facts, but on people's hearts. Su Yi didn't want her to be hurt, not even a little bit, so? Never mind, there's really no rush. Chapter 59. How dare you use my Tiger Master's license plate? You're asking for trouble. After leaving the girls' dormitory and separating from Zhao Yang and others, Su Ye's eyes gradually became cold. Su Rui, this bitch, I originally wanted to keep her for a while longer, but today she dared to bring people to cause trouble for Suzie. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. He took out his cell phone, dug out a number, and quickly dialed it. On the other side, Su Jikuan was driving a Ferrari 12 Cylindri, driving angrily towards the Su family. Damn it, that dog Su Yi. It's been so long since he came to my house to apologize. It's fine. But he's actually going even further, bullying my mom like this. He's simply courting death. Yes, after 4 whole days, Wu Jinrong could no longer bear it and told her family all the grievances she had suffered. How can this be? Su Ruo's family was immediately furious. Especially Su Jikuan, who was immediately rushed out of a club and vowed to blow Su Ye's head off tonight. He dared to let his mother work and even clean the toilet and drink toilet water. He is simply seeking death. This is really rebellious. His girlfriend Zeng Yurong said, but he is the eldest son of the Su family after all. If you come to him like this, is it really okay? Su Jikuan shouted arrogantly. You damn Su family's eldest young master. I tell you, he's just a dog in front of me, a stinking lapdog I keep. Dare you explode in front of me? Wait. When I meet you, there will be 2 big guys. Do you think he dares? The guy became more and more arrogant as he spoke, but at this moment, 4 or 5 SUVs suddenly drove towards him, and then a Ferrari of the same model as his stopped next to him. Su Jikuan quickly braked and stopped the car, not knowing what had happened. Across from me, the door of a Ferrari opened and a middle-aged man got out. The man's collar was open, and tattoos were visible on all exposed skin. He was tall, strong, and had a menacing look. Immediately afterwards, The door of the SUV opened and more than 20 thugs jumped out. Although they were all unarmed, they looked very tough and they exuded a ruthless aura. Seeing this scene, Suzie, who had been so arrogant just now, suddenly became intimidated and said nervously and uneasily, Big brother, what's going on?" Zheng Yurong hugged his arm tightly. If it weren't for his support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Even though Su Rui and her family were extremely arrogant in front of Su Yi, it was only in front of Su Yi. When you really face this kind of person who is obviously a ruthless person in society, you absolutely dare not say a word. Snap. The middle-aged man raised his hand and slapped Suzie in the face with a big slap. "You little bastard, I've been looking for you for a long time. How dare you use my license plate? Are you looking for death?" Deck. Suzie mouth cracked instantly after being hit. He turned his head and saw that his license plate was the same as the other parties, including the model and appearance of the entire car. "Brother, my car can't be a clone. Oh, and my brother-in-law is Su." "Yes, that's right. This supercar also belongs to Su Yi. After all, it is a top supercar worth more than 7 million. Even though it has sucked the blood of the Su family for more than 4 years, they are not willing to buy it." "What? Can I still lie to you?" The middle-aged man took out an ID card and threw it hard on Suzie face. "Look carefully, see what this is." Suzie picked up the document on the ground and checked it carefully. It showed that the owner of the license plate was Liang Hu, and all the information of the entire car was exactly the same as his car. Liang Hu shouted, "Did you see clearly? You said it couldn't be a fake license plate. So where's your driver's license? Show it to me." "Brother, it's a misunderstanding." "This is really a misunderstanding." Suzie quickly explained, "This is my brother-in-law's car. My brother-in-law is from the Su family." "You're wrong. You're the one driving the car now. And you're still trying to argue? You want to die, don't you?" The more Liang Hu spoke, the more ferocious he became. Finally, he grabbed his collar and slapped him more than 20 times on both sides. That's not all. The thugs next to him also punched and kicked him. "You dare to use Lord Tiger's brand in Jiangzhou? Are you tired of living?" "What? Master Tiger?" Hearing the name of Tiger Lord, Suzie was so frightened that his whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He himself was born a gangster. If you asked him which wealthy family heads there were in Jiangzhou, he might not know them. But who was the underground emperor of Jiangzhou? He knew it clearly on the first day he came to Jiangzhou, and it was directly imprinted in his soul. "Master Tiger, I don't know. This car really isn't mine, and I'm completely unaware of what you're talking about." Zheng Yurong was so frightened that she almost lost control of her bladder. She cried, "Master Hu, this has nothing to do with me. Can you please let me go first and let me leave?" Damn it. What a crap-rich second generation. He was so arrogant just now that he didn't even take the eldest young master of the Su family seriously. As a result, now she is so scared when facing a Tiger Lord. It really kills her. Seeing them admit their mistakes, Tiger Lord seemed to soften his expression a little. "Well, I'm not an unreasonable person. From now on, you must remove the license plates from your cars, and you are not allowed to put them on again." Suzie nodded quickly. Of course, I'll take it down right away, as soon as I get home." In fact, he had already realized that something was wrong. Given Su Ye's status and position, how could the license plate be a fake? But the same thing goes. He used to be a gangster, and when faced with Liang Hu, the biggest underground leader in Jiangzhou, he naturally felt a strong fear. It's the same principle as the food chain. So I didn't care whose cards were the real ones. I just wanted to get through this difficult time first. Why wait to go back? Let's tear it down now. After Liang Hu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several thugs immediately rushed over and took off the license plate of his Porsche. Liang Hu then added, "I've received over 100 notifications from the traffic police recently. You violated traffic rules over 100 times using my license plate. The fines alone are over 200,000 yuan. Now, you pay me this money and compensate me with another 5 million, and then forget about this matter. Otherwise, I will smash your car and kill you." Su Zhihao was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What? 5 million? Isn't that too much?" A thug went up and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. "You're using Tiger Lord's brand. Is 5 million too much for you to pay? Who the hell told you to put on too much? Do you want to die? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now." Liang Hu also said with a sullen face, "In a word, are you going to pay the money or not? If you don't pay, I'll have you chopped up and thrown into the river to feed the fish." Chapter 60. Car impounded, fined, and 12 points deducted. Others followed suit and shouted, "Before chopping you up, I'll chop off all your hands and feet first. Lingqi is my favorite form of execution, cutting flesh with a blunt knife." "That's boring. I'd light a sky lantern, drill a hole in his head, pour honey in, and let the ants eat all his flesh and blood until he can't stand it anymore and doesn't even want to hide anymore. Compensate. I will compensate. I will compensate now. Su Jikuin was so scared that he quickly took out his cell phone and started transferring money. But after trembling for a long time, he realized that there was no such amount of money in his own card, only a few $100,000 in total. Your mother, this amount of money is not enough to pay the fine. A gangster kicked Su Jikuin to the ground and searched his body for a while, but only found more than 600 yuan. Another person forced him to open all his mobile banking apps and finally borrowed from all available loans, including Huabei. Master Tiger, this guy can only come up with 430,000 in total, which is still more than 4 million short. Tiger Lord took a look and glared at Su Jikuin and asked, do you have any money left? Su Jikuin burst into tears. No more, this is really all I have. Fearing that the other party would continue to attack, he quickly added, how about you let me make a phone call and ask my brother-in-law to send some money over? My brother-in-law is Liang, who slapped him in the face. You useless piece of shit, always asking others for help. You're fucking useless. Okay, write him an IOU and have him put his fingerprint on it. Remember, you only have 1 week. If you don't pay me back within a week, I guarantee I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. A group of thugs immediately rushed forward, took out the IOU they had prepared in advance, and regardless of Su Jikuin's struggle, they grabbed his hand and pressed their fingerprints on it. Did you volunteer? Su Jikuin didn't dare to say no, and nodded hurriedly, saying, yes, it's absolutely my own free will. That's good. I recorded it all. Remember, I'll come find you in person in a week. Liang, who patted him on the face a few times, waved his hand, and left with his men. After they all left, Su Jikuin got up from the ground, holding his swollen cheek, and angrily said, damn Suyi, he's so rich, but he still used someone else's license plate. He almost killed me. Zheng Yurong said, that shouldn't be possible, right? Could it be? Could it be that Master Tiger is deliberately blackmailing you? Su Jikuin said, even if he did it on purpose, what can we do? He's Master Tiger. How dare you go against him? Zheng Yurong stopped talking immediately. The eldest young master of the Su family is indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he has nothing to do with the two of them. Challenging the mighty Tiger Lord. It's almost like you're tired of living. Only, I just confirmed my relationship with this guy, and it hasn't even been 2 hours, and I have to bear a debt of 5 million with him? Are you crazy? What a psycho. Su Jikuin obviously guessed what she was thinking and hurriedly added, Rong, don't worry. I will definitely get the money back. Have you forgotten what I said before? The eldest young master of the Su family is our dog. Just wait, let's go find him now. Not only will I get back all my losses, but I'll also make Tiger Lord and the others pay the price and compensate us for our losses. Zheng Yurong was half believing and half doubting, but nodded anyway. Then let's leave quickly, otherwise what if Tiger Lord and the others come looking for us again? Su Jikuin was frightened and quickly pulled her into the car and left the place in a flash. At the Su family's house, Suyi was chatting with Su Zijin while watching the live video broadcast on the computer with a sneer on his face. Seeing the two people finally taking the money, Suyi laughed coldly. He is indeed a fool who only responds to soft attacks and fears hard ones. That's right, this was exactly what Suyi planned and gave to Su Rui as the first big gift. The woman who bullied me, Suyi. If you don't teach them a lesson, you really think you have no temper. On the other end of the video, Liang, who asked cautiously, Master Su, this kid has offended you. We can't just let it go like this, right? Of course it's not that easy. Suyi took out his phone and called Su Jingjie. Have you made arrangements with the transportation department? Su Jingjie said, don't worry, master. We've already called the police. Just wait and see what happens. Su Jikuin continued to rush towards the Su family with a rage, but before he had gone far, he was quickly caught up by several police cars from the traffic bureau and forced to stop by the roadside again. After getting off the car, a middle-aged traffic policeman asked, where's your license plate? Su Jikuin was stunned. He had never expected that he would be spotted by a traffic police officer just after he took off his license plate. He hesitated for a moment and said, Comrade traffic policeman, the thing is, I lost my license plate and haven't had time to get a replacement yet. The traffic police said, you are not allowed on the road without a license plate. Don't you even understand such a basic principle? Su Jikuin looked aggrieved, but he still smiled and said ingratiatingly, I understand, but this is a special case. Could you please be kind enough to help me? I'll go and get the license plate back right away. As I said, he is a typical bully at home. As long as he is not facing Suyi, he almost dare not show his temper. Seeing that his attitude was quite good, the traffic policeman said with a slightly relieved expression, Where's your driver's license? Show it to me. Su Jikuan quickly handed over his driver's license. Because the person driving the car was Su Yi, all violations would be counted on Su Yi, and there would be no problem with his driver's license. The traffic police didn't find any problems and simply returned the car. They then wrote a ticket saying, driving an unlicensed vehicle on the road. Your car has been impounded. You will be fined 200 yuan and have 12 points deducted. What? Such a severe punishment. Su Jikuan got angry. Nothing else mattered, but 12 points deducted? Doesn't that mean your driver's license will be revoked immediately? Although I can retake the exam, it will take at least a month, and I also have to look at the exam questions and so on. I might as well just kill myself. Wait, I'll make a phone call. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it, it was okay with Lord Ninja Tiger before, but now a small traffic policeman dared to ride on his head and act wildly. He simply didn't want to do this anymore. But before he could make the call, the traffic police officer looked at him sternly and said, "It's your right to make a phone call, but I can tell you very clearly that it's pointless. No matter who comes, it will not be possible to change the result of this punishment. On the contrary, it will only harm the other party. You." Su Jikuan wanted to curse, but damn it, the phone was turned off, and it was obvious that Su Yi had blocked him. In this situation, no one can help him except Su Yi. But how dare he? He's still angry with them now. Doesn't he really care about his sister anymore? Does he not want to be forgiven by her? Chapter 61, I'm really not Liang Hu. At this moment, Su Jikuan hated Su Yi so much. After all, if he hadn't gone to settle accounts with Su Yi today, how could he have been stopped by Tiger Lord? It's even more impossible for what's happening now to happen. So Su Yi, he must kill this idiot. But he had just hailed a taxi and had not gone far when he was stopped by several cars. Leading the way was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class that was parked directly in front of the taxi. All the cars were parked, and a bald man with dragons and phoenixes painted all over his body got out, followed by more than 30 thugs. Seeing this situation, Su Jikuan was completely scared. What was going on? He was dragged down by several thugs very roughly, and tremblingly said, "Big brother, what's the matter?" "Papa." Without saying a word, the bald man slapped him twice in the face and then kicked him to the ground. "Are you the Tiger Lord of Jiangzhou? I heard you're pretty awesome, right? Why are you so cowardly?" Su Jikuan was so stunned by the beating that he said pitifully, "Brother, did you recognize the wrong person? I am not Master Tiger." The bald man slapped him twice more. "You still say it's not yours? Let me ask you, is the car in the photo yours?" Su Jikuan looked at the photo a gangster handed over and said, "Yes, it's mine." The bald man slapped him twice again. "It's yours and you still don't admit it. Everyone on Jiangzhou Road knows that this car belongs to Liang Hu." "No, big brother, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Su Jikuan was crying so hard that his heart was about to burst. What the hell was going on? My car is just the same as Liang Hu's, but I'm really not Liang Hu. What are you going to pay back?" The bald man glared and said, "My people have investigated thoroughly. There is only one Ferrari 12 Cylindri in the entire Jiangzhou, and the license plate number is exactly the same. Just now, you heard something and took off the license plate, then deliberately let the traffic police take it away. Do you really think I don't know?" Su Jikuan shouted, "Brother, that's not true. Liang Hu forced me to take the license plate off. Oh, and I have my ID card. It can prove that I'm not Liang Hu." Zheng Yurong had already run away and escaped with the taxi driver. She felt that Su Jikuan was a disaster. If she continued to follow this guy, she might even lose her life. "Okay, then take it out and let me see it." I'll take it now." Su Jikuan was released by the two thugs and hurriedly took out his ID card and driving license. But when he opened them, he was dumbfounded. Because the photo was of him. That was true, but the name. Why is it Liang Hu? "Okay, Liang Hu, what else do you have to say now?" The bald man shouted. "Boy, how dare you lie with your eyes open? Do you think I can't read? You play tricks on me in front of all my brothers. Do you know what will happen to you?" Su Jikuan felt like he was going crazy, and he was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down, saying, "I'm not Liang Hu. Brother, you really misunderstood me. I really am not Liang Hu. I don't know what's going on." The bald man knew it clearly, because the ID card on Su Jikuan was just helped to change by his younger brother. He laughed coldly and waved his hand with a ferocious look on his face. "You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Go ahead, find a place to bury him. From now on, I, Mr. Huang-san, will be the only underground leader in Jiangzhou." Several thugs immediately stepped forward, picked him up, and dragged him into the car with a vicious look. Su Jikuan was so scared that he peed himself to death. He cried out heartbreakingly, "Have mercy, big brother. I'm really not Liang Hu. I really am not." Still being stubborn, It's all proven on my ID and driving license. Do you really think I'm an idiot? The bald man punched a few big guys. Hey, what are you doing? I'm really not Liang Hu. Killing me is really useless. Please, please let me go. How about I spend money to buy my life? Can I spend money to buy my life? The bald man sneered. Pay money to buy your life? That's not impossible. How much can you offer? When Su Jikuan heard that there was a chance, he quickly said, 100,000. How about I pay 100,000? 100,000? I'd charge 100,000 for chopping off a finger. And your life, Liang Hu, is only worth that much? The bald man was so angry that he laughed. Shut his mouth and bury him. Wait, I'll give you 50, 100, 5 million, right? The bald man looked at him coldly and said, a piece of trash like you is really not worth dirtying my hands with. But after all, you are the famous Tiger Lord. 5 million is too little. You need at least 10 million. Upon hearing this, Su Jikuan immediately exclaimed, 10 million? Isn't this a bit too much? A lot. Then you can take it to your coffin to spend it. As he was speaking, a gangster picked up the tape and put it directly on his mouth. Stop, stop, I'll give it to you. 10 million is 10 million. It would have been better if you had known better earlier. You're wasting my time. The bald man stretched out his hand and said, all right, give me the money. Su Jikuan said, I don't have that much money on me. How about you come with me to a place and I'll ask my brother-in-law to help me with it. Ask your brother-in-law to give it to me? The bald man sneered again. I think you've set a trap, waiting for me to fall into it. Let me tell you, you can't even make a phone call now. If you, Liang Hu, can't even come up with this little money, then you'll be damned. There's no point in living. After saying that, the younger brother next to him raised the tape again. But I really don't have that much money. How about I write an IOU? Is that okay? IOU. The bald man pondered for a while and finally nodded reluctantly. Okay, then I'll give you a week. Remember, you can't lose a minute by then. Yes, definitely. There will be no less. Su Jikuan had a bitter look on his face, but he had no other choice but to take the IOU handed over by the other party and put his fingerprint on it honestly. Remember, if you can't pay me, I won't just chop you into pieces, I'll chop your whole family into pieces. The bald man slapped him in the face a few times, then kicked him out of the car and quickly disappeared from Su Jikuan's sight with a group of people. Oh my god! Su Jikuan covered his wet crotch, collapsed on the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, at least my life is saved. But my goodness, when has he ever suffered such a big loss in his life? First he was beaten up by Liang Hu, and then he lost more than 5 million for no apparent reason. Then the traffic police checked my car again, deducted 12 points, and lost my car. Now his girlfriend was scared away, he was beaten up by a group of people, and he owed another 10 million. This is 15 million? No, we absolutely cannot let this matter go like this. Call the police. Yes, we must call the police. Chapter 62, What donation? It's robbery. After all, Suyi is still angry with his sister, and asking him for help will definitely not solve the problem. And asking him to come up with 15 million within a week, isn't that asking for his life? Anyway, you were forced to do it. Call the police and have them all arrested. This way you don't have to pay back a penny. Thinking of this, he quickly ran towards the nearest public security bureau. After entering the door, the police officer in charge of reception asked, What can I do for you? Su Jikuan said, I want to report a crime. I was just robbed. They stole over 400,000 yuan from me and forced me to write an IOU for 15 million yuan. When the police heard that such a large sum of money was involved, they looked at him seriously and asked, Tell me the details of the situation. What exactly happened? Su Jikuan was shocked and immediately told everything that had happened to him today. One of them is Liang Hu, and I don't know the other one. Oh, right. This is the evidence that Liang Hu robbed me. They stole my phone and used it to transfer money. They stole over 400,000 yuan from me. The transfer record is right here. You can take a look and see for yourself. The police officer took his phone, glanced at it, and looked at him strangely. I have 2 questions. First, you said Liang Hu first copied your license plate and used it as an excuse to extort over 5.4 million yuan from you. Su Jikuan nodded without thinking. Yes, the license plate number is Jiang GXX. If you don't believe me, you can check it now. Another police officer turned the computer screen around and looked at him expressionlessly, saying, I've checked. First, you don't own a car. Second, the license plate you provided belongs to Mr. Liang Huliang. This? Su Jikuan was dumbfounded. He indeed did not have a car in his name because the car belonged to Su Yi. But my god, he really used Mr. Tiger's cards? The robbery is true, you can. But this time, before he could finish, the policeman interrupted him rudely and asked, Are you sure you were robbed? Su Jikuan said, Of course. The first group consisted of more than 20 people, led by Liang Hu. I don't know the people in the second group, but there were more people, more than 30. But the license plate you provided is indeed Liang Hu's. The second police officer said dissatisfiedly. So if what you just said is true, then you used someone else's license plate. Do you know what kind of behavior that is? The lightest consequences are car impoundment and a fine plus detention for up to 15 days. Serious consequences may even constitute a criminal offense. Besides, what you just said was snatched away by someone else. Can't you check it yourself? What is this account? What is this note? As the police said this, he showed the transfer records on his mobile phone to Su Jikuan. Kyushu Children's Foundation? Charitable donation? Su Jikuan was dumbfounded and could hardly believe his eyes. The first policeman said, "Did you regret your donation and make up this excuse?" But the money has already been deposited into the foundation's account. There's no way to get it back even if I regret it. Besides, this is always a good deed. Young man, you donated so much money, and you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Su Jikuan shouted excitedly. I really didn't donate. I was robbed. I was really robbed. The second policeman's face darkened. You're not done yet, are you? So, you admit that you used someone else's badge. Besides, what is Liang Hu's identity? If he really wants to rob you, that's fine, but will he donate money for you? Do you believe this kind of thing yourself? All right, since you donated some money, just leave now. We won't pursue the matter of making a false report. No. Oh, what are you doing? Su Jikuan was going crazy and almost sat on the ground and rolled around throwing a tantrum. I really didn't donate. I was really robbed. Even the first policeman's face darkened. You're still going to mess around, right? Fine. I'll contact Liang Hu now and have him come over to confront you. This? Su Jikuan woke up. That's Lord Tiger. Call him here and let him know that he reported the robbery to the police. But he was clearly robbed, clearly beaten black and blue. His girlfriend was scared away, and he still owed 15 million. Why don't you believe me? Why am I the one who gets into trouble after reporting the case? But after all, it had come to this, and he had no other choice but to leave the Public Security Bureau with a frustrated look on his face. But he was full of hatred in his heart, blaming Su Yi. He is the eldest son of the Su family, but he actually used someone else's brand, and it was Liang Hu's. If it weren't for this incident, would he have been beaten? Would he have owed so much money for no apparent reason? So Su Yi, just wait for me. I will never let you go. But in the end, he was beaten twice and tortured until 3 in the morning. His pants were soaked with his own urine. He had no choice but to let Su Yi go temporarily and took a taxi home in a mess. Su Jingjia, Liang Hu and others were reporting to Su Yi with a gloating look on their faces. Su Jingjia said, Master, you didn't see it. When that guy came out of the Public Security Bureau, his face was so funny. It was even uglier than if he'd been cheated on. Liang Hu said, I owe over 10 million yuan for no apparent reason, and the key is that I don't even have a place to complain. Isn't this more painful than being cheated on? The bald middle-aged man also smiled and said, Mr. Su's design is absolutely amazing. I really don't know how Mr. Su came up with it. Su Yi said, people like them who are so heartless and don't know what gratitude is should be punished in this way. Beating them to death with a stick would only make things easier for them. Others might not be able to hear the hidden meaning of this sentence, but Su Jingjia understood it clearly. Young master is right. A family like them who are ungrateful and ungrateful completely deserves it. No matter how harsh the means, it is not excessive. Liang Hu said, Mr. Su, what do you want to do with your car? I'll put it with you first. Please keep it for me for a while. Su Yi said, there are more important things to come. I think you haven't forgotten them, right? Of course, don't worry, Master Su. It has been arranged long ago. Just wait and see. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. Dare you touch my Su Ye's woman? This is just the beginning. The game is far from over. The next morning, the sun was scorching. At ease, stand at attention, stand at attention. A young instructor in military uniform with dark complexion is training the freshmen. Turn left, turn right. Everyone, look to the right, look forward. At ease, stand at attention, stand at attention. The scene was in chaos. The students' military training uniforms were soaked with sweat from the sun. The instructor was the same, but compared to the freshmen's embarrassment, the instructor seemed much calmer. Suzie Jean was also among them, but because he was taller, he was in the last row of the team. She could clearly hear the breathing of her classmates around her. She herself was fine, except that it was hot and her shoes were a bit rubbing against her feet. Of course, the most important point is that I miss Su Yi a little. I don't know what he's doing right now. Is he also thinking about me? Chapter 63. Su Rui versus Suzie Jean. Hey, there's a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a boy in the queue shouted softly, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. It was the hottest time of the year, and there were not many people walking in the school. Even the few who were there were walking in a hurry, quickening their pace. The same is true for this beauty. To be more precise, it is a group of people, but the most attractive one is only the leader. She was wearing a black waist-bearing t-shirt and a pleated skirt. She was not tall, but she was really beautiful, especially the teardrop mole under her eye, which gave her a naturally lovable feeling. That's true. She's so pretty. She's at least the department flower, right? The sound of small discussions became more frequent. The instructor did not interrupt. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have fun in the midst of hardship, and there was no need to be too harsh on a group of freshmen who had just started military training. No need for military training. She must be a sophomore or above. She's really pretty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Suzie also looked over subconsciously. The group of people did not stop at all, did not even look over here, and strode straight into the distance. But even from behind, she recognized the woman's identity at a glance. Su Rui. It has to be said that even though there is a huge conflict between them, Suzie must admit, this woman is indeed beautiful. Why does it look good? She suddenly heard Meng Xingwan mumbling. Then a boy jokingly challenged. Hey, why aren't you convinced, Meng? Do you think you're prettier than her? Meng Xingwan is actually quite good-looking, the type who is often asked for her WeChat. But to be honest, she is still a little inferior to Su Rui. Meng Xingwan wasn't angry either. She just said with disdain, I can't compare with her, but isn't our Zijin better than her? Perhaps it was because girls have a stronger sixth sense. She inexplicably disliked Su Rui and even had a strong aversion to her. The boy was speechless in an instant. He glanced at Su Zijin secretly. Not daring to speak too loudly, he stammered. Then it is true that classmate Zijin is better looking. There's no way. Su Zijin's aura is really too strong. It's not the kind of coldness that is pretended, but the real aura, as if you will be assassinated if you say a few more words about her behind her back. Many people even doubted whether she had really killed anyone. But even so, she was still voted by the boys present as the #1 goddess among the freshmen this year. Although she has not yet seen the entire school, she will definitely be on the list, even if it is a school beauty contest. The boy who was talking noticed that Suzie was looking at him, and suddenly he felt a chill down his spine and straightened his back. I'm not kidding, it was really cold and I felt like I was going to die at any moment. But she is indeed prettier than the girl just now. It's just, it would be better if it wasn't so cold and I could smile. He didn't know that Suzie was not looking at him at all, but at Meng Xingwan who was behind him on the left. She wondered what Meng Xingwan liked to eat. How about treating her to a nice meal at noon? Anything she wanted would be fine. Just at this time, the instructor finally announced that we should rest on the spot. Meng Xingwan was exhausted, hot, and thirsty, but he was too lazy to go back to the dormitory to get some water. Give. Suddenly a bottle of water was handed over, and it was Suzie who brought it. Meng Xingwan was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful eyes lit up instantly. For me? Ah, he is worthy of being my husband. So considerate. She quickly took a sip, then didn't cover it. Are you thirsty? She thought. You must say you are thirsty. As long as you say you are thirsty, the bottle of water will be handed to you naturally. It will be an indirect kiss. Isn't this a wonderful first step? Fine. Meng Xingwan's mouth pursed. Why didn't he follow his own script? Really? At this time, a female classmate next to me complained. It's okay to have military training in such hot weather, but why are the good-looking ones always seniors? Isn't there even a handsome senior? What are you talking about? The instructor was unhappy and rolled his eyes and said, Am I not handsome enough? Just be happy to see me. After saying that, he grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Seeing this, all the classmates burst into laughter. They suddenly realized that perhaps the next 3 weeks might not be as difficult as they had imagined. Xingwan. Zhao Jiechi suddenly ran over, hugged Meng Xingwan's arm, and shouted excitedly. Senior. What senior? Meng Xingwan still felt a little disappointed because his plan had failed. It took him a long time to react after hearing what Zhao Jiechi said. The senior you met before? Yes, he is here. Meng Xingwan looked over curiously. Suzie also took a look. Not far away stood a boy about 1.8 meters tall, who looked quite outgoing and was looking at this side with a smile on his face. Yes, he is indeed very handsome, Zijin. Meng Xingwan made a comment and subconsciously wanted to ask Suzie for her opinion. But could she imagine letting her husband comment on another man? Bah, will this make Zijin think that I'm a playboy? At this time, a female classmate next to her said to Zhao Jiechi, Jiechi, this senior is quite handsome and a good match for you. Zhao Jiechi suddenly laughed like a 200-pound fool. I just mentioned it to him before. I didn't expect him to actually come to see me. The other female classmates also noticed this pretty good senior and started talking about him. Who said there are no handsome guys in Jiangzhou University? You look really good. Do you want to ask for WeChat? Zhao Jieqi's body tensed instantly. Suzie Jean was a little dazed. She thought of Su Yi, who also said he would come to see her. But his class today is in the afternoon, so he definitely won't come in the morning. Besides, she didn't want him to come over, because the weather is hot. She also checked the map and found that Su Yi was not on the way at all. Not only is it not smooth, but you have to take a long detour to get here. It's not worth it just to come and see her. Wow, a real handsome guy. What a handsome senior. Suddenly, all the girls became agitated. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall boy wearing a baseball cap walking towards them. Even though the brim of the hat was pulled down very low, everyone could tell at a glance that this was a top-notch product that could score at least 9 points. Because the jawline and profile are so beautiful, they look like they were drawn. It's Su Yi. He actually came. And that's when there are no classes. Their eyes met. Suzie Jean's eyes immediately met his. Are you tired? Su Yi frowned slightly, his eyes fully explaining these 3 words. Suzie Jean raised the corner of his mouth slightly and made a gesture with his right hand at his waist. It's okay, I'm fine, she thought. Although it wasn't worth it, he still came. Just like, if the person doing military training was Su Yi, I wouldn't think about whether it was worth it or not. I would just want to meet him, even if I could only see him from a distance. Chapter 64. Miss Su, I'm here to ask you for money. Wow, what's going on today? Here comes another beauty, a top beauty. Suddenly a boy exclaimed, and everyone's attention was drawn to him again. Including Su Yi, is no exception. She was a young woman wearing a professional suit and dressed relatively conservatively, but she had a curvy figure and was full of the unique charm of a mature woman. It turned out to be the school's activity instructor, Gu Qingqing. At this time, she was stopping Su Rui and other members of the student union, and no one knew what she was saying. Can there be an activity instructor? Su Rui? A playful smile appeared on Su Ye's lips. After greeting Suzie Jean imperceptibly, he quickly walked over there. Teacher Gu, what can I do for you? When several male students from the student union saw that the school's most beautiful teacher, Teacher Gu, had stopped them, they immediately became excited and went to greet her with big smiles on their faces. Gu Qingqing said, I'm here to look for classmate Su Rui. Teacher Gu, let's talk somewhere else. Su Rui quickly said that she knew very well the other party's purpose of coming. It must be because of the welcome party. But at that time, she took the initiative to offer to cover all the expenses of the welcome party, and even invited celebrities and superstars. That was because at that time, if she just waved her hand, Su Yi would immediately arrange for people to get things done. Now that she and Su Yi are in this state, can they still expect him to help? It's impossible. No need, Ruowei. I won't keep you too long. I just want to ask when the 26 million yuan you promised to donate to the welcome party will arrive. Gu Qingsheng didn't think much about it, and directly told her purpose. I came to talk to her about serious matters, not something shameful. So why should I change the place to talk? Could it be that the rumors in the office early this morning were true, and that Su Ruowei's identity as a rich lady was really questionable? 26 million. Su Ruowei was stunned. Aren't they just hiring a few minor celebrities? At most, they'd add a Lu Tianwang and a Wang Tianho. Why would it cost so much? President Su is truly a kind-hearted person. He secretly donated so much money to this year's welcome party without telling any of us. Everyone, hurry up and applaud, and thank Principal Su together. Before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted her. It was Su Yi. 26 million. Miss Su is awesome. Ruowei, I love you so much. A group of student union members immediately started to flatter her. With the applause and the jeers from the onlookers, Su Ruowei's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Teacher Gu, don't worry, Mr. Gu. It's only 26 million. It's nothing to our Su family's eldest daughter. It will definitely arrive in 2 or 3 days at most, right, Miss Su? Su Ruowei looked at Su Yi, and she was directly lifted up. After all, what Su Yi said was right. With her identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family, could it be that she couldn't even fulfill her promise and couldn't come up with 26 million? But it's 26 million. Where can I get so much money? Are you crazy? What should I do now? But the crisis wasn't over yet. Suddenly, another classmate ran over and said to Su Ruowei breathlessly, Ruowei, my teacher asked me to come over and ask if we can still have the dinner this weekend. If we do it, we need to set a time and do a head count in advance, so that some students can't go and we don't know how many people will go. Su Ruowei was stunned again. How could these two things happen at the same time? The point is, by her previous standards, this dinner was not cheap either. The 26 million just now was enough to give her a headache, and now another one? Now she is really going crazy. Sunyu, seeing as you're asking this, we're definitely going to have a dinner party this weekend. And it must be the same place, right? Friday night at 6 o'clock, the supreme box of the Hentang Palace Club, right Ruowei? Several members of the student union decided the matter on Su Ruowei's behalf without waiting for her to speak. It has always been like this before, and they are used to it. Hentang Sky Palace Club is the place Su Ruowei goes most often when she entertains guests. This is the top club in Jiangzhou. Without ordering any alcohol, the minimum consumption for the Supreme Box is 188,000. If you add alcohol and beverages, there is no way to cap the amount. Millions are possible. It's just a matter of a few bottles of Romanicani. The highest amount they had ever spent was 8.88 million. Everyone had been looking forward to going there again. They really missed the feeling of that meal. Su Ruowei's face turned green, but she couldn't say a word. How to say it? If I say no to this, my image will really collapse. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Payan suddenly came over and whispered a few words in her ear. Her beautiful eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly found an excuse to go aside and make a phone call. After returning, she immediately agreed to the funds for the welcome party and the dinner. She almost forgot that Suyi had given her an unlimited supplementary card before. She just called the bank to check and found that her account was not frozen and her spending limit had not even been reduced. Isn't this easy to solve? Don't even mention these two things today by the weekend. Just wait and see how I'll spend a fortune on you. I won't go, so don't count me. Suyi said lightly, turned around and left. Payan thought he spoke very softly, but Suyi actually heard it all. But fortunately, thanks to his reminder, Suyi really forgot and gave Su Ruowei a card. But now, since you already know what this couple is planning, do you still want to use your own money to solve this problem? What a pipe dream. Su Ruowei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Suyi didn't go. Otherwise, if he finds out that I am planning to use his card to solve the problem, it would be bad if I asked for the card back immediately. Suyi went to the school supermarket, bought a bottle of Coke, and returned to the school playground. Originally, he had not planned to do so. He just wanted to observe Su Zijin from a distance, and then leave so as not to disturb or affect them. But he had discovered before that he actually knew this instructor, and he was his brother. Since that was the case, he would of course seek some benefits for Su Zijin. You kid. Sun Chengxing also recognized Su Yi and immediately patted his shoulder. He smiled brightly and said, "We haven't seen each other for 6 or 7 years. You haven't changed much." The two families are real old friends. Before he was 15 years old, Su Yi had always been following Sun Chengxing around and playing with him, so when he saw him, he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. "Brother monkey, you haven't changed much." Chapter 65. You also have eyes and nose. Sun Chengxing smiled and said, "Don't tell me I've become more handsome. Let me see. Well, he used to look like Azu, but now he looks like Tianla. Hey, I didn't realize it. After not seeing you for a few years, you've become quite talkative." Sun Chengxing laughed loudly and patted his shoulder even harder, almost breaking Su Ye's shoulder. "Brother monkey?" Suddenly, a brave girl in the queue shouted. Sun Chengxing was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly became even darker. "Fuck, you kid, you're trying to trick me right away. I was so excited just now that I completely forgot about this. He was originally an instructor. Instructor Sunday, listen, how fucking majestic he is. Now, after this kid called out his childhood nickname, his career plummeted and he fell to the bottom. What the hell is monkey brother? Will I still be able to have authority in front of these students in the future?" The girl smiled and mustered up the courage to ask, "Brother monkey, are you close to this senior? It seems like you two know each other very well." After all, everyone present was a freshman, and they didn't know Su Ye's identity, let alone his previous notoriety. So not only this girl, but others also started to make a fuss. "Senior, what major are you in? You're so handsome, can you add AV?" Sun Chengxing was also a playful person, so he didn't care about the crowd's teasing. Instead, he laughed and said, "This is my little brother. I won't go into details, but his name is Su Yi. He's still unmarried and a single, high-quality man. If you're interested, please feel free to contact me." Su Ye's face suddenly darkened. Damn it. He came here to plot against him. But after all this time, he ended up plotting himself into it? What the hell is this? Are you trying to find a partner with me? He subconsciously glanced at Su Zijin. The latter had a blank expression on his face, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Oh no, is Zijin angry? Sun Chengxing was also a smart man. He noticed his abnormality at once and immediately bumped him with his shoulder. "Tell me the truth. Kid, did you really come here to see me?" Suyi said innocently, "What else? Come on, who were you looking at just now? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian and can't even notice this?" Suye's eyes widened instantly. "Is this the value of active duty armed police? You can even tell that." Sun Chengxing sneered. Does this require the gold content of active duty armed police? Anyone with eyes can see that, okay. Why don't you tell the truth? Which girl are you after? Suyi rolled his eyes. No. So you don't have anyone who is accurate enough? That's no different from being half blind. Sun Chengsheng was speechless. I'm a fucking human, not a god, okay? Hurry up. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Suyi said, the most beautiful one. Sun Chengsheng immediately looked towards Suzie. This was beyond doubt, and no one present could deny that she was the most beautiful. Sun Chengsheng was stunned and grabbed him by the collar. Fuck, you're so good. You found such a beautiful girlfriend. Suyi sighed. Not yet. Sun Chengsheng was balanced. I said it, a stinky boy like you is not worthy of such a beautiful and outstanding girl. As he said that, he let go of Suyi and helped him smooth down his collar. Stinky boy, don't say I didn't warn you. It's really difficult to pursue her. Just say that during this half day, she took a few breaks, and every time a bunch of people came to talk to her, guess what happened? Don't even think about paying attention to her. She can drive away all the boys who approach her with just one look. Suyi chuckled. This is indeed in line with her personality. He knew this in his previous life. Only in front of him, she never showed such a cold side. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Suzie, his eyes full of tenderness. But then again, you're not bad. You have eyes, a nose, a mouth, and you barely look like a man. Brother monkey, don't you feel guilty for lying like that? What is conscience? It would hurt only if I had it. Sun Chengsheng laughed heartily, then patted his shoulder again. Okay, no kidding. Since you like her, then work hard and pursue her. Suyi smiled and changed the subject. Come to think of it, how did you become an instructor? I remember your level, so it shouldn't be your turn, right? I'm just free. After all, you know the public security in our country, especially in an inland city like Jiangshi. There's no way our armed police force would be involved in any of this. That's true. It would be great if you could always be so idle, not just in our inland cities, but also in border cities like Yunzhou and Zhangzhou. Haha, you finally said something meaningful. Suyi, then you blah blah. Sun Chengsheng. Hey, that's still ABA. The two of them chatted for most of the day, from the past to the present. By the time Sun Chengsheng finally reacted, the bell for the end of get out of class had already rung. Sun Chengsheng's eyes widened immediately. Fuck you. You actually controlled your brother for half an hour. Originally, this was training time, but because of Suyi, it turned into rest time. Suyi blinked at him. You just realized it now? After saying that, he made a gesture to the younger students in front of him and said, Are you awesome, senior? A burst of laughter suddenly came from the front. Although the senior is a little black, he is really amazing. Senior is awesome. I love you. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about I be your girlfriend? If so, how about a different one? If you don't like girls, I can be your boyfriend. Sun Chengsheng smiled and announced the disbandment. A few brave girls suddenly became more excited and surrounded Suyi. Senior, will you come this afternoon? Senior, you must come this afternoon. We will miss you if you don't. Senior, please give me a V. One girl actually took out her cell phone and held it in front of Suyi. Okay. Suyi laughed and touched his pocket. His expression suddenly changed slightly. Huh? Where's my phone? I seem to have forgotten to bring it. Haha. Sorry. Maybe add me next time. Nowadays, who would forget to bring their cell phone when going out? This was clearly a polite refusal. But after all, we gave the other party enough face, so the girls who wanted to add V didn't say much and all retreated tactfully. Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart enough just now, otherwise the murderous aura just now. I feel like I'm going to die at any moment. Chapter 66. Do you know you're wrong? You're just scared. Suyi glanced at Suzie, who was not far away. I wanted to invite her on WeChat to have dinner together, but she had already been dragged away by 3 girls holding her arms. Unfortunately for me, I just said I didn't bring my cell phone, so I had to give up. But who are those 3 girls? Are they her roommates? Suyi smiled and suddenly felt relieved. She was not like this in her previous life. She always went alone wherever she went. But in this life, she actually has friends. Very good, really good. He looked at Sun Chengsheng again and said, Brother monkey, I'll treat you at noon. Sun Chengsheng rolled his eyes at him and said, I said I'm free. Do you really think I'm free? Giving you college students military training is also a task. It has its own rules. The instructors must eat together. Okay, take care of yourself. I'm leaving too. Get out of here as soon as possible. Good. So he thought about going to look for his sons. After all, his sons were less of a worry and would never make him angry, except when they argued with him about who was the father. But at this moment, A figure suddenly walked towards him hurriedly. A classmate passing by recognized the other person at a glance. Isn't this Chi Mingyu, the vice president of the student union? Why do you look so frightened and anxious? What's going on? President Chi. Someone greeted him and wanted to ask him what happened, but before he could finish his words, he fell to his knees in front of Suzie. This scene stunned everyone. Suzie, Master Su, I know I was wrong. I kowtow to you and apologize. Please, Master Su. I was wrong about what happened yesterday. I shouldn't have slandered you, and I shouldn't have been so blind to recognize the great man. I beg you, please tell Lord Tiger to spare our Chi family this time. He kowtowed as he spoke, his heart filled with fear. Just last night, all of his family's entertainment businesses were destroyed, and the person who did it was Liang Hu. But Lord Tiger, Chi Mingyu could never have dreamed that Su Yi, a lackey of the eldest daughter of the Su family, had such great power that Lord Tiger could personally take action to help him. Now, there is only one solution, and that is to obtain Su Ye's forgiveness. Otherwise, Tiger Lord has said everything, and this is just the beginning. In the days to come, he has enough time to kill himself. Su Yi shook his head. You didn't have this attitude yesterday. Aren't you going to kill me? Fuck me yesterday, fuck my brother today. Power is king. In your eyes, I'm just a servant of Su Rui. I'm nothing. Chi Mingyu shuddered and his face turned pale in an instant. Master Su, I really know I was wrong. I was arrogant and ignorant, and I didn't recognize the real thing. Please, give me one last chance. I really won't dare to do it again. Don't dare? You just know you're afraid. Su Yi sneered, looked at him coldly, and said, if you really knew you were wrong, would you have paid me for my legs last night? The person you're looking for is with Tiger Lord. Don't you know that? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chi Mingyu actually wanted to hire someone to hurt someone? Is he crazy? I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Chi Mingyu had no way to defend himself, so he could only cry and plead. I was blinded by greed. I'm still young and naive, please. You're still little? You're already over 200 fucking months old, right? Suyi stopped laughing and interrupted him rudely. How come you're in college when you're so young? Call your parents and ask them to send you to kindergarten. Then I'll pay you back. Chi Mingyu was already incoherent, frantically trying to grasp at the last straw. Do you think everything can be solved with money? Suyi interrupted him for the second time and said, then I'll bankrupt your family first and then compensate you with 200. Is that okay with you? If this guy had only offended himself, Suyi might have let him go. But he should never, ever have set his sights on Suzie Jean. It's not just Chi Mingyu who has touched Su Ye's sore spot. Suyi will not let any of them go, including those guys from yesterday. But Master Tiger said that if I come here and beg you sincerely, you will forgive me. Chi Mingyu got anxious and grabbed Su Ye's pants. That's what Liang Hu said. I didn't say that. I know people like you too well. If I let you go, I'll be leaving myself in trouble. So, you'd better wait for bankruptcy. After Su Yi finished speaking, without saying another word to him, he turned around and strode towards the cafeteria. Chi Mingyu's whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. It's over, his whole family is finished. But he was about to graduate, and the Chi family's assets were already more than 100 million. I am a rich second generation, and there will be bright future waiting for me after graduation. It's ruined. It's all fucking ruined. Suyi, you forced me to do this. If that's the case, don't blame me for dying with you. Ching Zijin, you are so welcome. Suyi looked at the message received on his phone, curled up the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, and tapped the screen to reply quickly. Sai, what's the point of being welcomed by the whole world except you? Ching Zijin, /vomiting, I'll make you die of oil. Suyi smiled again. Oil. But she was sure that he must be smiling at this moment. Ching Zijin, didn't you leave your phone with you? Sa yi /covering my face. What a mistake. I put it in another pocket and forgot about it. Ching Zijin, oh. So, you're sorry you didn't add your schoolmate on WeChat? Sai, it's not me, I didn't do that. Why are you accusing me so wrongly? Friend request list screenshot.jpg. The last time I added friends was at the beginning of my freshman year, and that was Zhao Yang and his friends. You saw them all last night, but there weren't any girls there. Seeing the long string of messages sent by Su Yi, the corners of Su Zijin's mouth rose slightly again. Urgent. She suddenly felt something and turned her head subconsciously. Meng Xingwan was looking at him with a burning gaze, yet also with a hint of vigilance. What's wrong? No, it's okay. You can't say that as soon as you see her smile, you want to throw yourself into her arms and kiss her, right? But damn, who is my dear husband chatting with? Why can I always make my dear husband laugh out loud? She wanted to take a peek, but ultimately decided not to. After all, It is immoral to peek at other people's conversations. But she still secretly swore that she must find that guy. How dare he snatch my husband from me? Meng Xingwan. Humph. When I find you, I will hurt you dearly. Chapter 67. Su Jikuan, who doesn't know whether to live or die. Qingqing Zijin. Urgent. What are you in such a hurry for? Su Yi couldn't understand this message. Was he anxious? Denial 3 times plus screenshot as evidence plus denial again. Isn't that a pretty standard procedure? What's the rush? At most, he typed a little faster, but he has always typed this fast, so why was he so anxious? This is really nonsense. Sai, I'm not in a hurry. I've been keeping this hand speed for so many years. Why am I in a hurry? Think about your own reasons. You are just imagining things. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. You have to learn to put the blame on others so that you don't have any responsibility. And my mood is really stable. I am not anxious at all. After dinner, Su Yi packed some dog food and brought it to Zhao Yang and the others. As soon as I entered the 3 people's doghouse, the 3 bastards really shouted Godfather. Su Yi was about to shout, no need to be so polite, when his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Yi, do you have time? If you have any, come to the dance studio. I'm Ruo Wei, and I want to talk to you alone. Su Yi raised his eyebrows, and then a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I used to pester her and ask her if she had time, but now I have blocked her. Instead, she has started borrowing other people's phones and pestering me endlessly. It seems that he is finally getting impatient, but think this is the end. No, the game has just begun. Lao Yi, what's wrong? Zhao Yang put down the chicken leg in his hand and asked. Fine. Su Yi replied with a smile, quickly blocked the number, and called the bank to freeze his supplementary card. Oh, and this bitch's aunt. Su Yume, general manager of the finance department of a subsidiary of Su Group. Now, Su Jikuan alone owes him 15 million, and Su Ruowei needs at least 20 to 30 million. And when your supplementary card has been frozen, Su Yi smiled and stared out the window with cold eyes. Su Ruowei, please don't let me down. Su Ruowei was fed up. Because of what happened last night, rumors are now everywhere in the school. My identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family is probably fake, and Su Yi is the real eldest son of the Su family. Otherwise, why would a master apologize to his servants? Moreover, he was beaten with several big fists first, and in front of countless people. There is no way to defend herself. It really hurts her image. But are you really just waiting to be exposed? No way. She would never allow it. But how can we redeem it? Su Ye's cooperation is necessary. She knew very well that this was the only solution. After all, it was all caused by him. As long as he continues to be his obedient lapdog like before, everything will naturally return to its original track. So she got a new China Unicom number and sent 2 messages to Su Yi. I just need to talk to Su Yi and I will definitely be able to make him change his mind. At worst, I can just agree to be his girlfriend in a conditional way. She believed that Su Yi would never refuse this condition. After all, I am his white moonlight. He dreams of getting me, and everything he does now, isn't it just to force me to agree? Therefore, as long as he takes the initiative to propose this condition, Su Yi will definitely become his most loyal bootlicker again. But after waiting for most of the day, Su Yi still didn't reply. Didn't you see it? Or is he still putting on airs with me? But in the end, her own plan was more important, so after thinking about it, she finally picked up her phone, found Su Ye's number, and dialed it directly. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Shut down. He blocked me again. Bang. She was so angry that she threw her phone to the ground. Bastard, this damn bastard. Su Yi, this bastard is out. Remember to find a secluded place and beat him to death. If you kill him or cripple him, all the consequences will be mine. Outside the main gate of the school, Qi Mingyu and a few thugs looked at Su Yi, who was walking towards the parking lot with gritted teeth. This damn bastard. I've already bowed to him, but he still won't forgive me. What does he want? Does he really want to force me to death? In that case, let's all die together. I'm going to die anyway, so why not just risk my life? Come on, let's see who's scared. He was thinking madly when suddenly a middle-aged man strode towards him and slapped him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Rebellious son, King asked you to come and apologize. What do you want to do? Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man was furious. He pointed at Qi Mingyu and started cursing. Not satisfied yet, he raised his legs and kicked him hard several times. Dad, do you think I want to? It's that bastard Su Yi who's trying to force us to death. Qi Mingyu wanted to explain with an unconvinced look on his face, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard several times. Is there nothing but shit in your head? You want to destroy someone just because they won't forgive you? Then Lord Tiger, can you let you go? Can you fucking let us go? Let our whole family go? This? Qi Mingyu suddenly panicked. He was so angry that he completely ignored the consequences of his actions. Now that his father reminded him, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Indeed, that is Lord Tiger. Do you really think that if you offend someone, you can just pay with your life? And the most important point is that he doesn't want to die at all. Dad, what should we do now? He won't forgive me. Chi Mingyu was speaking when he suddenly saw something and screamed almost subconsciously. Dad, look, it seems someone is causing trouble for Suyi. Chi Dazhao quickly turned his head and saw a young man and two yellow-haired thugs walking towards Suyi ferociously. What the hell are you still standing there for? Someone's looking for trouble with Master Su. This is our chance to show off. Hurry up, get some people over there and beat them up. Chi Dazhao's eyes lit up instantly. He kicked his son on the butt and then rushed over there first. The young man was none other than Su Jikuan. From last night till now, he has been so angry that his lungs are about to explode. First, he bullied his mother, brother, sister, and aunt, then caused him to suffer 2 beatings in vain and owed 15 million in foreign debt. What's even more hateful is that his car was confiscated and his girlfriend was scared away. What level of hatred is this? It's so cruel. It's like killing his parents. So when he saw Su Yi, he didn't even bother to say anything. He just waved to the 2 people beside him, ready to break Su Ye's legs first. But before he could do anything, a big foot suddenly kicked him sideways, knocking him to the ground and almost breaking his kidneys. Chapter 68. Su Jikuan's Dirty Water. Su Jikuan let out a heart-wrenching scream and rolled on the ground, holding his waist. Who dares to hit my eldest brother? Are you tired of living? The remaining 2 thugs were furious, but before they could do anything, they were knocked to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks by the thugs hired by Chi Mingyu. This was a perfect opportunity to show off, so Chi Dazhao certainly wasn't going to be polite. He directed his men and shouted, Hit them hard. How dare you cause trouble for Master Su? You must be tired of living. The thugs were paid to do their jobs, and they were not polite at all to Su Jikuan and the other 3. They kicked them and slapped them in the face. Who are you? Stop it right now. Su Jikuan was completely furious. He was beaten twice yesterday, and again today? Damn, has this world really gone crazy? Unfortunately, the thugs didn't even give him a chance to finish his words. With 2 slaps, they silenced all the words on the tip of his tongue. They are taking Chi Mingyu's money, and you just say stop? Are you a der? Suyi was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Suyi really didn't take Su Jikuan and the other 3 seriously at all. But this guy who suddenly appeared? What the hell is going on? Help! Someone's been beaten to death. Help! In order to show off, Chi Dazhao showed no mercy and soon beat Su Jikuan and the other 2 until they were crying and screaming for their parents and crawling on the ground. At this moment, a teacher passing by heard the noise and ran over. Seeing the scene before them, they hurriedly shouted, Chi Mingyu? Stop! What's going on? Stop it right now. As he spoke, the teacher rushed in between the 2 groups and separated them. Suyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Gu Qingcheng, the activity instructor whom he had just met today. Chi Mingyu also recognized the other party and hurriedly asked his men to stop first. After all, it happened at school. If it got out of hand, it would be something the Chi family couldn't bear. Gu Qingcheng took a look at the scene and said angrily, Chi Mingyu, what's going on? Su Jikuan had been beaten to tears, but when he saw someone helping him, his usual arrogance suddenly resurfaced, and he roared hysterically, Suyi, how dare you ask someone to beat me up? Suyi was amused. He looked at him sarcastically and said, You have such a big face. Is your brain full of water? I don't even know these people. Why do you say I asked them to beat you? Su Jikuan shouted, You don't know them. Why would he help you beat me? The 2 yellow-haired kids behind him also stood up and shouted, That's right. You're still a college student, and you're actually hanging out with thugs outside, and you even let them beat people up for no reason. Do you still have any respect for the law? The smile on Su Ye's face disappeared instantly. He is throwing dirty water with open eyes. It seems that the lesson I gave him yesterday was not enough. But before he could say anything, Chi Dazhao stepped forward and said, What nonsense are you talking about? My beating you up has nothing to do with this young man. I'm simply annoyed with you. Fart. Su Jikuan howled angrily. We didn't even provoke you. And you see how unhappy we are? It was clearly his order. Suyi, do you dare not admit it? Gu Qingcheng was so confused by what she heard that she interrupted angrily. Stop arguing. Suyi, tell me, what's going on? Why should he say that? If anyone has to say anything, it should be me. Su Jikuan was also desperate. After all, Suyi, don't you have a bad temper? You blocked me and hurt me so badly. In that case, he would teach this damn bastard a lesson today. Come on, everyone come over here and give me your opinion. This guy named Su gave me a car a while ago, But when I drove it yesterday, I realized it was a cloned car. Not only did my driver's license get revoked, but I also got beaten up twice. And it was Mr. Tiger's brand. He blackmailed me, and I had to pay him 50 million in compensation. Now I come to him and ask for an explanation. Isn't that right? But I just got off the bus, and he colluded with these hooligans in society. You all saw what he did to us. At this time, the area was already full of onlookers. After hearing what Su Jikuan said, they all started whispering. Isn't this the dog that school beauty Su raised? How could he do such a thing? Giving someone a clone car is fine, but he actually used Tiger's brand. Is he crazy? Don't you find it strange? Suyi is just the son of the school beauty's nanny. How can he afford to give someone a car? Maybe it's just a car worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Then why give it to this person? You'll have to ask Suyi about this. Who knows? Su Jikuan didn't care what the onlookers were saying and shouted at them again. Now you all understand. Suyi, you've caused me to be like this, so tell me what to do about this. For more than a year, I have always been the one bullying Suyi. When has I ever been bullied by Suyi? This stinky bootlicker. You've hurt me so badly these past 2 days. How can I not take it back for you? Anyway, he was beaten and blackmailed. These are all facts. And this happened at Jiangzhou University, in front of so many classmates and teachers. If he dares not give me a satisfactory explanation today, considering his identity as a college student, how can he keep it? Gu Qingqing frowned. Sir, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. How about we go to another place and talk to the security department of our school? She is not stupid. How could she not hear the loopholes in the other person's words? But no matter what, this kind of fight involving idle people in society cannot and should not be resolved in the presence of so many people watching. What a bullshit misunderstanding. Go talk to the shitty security department. Su Jikuan rejected her without hesitation, saying, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Do you want to protect them? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. You. Gu Qingqing was also a little angry, but after looking around, she finally suppressed her anger and said, I just feel that the matter has not been thoroughly investigated. I can't just listen to your one-sided story. Su Jikuan shouted, then explain the matter clearly in front of everyone. Besides, there were so many of them beating me up. Isn't this the truth? Gu Qingqing was suddenly speechless. This is indeed true, but in front of so many classmates. It's okay, Teacher Gu. Since he likes to confuse right and wrong so much, let's just make things clear in public. Suyi couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he stood up with a cold smile. Chapter 69. The more audiences there are, the more interesting it is. Seeing him stand up, Gu Qingqing frowned nervously. Suyi, do you know the seriousness of this matter? You have to know that as long as idle people in society are involved, no matter whether Suyi is right or wrong, he will eventually become the one who is wrong. First, let's talk about the car. Suyi looked at Su Jikuan calmly and said, Do you know that playing with counterfeit cards is illegal? If I really gave you a car with clone license plates, why didn't you just call the police? Or how about, I sign you up now? This? Su Jikuan was suddenly speechless. When did Suyi give him a car? It was through his sister that he forced Suyi to borrow it from him. He also knew about her sister pretending to be a rich girl at Jiangzhou University. If he really called the police, I'm afraid his sister's identity as a rich girl can no longer be hidden. But he couldn't let it go, so he insisted, Then you hired someone to beat me up. That's the truth, right? What facts? I already told you that my beating you up had nothing to do with this young man. I simply don't like you. Qi Dazhao stood up and tore the shirt of one of the yellow-haired guys. Besides, you said we are gangsters in society. Then what are you? What's with this tattoo? And he even has a knife on his waist. The onlookers followed Qi Dazhao's gaze and saw a Swiss Army knife with a leather sheath on the little yellow-haired boy's waist. Oh my God, there really is a knife. This is contraband. They say others are colluding with gangsters, but I think they are the gangsters. The point is, what Suyi said before is indeed correct. He caused you to be blackmailed for 50 million. Why didn't you just call the police? I'm calling the police for you, and you're still trying to change the subject. Isn't it obvious that there's something wrong? In an instant, all the onlookers stood on Su Ye's side. Su Jikuan was furious, but he was completely helpless. After all, carrying a knife was also illegal. If they continued to make trouble, they would not be able to escape either. Suyi, you're brave. You're awesome. I will never let you go. He whispered through gritted teeth. Suyi took 2 steps forward and whispered into his ear. If you don't get out of here, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. You. Su Jikuan's face turned ashen, and he uttered a cruel word. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. After saying this, he walked away dejectedly, but the onlookers were still talking about it. There really is something wrong with these people. Nonsense, he's not a good person at first glance. But then again, don't you find it strange? Why is it that Suyi drives his luxury car to and from school every day recently, instead of picking up Su Xiaohua? Not only that, you probably don't know yet, right? Suyi even beat Su Ruawei in the girls' dormitory last night. What? Is this true? How dare a servant be so arrogant? Crazy? I heard. Su Ruawei is not the eldest daughter of the Su family at all. Su Yi is the real eldest son of the Su family. What? Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Su Ye's mouth corners gradually rose. Su Jikuan, do you know why I let you go? Because some plays are more interesting when your whole family is together. Without staying there to listen, he called Qi Dazhao and others aside and said, Tell me, what do you mean by this? Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. We are here to apologize. Qi Dazhao's arrogant expression suddenly changed. He said to Su Yi with a look of panic, Master Su, I am ignorant and have failed to recognize a great man. I wonder if you can be magnanimous and spare our Qi family for once. He also heard the discussion among his classmates just now and was very clear about the identities of Su Yi and Su Ruowei. The son explained clearly that one was the eldest daughter of the Su family and the other was the son of the Su family's nanny. But she is the eldest daughter of the Su family. How could she be slapped by her own nanny's son and even kneel down to apologize? Isn't this pure bullshit? So there is only one possibility. That classmate is right. Su Yi is the real eldest master of the Su family. This can also fully explain why the dignified Tiger Lord has to listen to the person in front of him. But damn, why would his son offend anyone else? Why offend young Master Su? Doesn't he think the Su family's life is too long? I don't want to argue with your son, but not only has he been making things difficult for me, he's also trying to get his hands on my brother and even my woman. You said, he almost rode on my head. How can I be magnanimous? How can I forgive you? After hearing what Su Yi said, Qi Dazhao's face turned pale in an instant. Could it be that Master Su was so angry that his son was not only seeking death, but was actually dancing on the grave and trying to kill them? His legs went weak, and he quickly said, Mr. Su misunderstood. He really is just blind. Please forgive our Qi family this time for the sake of ignorance. After saying that, he kicked Qi Mingyu hard on the knee. You unfilial son, kneel down and kowtow to Master Su to apologize. Qi Mingyu is not stupid either. He has also figured out a lot of things. Why did Su Ruowei not dare to say a word, even though Su Yi had clearly taken over Su Ruowei's car? Why did Li Changshun still stand on Su Ye's side, even though he had united all the members of the student union to report it? There were also 2 slaps from Bai Jinhanting, Zhang Yang, and Wu Siyu lost contact, one thing after another, so many details. He had never been able to understand this before, but Su Yi was the true son of a wealthy family, the eldest son of the Jiangzhou Su family. Isn't this all explained reasonably? So he didn't dare to complain anymore and bowed his head respectfully. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was blind before and offended you. Please punish me. I only beg to spare my Qi family this time. This is the mentality of human beings. If the other party's status is so high that others can only look up to him, then he will never dare to take revenge, and all that is left is respect and submission. Su Yi just stared at him like this until even Qi Dazhao next to him couldn't bear it anymore and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Only then did he raise his chin with an indifferent expression. All right, since you two behaved well just now, I won't pursue what happened before. But Qi Mingyu, remember this. Don't be so arrogant and domineering by relying on your family background. Otherwise, if I see you next time, I will never forgive you. Qi Dazhao was immediately overjoyed and slapped Qi Mingyu in the face. You good for nothing. Did you hear what Master Su said? You are not allowed to do such rotten things again. I heard it. From now on, I promise to behave myself and never again be arrogant or bully others. Qi Mingyu said this repeatedly and then expressed his gratitude profusely before standing up from the ground. Su Yi smiled and looked again at the direction where Su Jikuan disappeared. Sometimes there are some things. Why do it yourself? Having more people and entertaining them from time to time. Seems like it would be just as fun, right? Chapter 70. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have you. In the next 2 days, Su Yi attended classes while busy looking for trouble with Wu Jinrong, Su Jihao, and others. It's interesting, but the weather. It's killing me. It's almost 6 o'clock and it's still so hot. I'm going to die of the heat. Hanbin wailed in the group chat. The key is this weather, and we still have to go to evening classes. I just don't understand. Why do I still have to study at night when I'm already in college? I finally made it through freshman year and thought I was finally getting through it. But then some late classes came up again. What the hell is going on? Are you sure I'm in a real university and not some high school DLC? Zhao Yang cursed 3 times in a row. Gao Wenyu sighed. Don't worry, the school is doing its best to improve. Change to chicken feathers? The weather was too hot, and Zhao Yang's temper was a little out of control. Gao Wenyu said, starting this year, our school has canceled evening self-study for freshmen. Zhao Yang, voice message, 60S. How about changing chicken feathers? It is even more painful to see my junior fellow student enjoying himself than to suffer. He decided to make a few more sunny dolls later. No matter what, he would make sure that this year's military training would hurt these little bastards. Leoi, why is it so quiet today? Hanbin asked, did you rush too much yesterday? Suyi, convex, straight face, convex. He was looking forward to the big show tonight, but he was thinking more about Suzie Jean. She had been busy with military training these past 2 days and was extremely tired, so she went to bed very early and had almost no energy to chat with him. But he just said a while ago that he recognized me and could only fall asleep with me by his side, but now it's hard to talk to him all day long. I don't have time to play with my phone during the day, and I'm too tired at night. For example, last night, I just chatted for a few minutes and I started snoring. Whenever I wanted to make a dinner appointment, someone named Meng Xingwan would always get there first. Don't give any chance at all. It's very uncomfortable and painful, as if I've been abandoned. I felt listless all day and couldn't muster any energy. But it is actually understandable. Given the climate in Jiangzhou, it would be unbearable without military training, let alone a girl like Suzie Jean. It must be tiring and painful. It would be strange if you could cheer up. It's just, understanding is understanding, discomfort is discomfort, it's better not to conflict. Suddenly at this moment, the cell phone rang. He took it out and looked at it, and instantly sat up straight. Ching Zijin, picture.jpg. Suyi clicked it, then clicked on the original picture. Light blue flat shoes with numbers. The foot was pulled out of the shoe, and the sock was half taken off. This confused Suyi. What's going on? Is this a benefit for yourself? But the angle of view is wrong, and the socks are wrong too. But it was completely out of control. Suyi silently clicked save. Then the phone vibrated again. Ching Zijin, picture.jpg. Another one? Suyi quickly clicked it. They are feet as smooth as jade, white and translucent. Suyi was solemn. Save, enlarge, and straighten. Back. Sayi, what's wrong? Ching Zijin, it hurts. My shoes are rubbing my feet, and my heels are peeling. It wasn't that painful. In fact, if it were her old self, she wouldn't have taken it to heart at all. But it's the same as before. Girls should pretend to be a little weak. Otherwise, how can they make boys feel hurt? Sure enough, the next second, Suye's message came hurriedly. What shoes are you wearing? Ching Zijin, Converse. Sa Yi to Yi. No wonder, the genuine ones will definitely hurt your feet, but the pirated ones are better. Any other shoes? Ching Zijin, yes. Converse high tops. Sa Yi. Sister, what girl only wears canvas shoes? And they are all Converse. Suzie Jean pursed his lips. Meng Xingwan said the same thing. But how would she know? When she was in junior high and high school, they even wore uniform shoes during military training. Besides, the shoes distributed during military training are not much better than Converse. Meng Xingwan actually asked herself if she needed him to accompany her to buy new shoes. But she refused. Because the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her fingers tapped the screen quickly. You will accompany me tomorrow. Buying shoes. Even though I can see him every day. But the time was too short. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday, and the day after tomorrow is the weekend. He has to accompany me for 2 whole days. Says okay. The corners of Suzie Jean's mouth suddenly rose a few degrees, as if his feet didn't hurt so much anymore. Although today is Friday, we still have military training from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., a full 2 hours. When it was over, Suzie Jean only had one thought in his mind. I'm going to die. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. Sayi, is the military training over? Here's a treasure map for you. Wild in the wild, climbing the high bridge at Wenshin Pavilion. Suzie Jean was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth instantly rose. At this moment, all her fatigue disappeared, as if she had taken a sip of ice-cold juice in the middle of summer, refreshing and sweet to her heart. She jogged all the way and quickly arrived at Dengao Bridge, where she saw Su Ye's familiar figure standing on the bridge. She tried to adjust her breathing and quickly tidied up her hair, which was a little messy due to the wind. Then she walked forward briskly with her hands behind her back. It's so late, why don't you go home? It was already past 9 o'clock, and at this time, there were almost no people wandering around the campus. Because of this, few people see them. Su Yi smiled, handed over one of the bags in his hand, and said, try it on and see if it fits. Suzie Jean tilted his head, revealing a puzzled look. Su Yi simply took out the things inside, and it turned out to be a shoe box. Shoo, Suyi hummed and said with a smile. Although I promised to accompany you tomorrow, we still have to walk a distance. I checked, and I heard that this type of floor is very comfortable and will not rub your feet. Suzie Jean's beautiful eyes sparkled. She took the shoe box and looked at Su Yi with her beautiful eyes without blinking. Did you buy this specially for me? Su Yi smiled and nodded. You can't drive in school, and you have to walk a long way to go shopping. And wearing your current shoes, it will be very uncomfortable. Suzie Jean looked at the shoe box, and her fingers unconsciously exerted force. She just wanted to show appropriately that she also had a weak and helpless side. As long as he can care a little, or even feel sorry for me, that would be enough. I never thought that he would do this. Just like when I decided to come to Jiangzhou. I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that I should try my best. What if that woman is not worthy, I will snatch her away from her. Fortunately, I made the right choice. Chapter 71. What? He froze my card. Put it on and try it on. Suyi said. Suzie Jean glanced at the logo on the shoebox and asked, how much? What? Are you still worried that I can't even afford a pair of shoes? Suyi said this jokingly, and then added, it's just not expensive, and the most important thing is that it's really comfortable to wear, more comfortable than many international brands. Mainly, haute couture and private customization both take time. 2 hours? It's impossible even in dreams. How much did Anta pay you for advertising? Hongxing will pay double. Suzie Jean didn't look down on it. She opened the shoebox with a smile and saw the pink, purple, and gradient color running shoes inside. So ugly. Suyi quickly interrupted her and said, forget about the advertising fees now. I might have to wear these shoes to court. Suzie Jean did not avoid Suyi. He took off his shoes and stepped into the new shoes. It is said that girls' feet are 10 times stinkier than boys'. What's more, she had participated in a whole day, at least just completed 2 hours of military training. But there is not a trace of bad smell. Yeah, it's really comfortable, much more comfortable than Converse. That's good. Suzie Jean changed her shoes back, and Suyi helped put them into the shoebox. When he squatted down, he confirmed that it really didn't smell at all. By the way, I also bought you 10 pairs of socks to wear during military training. They can more effectively protect your most vulnerable Achilles heel. Suzie Jean looked at him and said, you are so thoughtful. It means I have you in my heart. Suyi looked at her without blinking and said, because I am thinking of you. I am naturally thoughtful. A man's mouth is the last thing you can trust, Humph. Suzie Jean blushed a little and quickly changed the subject. How do you know my shoe size? Suyi smiled and said, didn't you send me the photo? It's written on the insole. Suzie Jean was stunned and subconsciously took out his cell phone to take a look. It really does exist. But you can see even when it's so blurry? You're really too observant, aren't you? Hey, speak clearly. Suyi immediately got angry. This shows that my eyesight is good. How can it be fine? It's not fine at all, okay. Really? Suzie Jean lowered his gaze. Suyi's heart was pounding. Snort. Suzie Jean raised the corner of her mouth and hummed softly again. Her gaze stopped at his lower abdomen, and after retracting it, she stood up and said, speaking of which, it's past 9 o'clock. And then, Suyi said, you don't want to chase me away, do you? I'm worried about you. It's not safe to drive on the road so late. Suzie Jean said, it's okay. At worst, I can just stay in the dormitory tonight. Suyi smiled and raised another plastic bag in his hand. I just bought some watermelon. Do you want to try it with me? Suzie Jean curled her lips. If I hadn't chased you away, you wouldn't have told me. I would have thought you brought it to someone else. How is that possible? I said you are the only one in my heart. Suzie Jean looked at Suyi. In my heart, there is only you. On the other side, the supreme box of Hentang Palace. Tonight, Su Rui not only invited classmates, but also invited everyone from the student union. Because in the past 2 days, the whole school has started to spread the rumor that she is not a princess of a wealthy family at all, and Su Yi is the real eldest master of the Su family. How could he tolerate this? It was definitely impossible. And if he wanted to change the situation, there was only one way. Show off your financial strength and let everyone know that you are the real rich girl without any fakery. The effect of this meal was indeed obvious. From the very beginning, the manager gave me enough face. Not only did he personally lead me and my classmates to the Supreme Box, he also accompanied us throughout the whole process and prepared a wonderful performance. The previous doubts were instantly dispelled, and Su Rui stole the limelight tonight, with everyone praising her nonstop. I said the recent rumors were all false. How could Ruo Wei's identity as the eldest daughter of the Su family be false? Exactly. If this were fake, how could the manager of the prestigious Cloud Top Palace come personally to accompany us and arrange so many programs? The most outrageous thing is those who say Su Yi is the real eldest young master of the Su family. Isn't this pure nonsense? Joke. This is definitely the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Su Rui and Pei-en looked at each other, feeling both proud and relieved. Finally, after more than 3 hours, everyone had finished eating and had a good time, and Su Rui called the waiter over. Pay the bill. By the way, how much did you spend tonight? The waiter replied respectfully. Miss Su, your total bill tonight is 3.66 million. What? That's all. Su Rui deliberately said loudly. I thought it cost at least 5 million. Okay, swipe the card. After saying that, she slowly handed over Su Ye's supplementary card. After hearing this, the others' faces showed shock and envy again. You spent over 3 million and still think it's not enough. In the entire Jiangzhou, besides the eldest daughter of the Su family, which other wealthy family has such courage? I'm putting this on notice today. From now on, if anyone dares to question Ruo Wei's identity again, I'll be the first one to not let him off. Me too. +1. Su Ruo was listening beside her, and the corners of her mouth rose a few degrees. But at this moment, the waiter suddenly ran over holding her bank card. Ma'am, do you have any other cards? Su Ruo was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? My card has no limit. It's only over 3 million. Isn't that enough? The waiter shook his head and said, sorry, ma'am, your card has been blocked. What? How is this possible? She was furious. It was fine when she checked the day before yesterday. So how come it was frozen as soon as she settled the bill today? Could it be that guy Suyi? But what exactly does he want to do? Are you deliberately letting me pay for this class dinner by myself? Or is he deliberately teasing me to embarrass me in front of the whole school? She was so angry that her face turned pale, but there was nothing she could do. After all, the most important thing right now was to settle the bill. Otherwise, her identity would be exposed. Can it be passed through home? It goes without saying that more than 3 million is absolutely impossible. There are only 2 ways that may be her only 2 hopes. And thinking of one of these 2 methods, she gritted her teeth, finally found an excuse, walked aside and called her aunt. Su Yume, the general manager of the finance department of a subsidiary of Su Group, said that it was only over 3 million yuan, and she could definitely help with this small favor. Chapter 72. Isn't it just that I don't have the money to pay the bill for the time being? On the other side, in a couple's room of a hotel, Su Yume was taking off her clothes in a hurry and couldn't wait to swallow the little puppy in front of her into her stomach. But at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was Su Rui calling. Hello, Aunt. Rui, it's so late. What do you want to talk to my aunt about? Su Yume was very upset because her good plan was ruined. But she was her niece after all, and it was thanks to her that she had everything she had today. So no matter how angry she was, she could only suppress it temporarily. Aunt, this is what I'm doing. I've run into some trouble, and I urgently need 500, no, for million to help me out. Could you lend me for million first? For million? Su Yume stood up from the bed and asked, what do you want so much money for? This could not be concealed, so Su Rui could only tell her about the dinner party. Then why don't you go find Suyi? It's only about 4 million. For him, it's just a matter of moving his fingers. I do want to, but that bastard Suyi has been acting up lately. Not only has he been getting mad at me, he's also frozen all my supplementary cards. Su Rui cried. The people in the hotel are driving me crazy. I'm really at my wit's end, so I can only ask you for help. But 4 million, how can I give you that much money? In fact, let alone 4 million, Su Yume could even come up with 10 million. But she is not stupid. How could she not realize something by now? Suyi was not angry with Su Rui at all, but was serious. Su Rui, this idiot, had a good hand of 3 bombs plus a king bomb, but ended up ruining it by herself. In this situation, she still expects me to lend her money? Not only is it impossible, I have to think of a way to make as much money as possible while Suyi hasn't noticed me yet. She had even made up her mind that she would make a big profit this time and run away after that. She would go to a place abroad where none of them would ever be able to find her. But Su Rui didn't know this. She cried and begged bitterly. Aunt, please help me. I know you must have a way. If you don't help me this time, then I really don't know what to do. Su Yume rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll help you think of a solution. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. This also involves the emotional aspect, and no one can guarantee such things. If they get back together in the future, he will still have to blame Su Rui. Otherwise, for a fool like Su Rui, Su Yume would not even bother to respond perfunctorily and would definitely start scolding her directly. Honey, I'm coming, keep going. Everyone over there was having fun, but Su Rui was getting anxious. No, she was almost going crazy. Because they had no money to pay the bill, everyone was detained. After all, This is not a small amount of money, but nearly 4 million. But what about the eldest daughter of the Su family? You said you would treat us to a meal, but you can't even afford the bill? Could it be that the rumors are true? She is indeed a liar, and Su Yi is the real eldest master of the Su family? What kind of service attitude is this? After all, I've spent tens of millions of dollars with you guys before. Isn't it just that there might be a small problem with my bank card today? Can't you even wait a moment? What are you looking at? Why don't you bring us some tea? Su Rui was so scrutinized and questioned by her classmates that she almost wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she had no other options. She could only rage and yell at the waiters at the Sky Palace. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life, even when she was poor. These damn bastards all looked at me as if I were a liar, and even thought I was a joke. But unfortunately, she is indeed a liar, and the more so, the more she can't accept it. She hated the club's manager even more. You know, every time she came here before, the manager of this club acted like a grandson in front of her. Now they just encountered a little trouble, but not only did they not give them any face, but they deliberately called the security guards and detained all of them. What does this mean? Isn't it obvious that he's helping Su Yi expose her? She actually guessed right. This was indeed Su Ye's arrangement. There's no tea, not even boiled water. Do you think our service attitude is bad? That's easy, let's pay first. A waiter sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, You. Su Rui was furious and screamed hysterically. What's your attitude? Do you believe I will complain about you? That's your right, go if you want. But, you can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to complain to me? First, let's think about how to settle this 3 million yuan bill. The waiter didn't tolerate it at all and retorted rudely. Su Rui was so angry that she was about to explode. Everyone was looking at him. The scene was as ugly as it could be, but he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only stamp his feet in anger. Where's your manager? Call him here. I'm going to file a complaint and he has to fire you. Miss Su, I'm here. When can you settle the bill? The manager came over and said with an impatient look on his face. She has been dumped by Mr. Su, but she still dares to act like this. I really don't know who gives her the confidence. We'll talk about the bill later. Now I order you to fire this waiter immediately. Su Rui pointed at the waiter who didn't give her any face at all. Miss Su, is there something wrong with your brain? The manager was so angry that he laughed. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to order me around? Understand, the only thing you need to do now is to figure out how to settle today's bill. Still barking at me? Do you really think you're a piece of cake? You. Su Rui's breasts are about to explode. You know, she was no different from her ancestors here before. I remember one time, a waitress just bumped into me accidentally, and because of what I said, she was immediately fired. But what about now? How dare he say that about himself? It's really driving me crazy. I'm telling you, you have to fire her today, or I won't give you a penny. Looking at the other party's arrogant look, the manager was so angry that he laughed. Miss Su, I've been holding myself back from you because of my professional ethics, but you're still pushing me too far. Do you really think you're a piece of cake? Paying for food is a matter of course. You're still trying to negotiate terms with me. You're not going to give me a penny, right? Fine, then let the police handle it. Chapter 73. Got fished. Someone call the police.